Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the PTR tournament with a little spice because we actually have new PTR updates since the last time we had this. I was really hoping for these to kind of come through before we started this event, but obviously that was just not meant to be, as unfortunately that never came around. But here we are today. We are going to have some of the new changes in, and at least we'll be able to test these out today, and then on Sunday's playoffs here in our PTR event. I'm just getting everybody online and ready to go, seeing if there's anybody else that needs to be invited in here. Seems like we're missing a bunch of people today. Apparently Friday is on a good day for all the other streamers. Ay, 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 unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, we should be able to kick this off fairly soon. Just waiting for a couple other people to come logging in, joining our lobby. We'll give everyone about 30 seconds or so. Just double check if anyone else is coming online. Check some of the commonly played streams. Alright, doesn't seem like we've got anyone else coming, so perfect. Alright, we'll check the players are ready. We'll get this going. Get this ready to start. We're going to start the day off with a little bit of ZVZ. Are the new updates with Ghost 3 Supply live right now on PTR? I can only imagine they are. If they're not, then I've been duped. Yeah, I can't imagine that they're not. Oh, Shin's in the wrong player spot. Alright, let's kick off into some ZVZ to start the day off then, guys. We're going to be heading into Snowpiercer for our first map. Like I said, some ZVZ to start us all off. Getting this going. Like I say, there should be new... I believe PTR has been updated. If it hasn't been, then this entire tournament is about to become pointless, but... such is life. As we get ready to hop into Snowpiercer for game number 1. Shin versus Rex. Alright, so starting with some ZVZ, obviously in the tournament, we can't just completely avoid all our mirror matchups. In the world of Zerg versus Zerg, honestly, I'm trying to think if anything might come into impact here, but probably not. We'll probably not see anything too crazy about this one, so... Oh, that's a fantastic start. That's a fantastic start. New patch or old new patch? I mean, it should be new patch. Why? I don't know why they would put a PTR update out and then not update the PTR, right? Doesn't really make sense. Who is the barcode? I'm not sure, but someone just disconnected on the other screen as well, so I'm wondering if this is a across the board thing. What do I think about the mothership not being abductable? It's a good question. I don't know. Honestly, like, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but the thing about the mothership being abducted was like, it was the way to kill a mothership. Now it feels like a mothership should never die unless you kind of just completely lose the fight. So... I actually think it just takes play away. Like, I know everyone memes like, minus 400, minus 400, the mothership just gets abducted and it instantly dies, blah, blah. I just don't understand why, like, to me, it just feels like you're taking gameplay out of the game by making the mothership non-abductable. I honestly think you should play around the idea of having to protect your mothership and stuff, and I just don't see how a mothership dies now unless you're just completely out of position and outnumbered, right? So... not 100% sure in that regard. After coming down here on both sides of the map, we get started up pretty smoothly. No surprises just yet in that regard. So you have the overlords just moving around. Let's see what's going on. Welcome to the lives of Terrans and pros who also have to deal with the mothership. Yeah, but the mothership is less of a factor in other matchups, I feel like. It's the most expensive unit in the game right now. Surely should be difficult to kill, and it is. I mean, if it's the most expensive unit in the game, maybe you should protect it like it's the most expensive unit in the game, you know? Maybe you should, you know, have High Templars in front of it and not let it get abducted easily. I mean, you can argue that both ways. It just feels like you're taking gameplay away. Now it's like, literally, this mothership can't be in the wrong place now unless you're horrifically out of position. So, not sure. Just the way that, I mean, Vikings can go zone a mothership quite nicely anyways. Yeah, I mean, it's a very broad concept, but I actually think it's a bad change, personally. I know everyone's wanted the mothership to be non-abductable, but I don't know, maybe just make the mothership better if you really feel like it's being abducted so much it's not useful. I don't know. There's actually a couple of changes in the newest version of patches I don't really like the direction of. Everyone seems super positive about it. I actually thought it was kind of not as great as I wanted it to be. Like, I think going back to an old Cyclone is kind of silly. I feel like just having the Cyclones be changed for like however long it's been and then going backwards is kind of like, I'm not about that. I don't like that kind of line of process. Or that line of working, so I don't know. I don't love that. I don't love the I don't think ghosts just being increased supply-wise is the correct way to deal with ghosts. I don't think that really deals with the problem, which is that ghosts are just freaking good all the time. Like, it's never bad to make ghosts. I mean, now you're going to have less on the field at any point in time with ghosts. Maybe that really does just do enough, but it doesn't feel like a... It doesn't feel like a satisfying change, you know? Just doesn't feel like a satisfying change at all. Hellbane's going to morph in, a few Lings are going to run forward. And we see the other Lings coming back the other direction. There's a couple Queens are going to get there as well. Ling's going to be taking some shots, and those couple of Banes continue through. Ling's going to get back onto this hatchery. Rex with a pretty good push here as this hatch has taken some damage already. So some damage done. Bane Nest still coming online. The extra Ling's coming up as well. A few extra drones continue to come through. What even is the old Cyclone? Yeah, you know what it is? I love this. This is exactly what I thought. I was like, what actually was the old Cyclone? Because the Cyclone's changed so much in history. I'm like, maybe we should actually have mentioned what the old Cyclone is. Instead of just being like, it's the old Cyclone. I mean, old Cyclones can only be built off of a tech lab, as the Banes actually do connect there. I mean, the Cyclone was basically a very niche unit. To be fair, I didn't like the Cyclone changes when they put the Cyclone changes in the game. But I think it's even worse to just fully go back and just revert a change like that after so long. Yeah, it's basically, it's got really good anti-air lock-on, right? Or it's got a really long lock-on, but it does way less damage, and you can only tech lab them. You're a new player, you have no clue what old Cyclone means either? Yeah. No, I know. Wow. These Lings are going to come and attack. A couple of Lings going down. Queen's going to get there. I'm genuinely very worried that these changes are like appeasing the StarCraft crowd. And personally, I don't actually love them as much as a lot of other people seem to love them. So I don't think the original patch was the patch. Don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating for what it was originally. I'm just saying, like, I actually think they could have made better changes overall to complement the changes that they were, you know, going to make than what they've made now. So, Ling's going to run back. A couple of Roaches going to get there. A few Lings go back and forth. As we do have our +1 missiles coming in as well on the side of Shin, so he's just going to be in a great position. Rex put on the aggression. It looks as though he was doing very well, but he just kind of, you know, fizzled out. He stopped dealing damage at some point, and without being on the map and being aggressive, he just didn't get enough done. And so here we are now, Shin, up about 10. Yeah, coming up to about 20 supply ahead. Again, Roach is coming up, drones on the way, and these Lings still moving about just for a few moments here, guys, as we get set up. Replays? No. like. I hope they don't bring back battery. I mean, bringing back battery overcharge would be the worst thing they could do. That's definitely one of the best things I think they've done. Feelings, a couple of roaches continue to come about here. Maybe having ourselves the extra lings and veins all on the way up, plus more missiles coming through. And again, the lair, the roaches all building. It's a big push in the center though from Shin, who's just ahead in supply already, so it's looking good there. And we are going to start playing. And Rex is just not going to have enough. Just an initial aggression that doesn't really get very far. GG's. How do you log into PTR? Above the play button on the Battle.net launcher, you can change the game version from StarCraft 2 to PTR. How do you fix the current cyclone? The problem is it's way too good early and low commitment. You can make it more expensive maybe. You could make it. I mean I'm not a great fixer of problems. I am not the balance counselor myself. Honestly, I don't really care what they do. I just feel like going back to an old version is just like so lame. Like that's just so uninteresting to me. Like, I learned to love the new Cyclone, because actually it kind of created some new builds and stuff was different for a while. I mean, going back to the old Cyclone, which was a pretty boring niche unit, to me that just makes the game less interesting. Do other things to make the Cyclone. Like, because don't get me wrong, I don't think this was a good Cyclone change in the first place, but now that you've made it, you're now making the game less interesting by taking the current Cyclone away. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one because, like I said, I don't really want to advocate for the new Cyclone because I don't think the new Cyclone was great. But I just think it's such lazy balancing to just change it back to what it was. Because the game's also changed since then. You know, like the game has changed since then, and I don't know. You can say it's limited Protoss build order variety and stuff, but like it actually made a lot of cool Terran builds happen. So why don't we just work on a way for the pros to not struggle against the Cyclone as it is, and then the game's in a more interesting space overall, I think. Like why don't we just buff something from Protoss? Is like why why are we so averse to buffing Protoss a tiny bit? Why instead of making Protoss a bit better against the Cyclone, do we just revert a Cyclone change that we've been here for like 8 months? I don't know. Like, it's very difficult because, like I said, I don't necessarily know if the Cyclone was in a great place anyway. Maybe it just wasn't, but like I just hate the idea of going backwards on a change that's been in place for like months and months and months. Thank you, by the way, Andy Figueroa, 79 for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Ghostface 3T1, 44-month resub on the Prime. We also have Stimmed Marine, 4-month resub on the Prime, and Man in the Moon for the 43-month resub as well. As we get ourselves going into game number 2. How do you buff Protoss? Yeah, I've got no idea, man. Like, I don't know how you fix these things or change these things. There's too much to kind of think about, but like, I feel like by making the old Cyclone, like, you guys not think that by basically changing the Cyclone to the old Cyclone, you're basically just completely resetting the balance and the game that you're trying to balance, which kind of negates all of the current changes you're trying to make? Like, now you're putting out balance changes for a patch, which is actually going to be based around a completely different patch already. New Cyclone supposedly makes him viable against Protoss, but it didn't. No, it didn't. But actually, the new Cyclone... Yeah, but... So here's the thing. Originally, when the Cyclone... I actually remember. So when the Cyclone change came around, I was very against it, right? Because I was like, man, this unit... Cyclone feels like a pretty cool little niche or something. But watching it play, I was like, I actually kind of love this new Cyclone because it's opened up a few different build orders. It actually has added variety to the game. You know, it's not just this niche unit that does nothing but be a bit of a niche anymore. It provides some different openers. Terra need different openers? I mean, maybe not. But like I say, like, the problem now is that my view of it has become that it's provided some different openers. So if you take it away, it makes the game less interesting. Right? So I don't know. I just think a lot of these changes right now could have been different, but a lot of people seem to be very happy. So let them be happy. I actually, honestly, this is probably a crazy way to think, but I think anytime Reddit seems super happy about something, it's a bad thing. Because usually when Reddit complain the most is when the changes actually turn out to be decent and then they shut up eventually. So when they're happy about something, it probably means we've been a little bit too extreme. Slash, done the wrong thing that, like, it looks cool, but it's not actually cool. So I'm actually kind of concerned that Reddit's happy about the patch because Reddit has a horrendous take on patches time after time. So I'm honestly a little bit skeptical. I honestly think if you kept the previous changes and you just added a significant ghost nerf, it would have been better. I think that would have been the best version of the way the patch was going. If you took the changes that were implemented, maybe removed a couple of the Protoss nerfs that were there for no reason, give Protoss maybe one extra slow or something, and nerf the ghost. And instead I feel like they saw one comment that was like, it's the Cyclone killing Protoss builds. And so they're just like, yeah, let's just gut the Cyclone. So, I don't know. The previous changes made almost no one happy. Until you actually started watching the games that were getting played on the patch. And then the patch was actually pretty good, though. I think a lot of players felt as though the patch was going in the right direction. That's the thing, like, no one was happy because maybe the ghost didn't get a nerf. I think a lot of the other changes were very good. It just needed some extra things, and instead they just went backwards on so much and just overhauled a couple of other things. Yeah, like the lib change wasn't necessary at all. Like, yeah, 100% get rid of that. But, I don't know. Sauce got nerfed overall just with the battery overcharge removed. I mean, maybe, and yet Protoss continued to defend and look completely fine in a lot of positions where people thought it would just die in the games that we saw. Because energy overcharge is actually very good. Oh, today's going to be one of these days where I try and pick a fight with chat every 10 seconds, isn't it? Oh, God. Today's a dangerous one. These things coming about. Trying to see what's going on. Maybe they could have changed the Cyclone as well, just by, like, nerfing its lock-on, by nerfing, like, its lock-on cooldown or something. Or just nerfing its non-lock-on damage output a little bit. Just to make it a little bit... Because I think the problem with the Cyclone right now is also just the fact it's super microable. So you can just do so much micro-wise with the Cyclone, lifting it up, dropping it back down. And there's no punishment for that, because the lock-on resets pretty quickly, and even when it's not locked on, it does good damage. Maybe that would have been enough to knock the Cyclone away in a significant enough way where defensively it can still be very good. It can still be used in a couple of cool ways. But if you're going to try and be super cute micro in it to outdo your opponent's actual defense they've made against it, then you actually get punished because it's worse in those scenarios when you've broken the lock-on. So, I don't know. Maybe something along those lines would have been cool. Cyclones already have a 3-second lock-on cooldown nerf. What, in the last patch notes? I don't remember those. I don't remember that. They don't want Cyclone to be able to defend in the first place, then what are we doing with the Cyclone? The Cyclone is meant to be an option if you open Factory to give you a more defensive setup against some of the attacks that just straight up killed a Terran player before. And it became a little bit too good at attacking specifically because of how good it could be microed as well. So what is the Cyclone meant to do? I don't know. If Protoss is struggling against Cyclones early game, you buff Protoss early game defensively? No, because that's not necessarily take. The question is Protoss struggling overall early game? Because that's when you buff Protoss. If it's an overarching issue, that's when you just give them a buff. If Protoss are specifically struggling against Cyclones, then you specifically do something with the Cyclone and the Cyclone interactions to fix that problem. That's how balancing should work. You don't just buff Protoss. It's like, oh, hey guys, Protoss are really struggling when Terrans open proxy Marauders. So we're going to make Protoss players do you know what, plus 10 damage to Stalkers. Like, that makes no sense. It would completely kill Proxima Marauder, but it would also be completely insane in other scenarios, right? So, why is that any different to this Cyclone scenario where it's like, pros really struggle against the Cyclone? Why don't we just make the Cyclone a bit worse instead of making pros better against everything? I'm not trying to say pros maybe don't need an overall buff, but specifically talking on the Cyclone change. Nexus Overcharge got removed, replaced with Pylon Overcharge, replaced with Battery Overcharge. Yeah, but I mean, here's the big difference between all of those and Energy Overcharge is that Nexus, Pylon, and Battery Overcharge were very one-dimensional, click a button to make a better defensive play, right? And there was very limited choice in what you do. You click the button where the danger is at. With Energy Overcharge, you have a lot more choices and a lot of different ways to utilize it. You can use it on units to give you an extra storm, to give you an extra force field or two, to give you a guardian shield. You can use it on your battery to give you an additional bit of healing off of that stacked defense. That makes decisions, whereas all the other overcharges were like, oh, you're getting attacked on your natural, overcharge the natural. Oh, you're getting attacked near this pylon, overcharge that pylon. Like, there was no choices to that before, no. Rex gonna be attacking in here. I'm doing a great job of following this ZVZ. But nerfing too much and not buffing, nerfing doesn't create excitement. I kind of agree. As well, I think that's what gets me unexcited for the current changes. Is that I feel like they're just taking some things away without giving us anything extra fun. But maybe that's fine. As Rex has just completely smashed Shin in the face here. Looking to make this a 1-1 game. 1-1 series, huh? Rex showing up a little bit in the ZVZ. Why add the new Terran ability to the supply depot? I've got no idea why they added the new Terran ability to the supply depot. Is that needed? No. Is it honestly a cool little something that might help in certain scenarios? Yeah. You know what? I actually like that change because I don't see it being bad for the game. I can only see it being cool. You know how fun it's going to be when someone calls down a depot and saves it last second? It's like, oh, they called it down at the right moment to save it on low HP. The depot lives. Like, that creates a fun moment in the game. What's more fun, the like extra interaction or the, oh, I mean, it depends how it works. If they just call down a supply depot and that's it, Zergs can never break into the Terran base anymore, yeah, maybe that's boring. But there's also more than one single depot they can usually break through. I think that's a change which adds potential interaction without being dangerously uninteresting, you know? But, I mean, it's also just an unnecessary change anyway. Rex has 100% killed Shin, by the way. This is just a personal... The last few moments of this. Cool things like that are nice. Yeah, right? It's just like, it's a cool little something. It shouldn't be super interesting. Watching it play, like, it doesn't look as though it's going to be like, okay, like every Zerg attack ever will never break through a Terran player anymore, right? It's just a cool little something. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know. As you can tell, guys, today's going to be a very, a very discussion-based stream. Love that. I don't know. I think my final thoughts, as maybe we'll actually try and cast this next game, is just that these current changes make me feel as though the game is just going to stay extremely similar or go back to something we've seen before, and that's not good for the game, which was going in the somewhat correct direction of looking different because, hey, I mean, maybe this is obviously still true, but like every fight in a versus Protoss matchup in the last few days when we've been casting PDR has been so interesting because it's like, I don't know who wins anymore. Because usually I expect them to pop super battery and it doesn't matter, you know? So that bit's great. And now it's like, you know, like I say, you change the Cyclone stuff. I just feel like it's some of the stuff's in the wrong direction. I just didn't necessarily need to go the way it did. I was super happy with the patch before, with a few changes that seemed fairly obvious, and now it feels like we've done... I mean, I just think the few changes have been the wrong way, but that's okay because I'm just a caster. We'll just talk about the games. What do you think about new disruptors? I haven't really seen them. I understand, like, I actually think Disruptor's such a weird unit because I remember them talking about once... This was... When was this? It was during an EPT. It was, like, coming up to, like, an EPT season and we were talking about balance with, like, ESL and stuff. And ESL specifically stated that one of the important things in the game is keeping like big impact moments, right? Because it's exciting. You know, when a disruptor blows up a bunch of units, you can balance whine about it all you want, guys. When a disruptor blows up a bunch of units, it's fun, it's exciting, it's a big moment, it makes people talk, it makes chat go wild, right? Those moments are very cool. The problem now is that I guess you'll still have those if units are low HP, but you're going to take away a lot of those moments by the disruptor not one-shotting as much. I really like the idea where I think someone said somewhere, the idea of maybe like the middle of the disruptor still does as much damage as it used to, and it just zones, like it scales down as you move outwards, like a nuke. It does most damage in the center and less on the edges. I think that would be really neat. Because then you still have some of the impact of like, oh my god, Terran messed up, he let his full army get disrupted, versus the frustration, and it also takes away the frustration of, man, the pros players just chipping away at units on like the very edge of a disruptor shot, you know? So like I feel like that's still kind of, I feel like the idea of like the splash damage being faded as it moves outwards kind of solves both issues. You still have the high impact, oh my god, big shot, Terran messed up, hit by the disruptor, wasn't paying attention, moved the wrong way, tried to snipe it but it didn't work. I feel like you still have that while also taking away the frustration of, man, the disruptors just keep clipping a unit here and clipping a unit there, and it's kind of uninteresting. Now that part's less impactful. So I really like the idea that someone brought up somewhere. I'd be very interested to see what the the ghosts look like just later in the game. It'd be very interesting. I mean, honestly, a supply change on a unit is the kind of thing which sometimes... we remember when we changed the supply of disruptors? Yeah, you remember when we changed the supply of disruptors, guys, and we, you know, disruptors were more kind of supply effective or something, and now it's just like, kind of whatever. It's like, no one really ever noticed. Like, we still build a bunch of disruptors. I feel like that's what it's going to be with the ghost. I don't think this solves the problem with the ghosts. It just means that sometimes late in the game, the ghost army would lose because there's 10 marines that are missing. I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to, right? Say you have, let's say we have, what's a common amount of ghosts in the late game? Let's say like 15 ghosts. If you have 15 ghosts, that's now 15 supply that you can't have elsewhere. How often are 15 marines the difference in those big fights when ghosts are involved? I would honestly say not very often. Like, yes, sometimes it's going to make a difference. But I think a lot of the time the problem with the ghost is their ability just to stand there and just go bang, 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 snipe, 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 EMP'd everything. And so it's kind of overwhelming. So is the supply change a step in the right direction? Yes. But I don't actually think it deals with the problem of ghosts, which is that ghosts feel freaking amazing all the time. You know? And I'm not sure being a bit more supply and effective is going to be something that turns people away from building ghosts, because they're still so freaking good. This is why I don't understand that people are so excited about the supply change on the ghost. I think, like, in the past, supply changes have had almost no impact on the balance. I do not think this is going to be... In terms of, like, a later game tech unit supply changes, obviously you change the road from, like, 1 supply to 2 supply at one point. So, yeah, like... I don't know. I'm surprised so many people are just okay with this ghost nerf. Like, what if... here's a wild idea. What if we kept Cyclones the same so Terran continued to be good early game against Protoss? But then you actually make Ghost worse, so that if the Terran has a good early game, the Protoss can have a better mid game, because Ghosts aren't as good as they used to be, you know? Like, how about that balance? There was a while where... I mean, then people cry, oh, Terran's got to kill them early, but like, isn't that how the matchup has been? Like, that's how the matchup always was in TVP. Terran had to do damage early, otherwise Protoss became difficult to beat. Nowadays, Terran can do damage early, but if they don't kill Protoss early, it's okay, because they're going to build 20 ghosts. And you know what? They're still probably going to build 20 ghosts. They're probably going to build 17 ghosts instead. That's it, right, as well. It's like, I think a lot of the time it's the fact that, okay, it's like, maybe now 15 ghosts means 15 less supply. But I think a lot of the time, 10 or 11 ghosts probably do the same job as 15. So what, you're losing a couple of Marines from the army and having a couple less ghosts? Yeah, it's very hard to... There's going to be niche scenarios where, yes, that change will have an impact. There's going to be a lot of scenarios where ghosts still feel insanely good. That's the thing. Like, it's very rare you need all 20 ghosts in a fight. You know? It's extremely rare you need all those ghosts in one fight. So, yeah. But that's the difficulty of balancing StarCraft 2. There's so much to think about. Maybe the supply nerf will be good enough. I personally think in about 2 months, we'll have people complaining that the ghost is still absolutely insanely good, broken. And all these people that are somewhat happy right now just because they see the ghost having a nerf, it's just not going to be it. But I will happily be proved wrong. I will happily be proven wrong as the feelings get turned the other way. Things coming up, gonna be rallying about. Roach is coming through. Well, there, Roach Bane gonna run the center. We've seen a couple of Banes connecting. Roach is gonna step up. Roach is taking damage. We'll be seeing a couple of teams going to be there. Just going to continue to fight on through. We are going to be seeing Shin just showing up with a lot of units right now. A little bit more Roach Ravager pushing up the ramp, and we are going to be seeing the Roaches still taking some damage. Ravager coming through. A couple of Roaches still dropping. Queen in trouble. Rex is not going to have enough GGs, and that's going to be our first games of the day going the way of Shin. This is a great ZVZ. I love it. We used the ZVZ to really talk about the patch, guys. Great. The ZVZ didn't change very much, but we expected that. Up next, we're going to have Rex versus ByuN. Get straight into this in a few moments. Actually going to do all the Rex games first today, guys, and then move into the other matchups. Rex is kind of an underdog in the group, so we're kind of going to increase the... You could argue increase the competition of the games as we go on. Rex took a map off Shin. Rex is no slouch. We wouldn't have invited him to the tournament if we didn't think he could do well and be competitive. But I think it's fair to say that the favorites in this group are basically going to be fighting later down the line. So we're going to see a lot of the Rex games initially, and we'll see where we go from there. Perfect. Alright, guys. A couple of moments and we'll get ready to rumble. Alright, there's a lot of chat going on today, so I can't keep up with both the chats, YouTube and Twitch, as much as I might originally like to. But I will just say, if you are watching on the YouTube channel, it's super useful if you can take a moment to go and hit the like button. All you got to do is scroll down in the middle of the stream super quickly, takes a moment, and you can like the stream. Helps us out massively. I'm going to do that myself in just a second. Show you guys how easy it is. Alright, well, everyone joins the lobby. So everyone joins the lobby here. I'm going to open my beautiful YouTube app. I mean, this part's simple because you guys are already on the YouTube stream. And all you got to do is be like, whoa, I'm watching WardiTV? How cool. Let's give him a like. It's as simple as that. Boom. You like the stream. More people like the stream. More people get suggested the stream. More people get suggested the stream. More people end up watching the stream. More people watch the stream. We make more money off ads. We run more tournaments. It's a beautiful cycle. So do consider liking the stream. It's super easy. One of the easiest ways you can support if you're watching on the YouTube. As we are just waiting for Rex to ready up into the ZVT. We'll get this underway. You're gonna go like it on YouTube since you don't have the money for a sub. That works. Honestly, the free ways of supporting are some of the best. Showing up, watching some ads, liking videos, following channels, subscribing to, you know, all this stuff that's free to do helps out massively, you know. All helps out. Appreciate it. Maybe mention liking the stream and we get a 25%, 33% increase on likes on the channel, on the stream. Just like that. Boom. Bang. Amazing. Yeah. YouTube's been really popping off lately. It's really cool to see. I think it's actually a case of like we've been more active asking people to like and subscribe on YouTube, And that those interactions have pushed so much kind of new kind of viewership into the channel. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, the power of getting like additional subs and stuff on the YouTube is like so insane. Like, the fact that YouTube's like, whoa, your channel's alive, people are finding it, watching it. It's like, whoa, that's amazing. So then they keep showing it to new people, like, hey, look at this, other people have liked this lately. And the power of just kind of having your stream suggested to people is insane. It really says a lot about discoverability on YouTube versus Twitch, where if you can get people to watch you on YouTube, like, it continues to give, you know, more people a reason to watch you on YouTube. Whereas on Twitch, it's like people watch you on Twitch and discoverability doesn't exist at all, you know? I just think the ghost nerf is too much in TVZ. I honestly just don't think it is. But I mean, because honestly, it might be the right kind of change for TVZ, but the completely wrong change for TVP. Which, if that is the goal, then that, I think, is maybe very good, because I think in TVZ, like I say, I just do not think... I think TVZ, there's a lot of times where ghost armies just never die, so I actually think it's very good that we maybe take the, you know, give more scenarios where the ghost army will lose. Because I don't think it's going to lose every time, but there's going to be times where it's just a little bit too much less than what you would have had otherwise, right? So maybe that's a good shift. Whereas I think in TVP it makes no difference, honestly. But that's the beauty. We can go around in circles. ByuN in the bottom right, Rex in the upper left. As we get going in some TVZ. Natural gas and pool coming up from Rex as we get started here. And throw us on the crank point of view if he's observing for us already. As we get set to rumble. Do this. Get this ready to roll. Bit of TVZ as we kick this off. Going to see where this game is going to take us. Again, hatch, gas pool, all coming up on one side. Just going to be having ourselves a CC, SCV, and a Marine on the other. A Reaper pops out, comes across the map, factory on the way up. Let's see what ByuN wants to go into. One of the big things the Cyclone change will do is it really does nerf your kind of defensibility in TVZ early game. No longer can you just be like, oh crap, I need a Cyclone. Bang, you get a Cyclone, right? Because you will actually have to specifically have a tech lab up, a factory onto that tech lab. There's no more, oh, I'm building Hellions and let's just cancel those and build Cyclones, because I see I'm going to be in some trouble. Regiment coming down, link speed and a few more drones coming up. CC's on the way in. Going to be seeing the Queen coming out and pushing the Reaper away. Is this on the latest patch? Yes, guys. This is on the latest patch. As ByuN will get ready to build up off his reacted factory. Have we seen a late game patch match this PTR yet? We saw a longer game the other day, but it was kind of a scrappy game as well. Between Mana and Ryung. It was kind of a scrappy one. Let's just have our link speed about to finish. Again, a few drones, Queens coming up, Hellions, Command Center coming in on the side of ByuN as our barracks lifts off the tech lab. Gonna go drop the starport down instead. Banshee and Hellion continuing up. A couple Hellions on the way. SCV's building, Tech Lab building. SCV's still producing, and we do have ByuN heading to the top left-hand side. Couple Queens just going to inject Stimpack Interference Matrix on the way up. Interference Matrix instead of Cloak. Are we going to go Raven after this? Is that actually a factor? No, he cancels that, so maybe just a fake for the Overlord Scout. I think he just wants to build one Cloakless Banshee. Oh, he's going to build a second, but still hasn't started up an actual cloak upgrade. So Cloakless Banshees here from ByuN. Obviously does give him some defensive options should roaches come across the map from Rex. Factory moves to the side, an extra couple of barracks come in. And smoke roll still coming up, the layers coming through, the additional drones on the way out. Okay, an additional barracks and engineering bays are all producing here on the side of ByuN. Last impact's halfway done, our Hellions gonna get through and pick away at a couple of creep teamers. And again, that lair finishing very shortly from Rex as well. The Overlord coming up, a couple Overlords, couple Extractors, Baneling Nest as well. Queen coming forward. We've seen the few Hellions going to try and get active there. Just going to be trying to get rid of the creep. ByuN's very good at clearing that creep out and trying to keep that minimized as best as possible. And 12 more drones coming through. The 1-1 upgrades on the side of ByuN going to be a bit advantageous, but only just. It gets settled down. He's going to try and find a different direction here for a couple of moments. One upgrades, combat shield continuing by. We've seen the Bane speed and the Carapace upgrade coming up as well. Banshees come through, a couple Queens gonna get there. Banshees take a couple of shots. Again, 1-1 on combat shield all coming up. Siege tank and Marines come through, the armory on the way. Obviously escapes around that right hand side. Still got the melee upgrades all coming through, the Baneling speed as well, halfway up at the moment. Additional lanes coming through from Rex, hatcheries on the way out. And good spread, starting to spread out across the right side as well. Could a mod update the PTR patch notes linked to the PTR update one? Are they different? Oh. No, I didn't change it because of that specific command. It's okay though, as you watch the Lings chasing down these Hellions. ByuN's getting chased around there for a couple moments. And they get settled in. So I see the rest of the units coming in about. We've seen that Bane Queen gathering up, a few more Hydras on the way about as well, so Rex going to try and get into that. ByuN, 2 upgrades on the way. That's going to be seeing our Marines and Hellbats tanks setting up as well. So vehicle plating coming through. We're going to be seeing a couple of those creep teamers getting picked away at as well. Still got Bane coming up as we get ready for a counterattack. ByuN take a step back as well. Another base coming up from him right now, scanning toward this 4th base. Infestation pit coming through. Having our 2 upgrades, vehicle plating, all coming up, the Medivacs, Marines, tank, etc. As ByuN is going to get surrounded. I thought it was going to be a counterattack, but it's going to be a surround of an army. I actually like this a lot for Rex. As Bane's going to find themselves a good clump of Marines on the left-hand side. Oh, awful fight for ByuN. He did not get split up at all. Rex could have gone forward and cleaned up that tank as well, but he's going to pull back. There's an army on the left side moving about a little bit as well. Seeing the +2 melee coming through, +2 carapace also. All of that continues in as our +1 vehicle plating continues up as well. And still trading as those lanes continue to wrap around. Medivac's just about able to jump up and get out of there. So we're going to escape away for the moment. Either's on the way up. The Overseer taking a couple shots of damage. Wouldn't mind as well burrow. The Marine's getting set as well. Okay, seeing a couple things going down. ByuN's going to try and keep the pressure, but now Rex is going to collapse in on this. He is going to be able to close out and get rid of those tanks, which gets rid of the position. So that's a major step in the right direction, and the medevac's going to load up and pull away. And ByuN is still just building pure Marine Marauder. Nothing else. Definitely getting to that point where a Ghost Academy should come down. We're going to start seeing potentially some of those ghosts coming into play. Definitely a possible factor. A little bit of bio still flying through. A few more shots coming about here. Let's see the bio having a Kai backwards. Rex on a decent push and is going to be able to get on top of this base as well. You're going to be able to get straight in position there, is just to have the bit of bio continue to chase down those Hydras. The 15 has gotten dropped. Banes are still coming through. The rest of the Ling Bane Hydra coming across as well. Just getting in position to keep ByuN back from pushing back across. Lurkiten's about to be here from Rex, and like I say, we've got to see something from ByuN soon to start dealing with Lurkers, right? We don't have anything in that direction just yet currently. Ling Bane coming about. Widowmine's going to start firing. Oh, we crash in. A lot of the bio taking shots. We're going to lift up and pull away. That's the bio going to stand and fight. Tanks are shooting. Ling Bane taking shots. Big hits being done across the board, and it is enough for ByuN to hold on in there. Continuing to get into drilling claws, continuing to build up the bio, but I just think Rex can chill. Get the Lurkers out and play the Lurkers. He was in a good position. He's losing because he's continuing to be more aggressive than he needs to. Adrenal glands coming in as well from Rex. Yeah, he was on his way to such a great set attack, and I think he's just attacked a little bit too much before he got to it. Unfortunately, just unnecessarily as we continue to step up. Now these Lurkers are on their own. There's not enough support for them, and ByuN's going to start breaking in. All the Lurkers go down. Rex just got a little too aggressive. You know what? The aggression might have worked if ByuN had been faster to tech switch into Ghosts. Like, if he continues to attack and the first couple Ghosts coming out, they're not in good numbers, there could have been a moment where actually Rex could have done very well. But because ByuN was not building Ghosts for a very long time, I actually think continuing to attack in with the Ling Bane Hydra is just a major mistake, and that's just him not identifying that and doing anything about it. Bane's going to roll in. We are going to clean up for the moment, but this game is obviously getting fully in control of ByuN at the moment. Runing's going to go after the hatchery. It will be taken out in a few moments' time. The rest of the Lings continue to cross. Getting over there to take out those Marines. More units on the left getting settled as well. The game does calm down for a moment, but I mean, ByuN is maxed out, so how long is it really going to calm down for? 3-3 on the way up. 7 new Lurkers, so at least we're getting something up from Rex, but like I say, obviously losing the first round of Lurkers freely is pretty horrendous for him. As the hatch comes through, again, the rest of the bio getting up the left-hand side. Gonna jump into the main base. Parasitic bombs go down. We fly past the spore crawlers there. Gonna get a full unload in the main, so ByuN is gonna be looking pretty good numbers-wise. And it's got a lot of units as these few Lings continue to drop. The Hydras and Lurkers try to push across as well. The Bane's crashing through as well successfully. We are attacking in the top right at the same time. As the upper right base came under fire again. I mean, Rex is kind of hanging on in there. Well, Ghost's going to snipe, and they're going to get a couple of kills. As those 3 supply Ghosts still hitting nice and hard, sniping down those Queens nice and comfortably on that one. Marine Marauder Ghost is very much so still just the production tab of ByuN. It's not getting any more interest in that, and nor does it really need to get any more interest in that right now either. While the lurkers continue up, I just do not think we need that much more to be brought in. I'm going to see another Widowmine shotgun go off toward those lurkers. Just going to get a little grab there. Lurkers with the right idea, I think, of counterattacking and maybe trying to get around the map to do a couple of things differently, but I think the grand scheme of things, you can still very much so just assume that probably isn't going to be too impactful when you're down 50 supply. The ghosts come across, they snipe him up, the lurkers go down, and ByuN is going to take this game 1. Just off of Rex, I think, like I say, really being a bit too aggressive, sticking around a little bit longer than was ever really necessary in the first place. That's going to bring us to a GG for our opening game of ZVT. Getting to game number 2 here in a second. It's going to be El Dorado for the second map. Let's see a little bit more of this map being played, because it didn't get a lot of love at first, but yeah. See what happens here as we get game 2 on the way. After this, Rex versus Trap. And Rex versus MaxPax will be on the way. Like I say, we're working through all of the Rex matchups first today, guys. We'll go back and cover all the others afterward. Just the way that the order is working out for us. Looks like everyone's here. Players are ready, so we can go into game number 2. Everything's good on the other screen. Looks like we are. Get ready to kick this off. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is going to be Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. Up a game now in this best of 3 as he takes on the red Zerg. In the bottom right corner, we have Rex. Yes, guys, this is the newest version of the patch. This is, as someone said earlier, the new patch, not the old new patch. New patch. Away. Action the gas coming in, SCV coming up. Someone gets a hatch down there straight away as well. Gonna get that started. Overlord moving over. Let me look to see what'll be going on. Extractor, cool. Coming up as well, so everything has been pretty regular there for a few moments. Too surprising. Did they revert the brutal or bug fix, or just the broodling stuff? I actually don't know, but if you go to the bottom of the updated patch notes, it has a full list of changes as it currently stands. So I would say probably check out the bottom there on the bug fixes. It will probably still be there if it's still in. Next speed coming up, obviously, as we see Rex try to take some control early, get his speed set up and so on. Couple of Lings starting to fight the Reapers. The Reaper taking some shots, some hits coming through. Obviously, some initial micro hits. ByuN gonna get himself a drone. Always great to get a drone kill early. So got ourselves a few extra drones coming up. That link speed coming about also. Can sell that. Have that queen still sitting out the front again. A few more drones coming about. Link speed coming up. Moves and just keep it active for these early stages. As we get settled down, this map reminds you of Golden Wall. Yeah, it has a very similar layout. I think it was even when it was in the TLMC, it mentioned that it was somewhat inspired by that. You can see that kind of bottom of the map being locked off until you kind of break through. It doesn't have the main base access to the bottom side of the map. It doesn't have main base access down there, but this is not an insane mineral patch either. It's just a few mineral patches blocking. There's obviously the gold base as well. Watchtowers on the bottom side. All of these mineral blocked off essentially. So yeah, and this is off the natural down into those low ground minerals. So ByuN is taking a gold base. He will mine out these minerals to completely free up this space as well, and that is going to be his plan early. There's two Hellions and the Reaper position themselves over toward the right. Try and see what they can do. Seeing if there's opportunities here early. We've seen a couple queens gathering, a couple drones on the way, and a couple barracks, Stimpack, Banshee, all continuing up for the moment. And a couple queens coming about, the spire comes up, oversteer building, a couple spores coming through as well. Get that underway. He's just going to go grab a creep tumor, so we're going to nab that as well. 11 more drones still producing through the spire. It's still in production also. Hellions and the Reaper continue to move around. As the 1-1 upgrades and the Stimpack come in. Very passive game. We are seeing the Spire from Rex, which is obviously something a little bit different to what we're used to. So we're going to try and play some mutas here on El Dorado. Banshees are going to fire 3-4 drones going down. So the Banshees show up. Honestly, not the craziest amount of damage, especially when you consider that one Banshee died and the other is extremely low. Hitting the extractor by mistake right there. It's actually going to go down, isn't it? So both Banshees die. We get 8 drones because the Hellions are in. Hellions all the way up here. I was observing. Did not want to go and look at those. So yeah, Hellions are getting in over here. And that's where major damage is ended up being done. 20. Oh my god. How did this go so wrong so suddenly for Rex? Those Hellions just go and end the game. Which is very unfortunate to see, because I would have liked to have seen him at least get the Spire up and play a little bit of that game and see if ByuN ended up getting to Ghost later on in this, but that is damage which should probably mean that ByuN wins coming across the map in these next few moments. Train step up, Cryptium is going down. A few changelings, going to be ignored as we just kind of step past. Now we pull back, now we don't know what to do. No plans there at all, apparently. It was just let a couple things go back and forth. Another scan, so just going to be seeing the extra Banes coming up, the Mutalisks coming in as well. And Marines will step forward and just going to go after the Overlord. Seeing the Banes swimming about, just going to be seeing the extra Marines continue to fight. A couple Queens dealing some damage. And, you know, obviously the Baneliness is in trouble. There's just not really a way in which this should survive, honestly. I feel like we're definitely on the way to just being done here, as we do have the Marines continue to fight. A couple of Banes about to have that Baneliness speed. That at least finishes. So the Baneliness does get that upgrade out. As ByuN will just lift up. No, Tank's going to get even more Banelings. It's obviously getting messier and messier, unfortunately, on the side. Oh. Rex. He's got some mutas across the map, which is cute. I'm just going to kill the medevac with units inside, so that's a really nice addition. But, I mean, as a few Marines pop out, these mutas will not do much else. It's an attack across the map you're not dealing with. You're out of Banelings, pretty much. 1 or 2 more Banes, and then we're pretty much just done. And Rex says, GG's, as ByuN takes game 2 of the best of 3 and does win this one out. Just like that. We'll be seeing more of ByuN a bit later down the line. For now, we're going to go into Rex versus Trap. We'll get that ready to go. And, yeah, we will go from there, guys. Get this going in a couple of moments. Perfect. We're just waiting for Trap's not here right now. I don't know where he's gone to, but maybe just checking something out or testing something. He should be back soon, I imagine. We'll get that ready to start. Perfect. Just waiting for Trap, like I say, to come back here. Get into some more StarCraft 2. In our patch test tournament. Bum, 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 bum. So 2 matches down, obviously plenty of games still to come. Where has Trap gone? Send a little reminder message. He was here, so it shouldn't be an issue. Probably just got knocked offline or so. Do 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 do. The wrong thing. Casting from replays. Yes. Sometimes we catch some of the matches from replays. You know why? Because it's very good to not have the players be here for like 10 hours playing games. It's looking for Trap, guys. Okay, he was here, just gone missing apparently. Alright, there you go. Trap has returned. Perfect, guys. Alright, a couple moments. Sorry for the slight delay. Trap has declared that he is here. Perfect. Alright, Eldorado going to be the veto from Trap. I guess after Eldorado, we'll see. I think Rex is going to veto Ame. I don't even know how to say that map name still. Amygdala. Amygdala. Yeah, that's probably it. Amygdala. The problem is I just can't see the word when I haven't got it in front of me as well, so I I immediately like just call it Oh. Time for map to trap to pick map 1. We'll get this underway, guys. Sorry for taking a little bit of a while. It's just like this. Sometimes you guys know the drill. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to get going. A little bit of time to get things underway. Or if it's just Amygdala? Yeah, it might be. It's very hard. I actually have no idea. I'm going to Google it and see if anything comes up. It's a small almond-shaped structure in the brain that plays a central role in processing emotions, especially fear and social stimuli. Okay, then pronunciation.
Amygdala.
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 Amygdala. There you go, guys. It's no PS are going to be map 1 anyways. Amygdala got vetoed. And then we're going to go ley lines map 2. And we'll see what Trap picks map 3. Alright. Move a couple people around. We'll get ready to go here, guys. Just be a moment or two. Ready to kick this off. Double check the players are ready. We can hack into this PvZ, guys. Got kicked right in the amygdala the other day. That's rough. Yeah. Alright. Going ready. Gets called. We're going to get this up and running. Alright. Kick this off. Get this started. And see what will go down. In the top right hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Trap. And in the bottom left, it is going to be the blue Zerg player, Rex, as we get into game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Bit of PvZ action then coming through as we get set up and look to see what the plan is going to be between these guys. Hey, Rex took the map off Shin earlier. Let's see what he can do in the ZVP. This matchup obviously very kind of up in the air with no battery overcharge and the new addition of energy overcharge. The Protoss matchups have been definitely some of the more interesting to watch. I guess we've had, what, the TVZ and the ZVZ? So we've got one more TVZ at some point, but otherwise it's going to be a kind of a day of Protoss matchups from here on out. That's awesome, actually. Going to see a lot of the Protoss games. I'm very excited by that because there's a reason we try to get 2 Protoss in each group, because I really felt like a lot of the Protoss matchups were the ones we really needed to kind of get eyes on. So, yeah, very excited for the fact that we're going to be seeing a bunch of Protoss from here. Obviously, we'll have Shin versus ByuN at some point as well. So that will happen too. So just get this first PvZ though from Rex and Trap underway. Rex 0-2 in the group right now, so not exactly doing so hot. Every matchup will matter for Rex though, because even if you're kind of looking as though you're not going to make it out of the group, it can still be the difference of finishing 4th place if you just steal a series at one point, and obviously 4th place is additional prize money available to you instead of 5th place, so it's a big bonus there. Just have the pool finishing up shortly. Nothing really super exciting going down in the first couple of moments. Pretty chill way to begin. Well, GG sprays coming down as well. Love to see it as Trap gets a spray in. Having some fun in the early stages, getting set up. That pops out, and so Trap will start to come out onto the map, see what he can do. He's going to go for the Twilight Council opener here, so going to get that going. Of course, we are going to see, look at this, guys, the 3-second faster building Stalker on the way from the gateway. Yes, now only takes 27 seconds to build a Stalker instead of 30. Some of those Stalkers will pop a little bit sooner. I'm not sure if that's going to have a lot of impact on early game PvZ builds, to be honest. Have ourselves the warp gate coming through. The Twilight finish, waiting to see if that is just going to be Blink or if there's going to be another idea. We have seen a little bit of Temple Archives action as well. Again, Resonating Glaives is starting up already. The warp gate coming through. Stalker is going to be poking away at that Overlord. So that Overlord going to take a few shots, getting pushed away to the side. And a couple of gates and the Robo Facility just continuing about for the moment. And that Resonating Glaives continuing to come on through, trying to see what may happen. Just gonna get ourselves a Roach Roarin up at the front. Things gonna move around again. Resonating Glaives coming up, couple Queens on the way. Continue to get that all producing here as we just have ourselves the Observer. Production as well, so continue to get that on the go. And again, just going to be seeing our few extra depths on the way through. That Resonating Glaive is not far from finishing. So that Glaive's coming by. I mean, we're going to have ourselves, what, the Roaches popping out as well. That's going to shade. The few Queens are going to get there. Depths get turned back around. Depth's just going to shade up. Already 2 drones going down. I mean, Roachling is on the way. It's just a matter of getting the right units in the right positions as well. Depth's going to stick in the main. Couple of Roaches just spawned out here. Queens come from the other angle as well. This is so far pretty good defense from Rex. 3 or 4 drones. Very acceptable losses. The only concern is you're building nothing but units right now. But maybe you turn this into a counterattack as well. That is a possibility. Something to think about, right, is, you know, a lot of the time Adept attacks were countered by Roachling aggression follow-ups, and now if you're kind of trying to defend that and you don't have that battery overcharge, how viable is that? So it's a good question to be asked. Mortal about to finish up here. You see the Lings and the Roach is going to get through. A couple of those Adepts get taken out immediately. That's going to continue. A couple of drones dropping. More kills coming in. And again, we've got Adepts and the Immortal continuing to come up. We're going to drop down a battery here at the front as well. Doesn't really look like Rex is going to have the momentum to kind of get across the map, which is a shame because I do think there was some idea of, you know, some correct idea of him kind of doing what he was doing there, but it doesn't seem as though it's going to work out that way. More units coming by. As you see the pro pulling off over to the edge as well. And back into the natural for a couple moments. I see the sentry's getting there to pick off that overlord as well. Nice little grab. Extra lings, a couple of Ravagers coming about. This is the newest version of the map of the patch, guys. Yes, just to keep on letting you all know that this is the newest version there is. Got the ghost nerf and all that good stuff. Couple batteries coming up again. Lings, Ravagers on the way through. Creep Tumors coming up as well. Have some more and sentries moving around. Just gonna see the Lings that are gonna try and dive toward the natural. Gonna get turned around though. Coming up, your Lings getting turned around. Ravagers as well. A few force fields coming across. Couple throws of Valves. Gonna be able to knock. This is gonna be a big surround. Again, no super battery, and we're just gonna have to use that prism micro to the best of your abilities right here. Now move command as we try and get out the way. Rex showing up and definitely coming with some power. These Immortals still very much so alive, however. Those Immortals are big beefy units, and with extra depths warping in, this mostly only being Ravagers left. I think this one is perhaps going to be coming to a close very shortly. I don't think Rex is going to have enough numbers to stay alive in this. A couple more Ravager Balls. Prism still moving. Ling's going to try and get a grab. I mean, Ling reinforcements are nice here, but trapped and still micro backwards. Immortals being kept alive on such low shields and health bars. Nicely done. Good save. And that is going to be the army of Rex being sent the other direction. Bye-bye, and we'll see you later. Ciao, ciao. And that blink coming up. 8 more roaches coming about. Having the other units just sitting in the front there. Again, roaches, a Ravager coming through. Evolution Chamber finishing very soon. Blink also on the way up. As the Immortal and Gateways continue to produce all of that coming around. As our Ling's trying to hit the Adept on the front as well. Stalkers, Adepts, and continue to fire onto the Zerglings. Archives finishing soon. Again, the extra gates and the +1 attack upgrade coming by. Scaling Nest is going to finish very shortly. A few extra drones still on the way. The Roach about to pop. +1 missiles and Roach speed continuing in as well. All of that continues in for now as our +1 charge. Still a part of this. 10 drones going down. And so Rex is just in trouble, as he just has not been able to achieve enough so far. Reinforcements here. Trap shouldn't have too many issues. I do like how I've seen a lot of the defenses made without battery overcharge and stuff. I wish there was an easier way to kind of tell where energy overcharge is being used. I feel like that's the one thing I have as a criticism as a caster right now about energy overcharge. I really feel as though not seeing like some way to tell that energy overcharge is being used on something. There is an animation that happens if you're watching it at the time of it happening, but obviously StarCraft's an exciting game where lots is going on. It'd be nice to kind of have some visual effect to be like, because you also don't notice it's being used unless you notice the energy additional on a unit, or you notice it's on cooldown on the Nexus. So I think it would be I don't know what you do really, because it's like, you know, battery overcharge is obviously a situation where it's like you can just see that it's active for an extended period of time, right? Whereas this is... yeah, a little bit of a weirder one to fix, I suppose. I don't really know what you would do to it, to be honest, but... yes, this is the newest version of the patch. I don't know how else or where else to write that or to make people stop asking it every 10 seconds. I think we're just gonna have to keep on answering the question. As we get everyone into the lobby for game number 2 in just a moment. Go, 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 go. Readies. Let's go into game number 2. You don't have to take the L. It's okay. I just, I don't have anywhere good to write it. Like, it's hard to, like, let people know it's the newest version. It's a completely fair question. I just don't. There's no better way to fix it apart from maybe chat answering for me. Top right hand side, our red Protoss player. Up game here is going to be Trap, up 1 in the best of 3. Taking on at the bottom left blue Zerg, we have ourselves Rex. Kind of patch or mod, add a completely new animation to the game. I don't even know if it needs to be like an. I don't even know if it needs to be a completely new animation though. Just like, it's difficult. Like what? It's very tough. It's just something you have to pay a lot of attention to. You know. I think as a caster, it's just something you have to pay a lot of attention to notice when it happens, when it doesn't, to be able to point those things out. So, I think that's the way it is. If the energy was like green on the bar, yes, you could tell it was like different kind of energy. Yeah, I don't think that's possible though. It seems difficult. We could probably make it. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, in the past, when issues like this have really been a more effective factor on the observer than anyone else, it's potentially possible to add it in like the WCS Game Heart mod. So that when we are watching it as observers, maybe like the unit or whatever that has been energy overcharged has like an aura around it, or like a different shading or something for like 10 to 15 seconds maybe. Just that we are more easily able to identify which one it is. Maybe this is a thing which actually needs to be fixed because it's not important information as the player, because as the player you know where you dropped it. You know which unit you used on as the player. And as the opponent, it's up to you to kind of figure that out. Right? It's a viewer issue, so maybe you can fix that in the mod. Clark right now, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. You'll take the hell, I take the sub. Thanks for running the tourney. No worries, and thank you so much for supporting it. Again, this guys is a WardiTV tournament, which means as always, it does not happen without you guys supporting. If you do enjoy the stream, if you're enjoying the games, enjoying the content, do consider continue to support the channel by subscribing to it, or any of the other usual kind of ways of helping out. That had an effect on Microbial Shroud. Yeah, the Microbial Shroud was added a long time ago. So yeah, like I say, it's not necessarily something that the players in the game need to see. It's something for the viewers to just more easily be able to say, oh look, yeah, like we can see that that's being used there, you know. Yo, this Lex Hick, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming up. Sorry, I'm not observing very well. Let me actually put you on someone who probably is watching a bit more eagerly. I'm doing a lot of chat reading today, guys, so when I'm observing it's being a little bit lower quality, I apologize. There's very active chats going on because of the fact it's the new patch and stuff. And I'm super interested in what you all have to say and what you think of it as well. Ling's just gonna get chased away. Deb gonna be there as well. We push back a little bit. Back and forth going on for the moment. Gonna have our Nexus and the Oracle continuing through. The gateway still coming up. Rotroran, Queens, Lings all coming in. Wardy, Terran haters killed the Liberator changes. How can you deal with it? By accepting that the Liberator changes were dumb anyways. But that was not a change that needed to go through at all, so that one's probably just okay. I like that. I think the Liberator changes was one of the misses, honestly. Is the Oracle going to activate and a couple of drones going down. 3 workers getting killed. Queen going to be there. 4 workers killed. Child Council Forge and Nexus continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Nexus coming through to get to 3 bases. Oracle getting so much damage early is very nice. It was hard for map makers and cliffs. Yeah, I mean, all range units kind of difficult for map makers and cliffs. I don't know though, like, I mean, I don't think I'd be super upset if you nerfed the Liberator range by 1. But what was stupid was the need to make the radius bigger. Like, that was just, it was just silly. You take away half, 0.5 over, like, total reach. You take away, like, 0.5 reach, but you give it, like, masses more area in general. One of the bigger issues with Liberators is when, like, a lot of them siege up and the Protoss player can't, like, get past them at all. And now they covered even more space. That was kind of silly, right? Yo, Matthew, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Paul9558, Bruno URSA, Dude 215p, Holy Squid 89, and Send You. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Thank you for supporting the tournaments. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Up to 15 is going to get knocked down as the Oracles continue to maintain control of the map so far. A pretty decent job of that here. Link +1 coming through. So just going to see where Trap is taking this. Already has some gateway units just pressing forward though. The Oracle support feeling extremely comfortable to just get across the map and poke forward. So that's a little bit crazy. 2 drones going down. The rest of these Stalkers in the depths continue to fire. Ravager going to get jumped on. A Ravager low HP. The Oracles are going to have to activate here. The Links around are going to do a lot of damage. We do split nicely away from those corrosive vials. It's kind of wild that Trap is doing so much pre-blink. This is terrifying on the side of Rex because the fact Trap is getting so much done here just shows how much he was able to do in the early game. Well, Rubber a couple of extra gates continuing about. So Stalkers moving around as well. Just going to actually get up to this high ground here, and they're going to go try and pick away a few of the bits and pieces. The Roach is taking damage as well. A couple of corrosive vials coming down. The Roach speed continuing through as we have +1 attack upgrade building as well. A few more seconds. Just going to get that finished. Chrono boosted as well. As you see how Robo extra gates coming about, a couple of corrosive vials coming through also. Again, that +1 armor, extended thermal lance charge, all being brought into play right now. Prism coming up, the Zealot on the way. Stalkers coming down to the bottom. Let's take position here, chance to maybe move up to this high ground and attack on through. Stasis Ward will go off, catching a Ling. As we step on forwards, again, a couple more battles coming about. The Roach Ravager trying to hit the Stalkers. We'll have to keep on trying to force their way up this ramp, and that's exactly what we're going to be trying to do here. Is Trap just has too much supply in Rex. And a little sad, I think Rex has maybe showed us his best game earlier. Unfortunately, it was in the ZVZ, which was obviously not as great or as exciting for the patch stuff. Trap's going to get 2-0 in this series, and that is going to be Rex down and out, and Trap taking the 2-0. Rex now is 0-3 in the group. 1 map taken against Shin. It's not looking good for him. We will have Rex versus MaxPax next. So we'll get this ready to go. Rex, MaxPax. And then we're going to move on to play... some other matches as well. I might have to change the order a little bit based on the length and timing of it all, but we'll figure it out. Alright, take a moment or two, get ready to go. Alright guys, just double checking on where a couple of things are. Yeah, I think yeah, we're just waiting for MaxPax to come back. That's ready to go. Alright, sorry guys, just double checking on things. Let's just chill out the chat a bit, guys. I feel like we're getting a little extreme. Don't need to be so crazy passionate. Okay, buddy, you're way too invested in balance touch. Hey, hey, hey. Good dude. His plat 2 ranking might decrease to plat 3 because his beautiful. I don't even know what he's mad about actually. Madness. Alright. Let's take a couple moments, guys. Ultra Love and Amygdala gonna get vetoed. As we get ready for game number 1 of this best of 3 in a moment. And yeah, we'll get this first map set and we'll jump into this PvZ between Rex and MaxPax. Get that ready to go. First map gonna be ley lines. MaxPax gonna throw us the lobby link down. I'm gonna get this ready. And I'll kick this off in a moment. Double checking we got everyone. I think we do as soon as. Perfect. Alright, so it's going to be MaxPax versus Rex here. PvZ coming through in a couple of moments. That's ready to go. To get ready to kick off into ley lines. So ley lines coming up, getting to this PvZ. Gonna be the last match from Rex. If he gets 0-2 or 2-0 here, then this really becomes a 4-player race, plain and simple. All the other results will come into matter when it comes to just trying to set the players who advance. Shin losing a map to Rex may become impactful as well when the other guys have 2-0'd him. Could have an impact on some of the tiebreakers, so that's one thing we'll have to look back on as well when we get to it, if it becomes tiebreaker focused. Just something to keep in mind in terms of the results today and what they could mean. Obviously after this we're going to have MaxPax, Shin, ByuN and Trapple playing against each other. There might be a slight change of plan. Yeah, there might be a slight change of plans simply based on the fact that certain matches are going faster than other matches, basically. So, yeah, just chilling there right now. MaxPax top right and Rex in the bottom left. I guess we should actually start commentating, should we? That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Looks like you tuned in the correct time. Yeah, against some MaxPax games. I know a lot of people will be excited to see MaxPax on the patch as well. Let's just have like ourselves a Hatchcast pool coming up, a couple of drones coming by, the gateway, the Nexus coming up from MaxPax. Bringing those in. Is there no stream delay? There is no stream delay. We pretty much never run tournaments with stream delay. The only time we use stream delay is when it's requested by other tournament organizers. Not a lot of other people are not a lot of other people are running tournaments right now, so we just run our own and we have no stream delay. I can talk to chat. It's beautiful. Stargate coming up, the Nexus coming through, Ling speed still building. That's just going to shade out down the bottom side. The Overlord moving about, Ling speed coming through as well. Probe pulls back and drops a mineral or two off on the Nexus. Just going to get that underway. As yo, Gura Misago, my friend, how you doing? Good to see you, and thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs on this Twitch stream. Going out to Wingent, Gross Meow, Divinitus, Hand of Gurkha, Yuluthu, Bobo, Bag of Barnyard, Andrezios 01, JW 181, Quentin Suit, and DHRMH1. Thank you so much, Gura Misago, for the 10 gifted subs. Some hype in the chat, some love in the chat, please, for some generosity. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, content, the tournaments. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As we are still just early game on this PvZ. Oracle play from MaxPax currently on the way. The Oracle going to pop out in a second off that Stargate. Straight into the Twilight Council to follow as well. So Oracle's going to pop. There's the energy overcharge. That's what I was waiting to see. The energy overcharge coming onto the Oracle. So now the Oracle has way more HP, or way more energy, sorry, than what it would usually have. Definitely a fun factor. Oracle having a bunch of energy is rather neat as the Oracle continues across down the bottom left-hand side. As an Enclave's coming up, the extra Lings and the Spores building. You're not going to activate for one Ling at the front. You can do this so much more freely now because the Oracle has way more energy than it ever used to because of the energy overcharge. So it's kind of a fun little buff to early Stargate plays. The fact that these Oracles will have much more energy available. I kind of like seeing that. Well, drones go down, and Oracle's still getting chased, but the Oracle's still also getting some damage done as well. Continue to do very well there. Depth's gonna fire, a couple shots going through, and that blink is on the way up, so we do see MaxPax already set to go into a very quick blink follow. Very aggressive, right? Just was super fast to get to that Twilight Council. Is not messing around in terms of getting there quickly. That's definitely going to be one thing to watch out for. Couple of shots from the Queens. The Oracle getting turned around slightly as well. And that +1 starting up, the blink continuing through, all of that coming in here. Waiting for that blink to maybe see MaxPax move onto the map. That was a very high energy Oracle just cruising. I wonder if as well, this is an interesting concept. Because of energy overcharge, I wonder if there's scenarios now where in the past 2 oracles was such a norm because 2 oracles would continue to regenerate energy together very quickly in comparison to 1 oracle. But now you've got energy overcharge, maybe you can do a lot more 1 oracle build orders because the oracle will have energy more frequently because of the energy overcharge. Instead of having 2 oracles charging, you just have 1 you keep overcharged, and so the charging rate doesn't matter any longer. And that might actually allow a lot of these oracles to have a lot more impact than, like I say, what they're currently having. I think that's a cool concept, right? I genuinely really think that the energy overcharge is so interesting. It's going to be fascinating to see all the different ways that it's going to be fascinating to see all the different ways that it's going to kind of come about and be used and utilized. I think we're going to see, like, you know, we're scratching the surface of it right now with, like, oh, you can overcharge an oracle, it has more energy. But the impact of that and the ways that the build changes because of that, those, you know, subtleties are going to be figured out further down the line. And you have our Stalkers going to step up, and this is where we're going to see if Rex can make a little bit of a defense. A few Roaches and a couple Queens going to fire. The couple Stalkers pulling back, Ling is taking damage. Stays towards helping, and so far it seems as though MaxPax looking pretty good here. Again, with only 1 Oracle, you're into that blink very quickly, so you've got to be really, really good with your build order here as Rex. And the fact he lost a bunch of drones to just the 1 Oracle is already pretty crazy. Stalkers hitting, a few more drones going down, 7 workers being killed, a few more Lings getting picked up. Roaches and Queens going to get shot at as well, more Stalkers coming over. Roaches and Queens keep on being chased away. That is going to be MaxPax. Looking very good. I mean, he's going to continue to push up this ramp, 126 to 115 supply at the moment. More Biles. The Stalker's still blinking backwards. The Roaches and Ravages having to turn back around as well. We're going to be seeing, what, 76 to 53 drones. That alone is amazing from MaxPax, as he'll be able to keep reinforcing from this. His opponent will just spam Roaches, but spamming Roaches is not a good long-term solution in this game. Not in the slightest. Files dropping down, units on the right side being kept at bay. The Stalker's going to try and come back up towards the ramp. Roach Ravager going to take damage. Roach is taking shots, the Ravager's coming through. Zealots in the main base. Stalker's still trading well. So many drones going down. Just look as though, as that prison gets a few more Zealots warped in, they're going to go out towards these Queens. I think this is looking good. I mean, you're going to lose the prison, but I don't think that matters. The Zealots are already overwhelming in the main base, and the Stalkers are doing very well out the front. And there is GG's, and MaxPax will take game number 1 of the best of 3. So MaxPax takes the first game of this series, and we'll see if he can keep that up going into a game 2 here in just a moment, as we'll get that hosted nice and quickly. Get that underway. See what happens for a second round of action. Yeah, we'll see how quickly this game ends, guys. We might change schedule a bit. We might not change schedule, depending on what happens in this game, basically. So, it's a little note on that. Just because a couple of matches that are running in sync are running at different speeds. So it might be that we have a little schedule change. I'll update you guys as soon as we know. It's basically just so that we can do more back-to-back games instead of having downtime, basically, is just what we're trying to avoid. Ready, ready. Go, go, cold. And we're going to kick this off and get this going. And thank you, Kieran Misago, for those gifted subs. Appreciate it, guys. We are on the way back towards the 1,000 subs. If you want to help us with that, it's appreciated. We're probably going to drop a lot of subs. Probably today, some point, actually. It's been about a month since we had a bunch of the gifted subs come through, so if you want to try and help keep our sub numbers up, do consider priming us and so on. Always appreciate if you've got Prime sub available free to use, and helps out massively as we jump into the bottom left. is going to be... Oh, sorry, our top left is going to be the red pros player MaxPax up 1. And on the bottom right, the blue Zerg is Rex. Got Warpgate that game. Yeah, because he was going Glaives, and he decided not go Glaives, go Stalkers, and be aggressive instead. So he kind of switched on the fly. That's kind of talking about kind of how one Oracle might impact the builds. That was maybe not a great example of it, but still the idea is there. Like, one Oracle into Glaives is probably very powerful when you think about it. Because you play that kind of one Oracle into Glaives, and one Oracle can support those Adepts so nicely. It's very interesting. Don't think the right bracket is linked. Oh, yeah. It's the PTR command. Everyone keeps using the... Oh, wait. Why is my bracket command that... Oh, I've messed up somewhere. Arrgh! Hang on, guys. I had everything correctly set up, and then I had to update something. And I've updated the... Yeah, I've updated the wrong thing. That's why. I've updated the bracket command instead of the PTR command. There you go. I did have it right at the start of the stream, I promise. I'm not a complete disaster of a streamer. There you go. Alright. Can Rex bring this back? Again, took one map off Shin to start the day and has just lost out since then. Playing against MaxPax here now. If MaxPax wins this, it's going to be Shin in the worst position going into the rest of the matches, but obviously that still depends on how the rest of those matches go, so that'll be very interesting to see. As our spawning pool finishes up, the hatch casting pool getting ready. Get settled down initially. See where we can go. Terabytes, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 67-month resub. Still waiting for the patch that makes Toss OP, give Archons plus 2 range and more damage to Colossus. What if we make it so that once you have an Archon and a Colossus, you can morph in an Arcolossus? So basically it's just an Archon on top of a Colossus. And so when the Colossus shoots, it actually fires balls of Archon energy. And it also obviously doesn't downgrade, so it still does its laser beam damage. It just means you can basically like Archon shoot from a Colossus range. With Colossus damage as well. That'd be pretty good, right? The Arcolossus. You know, it's really good because it actually instigates pros players to tech beyond one single type of splash damage as well. No more pros going to sit there massing Colossus. They're going to go multiple different tech. I like it. Can the Archon attack while the Colossus is moving? Yeah, but only at a shorter range. Because obviously the Colossus has to stop to, utilize the full range. So it can only shoot while moving if at shorter range, like usual Archon. Storm heals shields? That'd be so sick. We don't really have like an AoE healing ability in StarCraft 2, right? I'm trying to think if we have like anything that's like a spellcast like area of effect heal. We kind of don't, which is kind of surprising, no? Am I forgetting something? It is kind of surprising because you usually kind of expect... I mean, that's such an obvious thing that gets added into games. Healing zones and healing areas and stuff like that. You should have an Archon on top of a Colossus on top of a carrier. What are you trying to do? Make Protoss win a GSL or something? Yeah. Medivac AoE heal? Yeah, I don't really mean like... No, I mean more like, how like Storm, does area of effect damage. Like you place a Storm on a location on the map and that the area does, deals damage. We don't have the opposite of like an area of effect that casts and then heals in that area, right? Carrier is stupidly expensive. Yeah, but if you whack a Colossus and an Archon on top of it, I feel like you're gonna want to build them no matter what. Just got a feeling, you know. Just got a feeling that might be pretty cool. Queen's shooting up. The Adept's gonna try and fight back. One Oracle goes down. The Adept's gonna shade away around over to the sides. Ghost EMP should behave exactly how Storm behaves over time. I don't really agree with that personally. I always thought that was such a... Like, why are we making every spell cast work the same way? It's like, whoa, Fungal does damage over time to units caught in the Fungal. Storm does damage over time to units in the Storm. EMP does damage over time to units in the EMP. Like, that's... kind of becomes boring, though. I think it's better to change the EMP in a day. I don't necessarily think the EMP should be necessarily 100% the way it is, but I don't really like that change. I just feel like it makes it something it doesn't need to be. Might be good still. Yeah. So let's come back around. MaxPax has already done very good economic damage throughout the early stages of this game. Alright, we'll just move around a little bit, try to see what we're getting up to. We've seen the Legend's going to show up, but Cannon and a Battery going to be in some trouble. I mean, MaxPax is pushing full army through the center of the map, though. Ravager is going to be pulling back. Stasis is going to catch the Roach, as we just see the extra links coming back over. We do have ourselves the plus the Groove Spines coming up. I mean, attempt to get into those Hydras here from Rex, but I do feel as though MaxPax has already been put into pretty good spots. The Prism coming back over as well, heading back over that right-hand side. So I see the couple Stalkers going to go after the Overlords for a few moments. Ravager trying to get some corrosive bars down. Stalker shooting. Oracle overhead. Observer coming about. Rex is getting those Hydras up, which means he is going to be on a little bit of a better army at the very least, so that's definitely a big step or so in the right direction. They're going to be there to push those Stalkers away. MaxPax will just step back, taking into the Robo Bay. Not really in a position of danger or anything just yet, I don't believe. He's going to knock down this set of rocks. Shadra. Ravager continues to step up. Stasis we're going to get catch. I see that Stasis still nearby. He's going to be seeing the +3, +2 continue to come about. We do have the lots of Stalkers coming over as well. Another Stasis going to catch. MaxPax actually has to make a defense here. Notice he does not have his splash damage out just yet. I'm just going to shoot a couple probes going down. Stalkers keep shooting, the Roaches and Hydras taking damage. The Roaches keep on taking shots. The Stalkers blink away to that right-hand side. Roach Hydra taking damage. Zealots are still chasing. Again, +3/+2 continuing through. The Roach Hydra producing on the side of Rex. Colossus building from MaxPax as well. Extended down the lance will start. Roach Ravager Hydra pulling away. A couple of Stalkers taking hits as we go as well. The Stalkers, Colossus, Oracle continuing to gather up currently. Just going to be seeing that +3 attack and +2 armor coming through. Extended thermal lance still very much so on its way right now. I see another stasis getting dropped down. More drones coming about. +3 attack, nearly done. Extended thermal lance and +3 armor on the way as well. Let's see Rex try and go for another bit of an attack forward, but his supply is just not going to be there. I mean, with a couple Colossus and some splash damage available, this is an extremely difficult scenario to work through. GG gets called, and MaxPax is going to take this 2-0, and that is going to round out this best of 3, guys. So the Rex games do not go great for Rex, unfortunately. He can't have much of an impact outside of winning that one map of ZVZ. Script should then still be interesting, though, with all the other matches still to play. What we will do, guys, is we're going to be going into MaxPax ByuN next, so we're going to stick to the schedule in some ways. We're going to go MaxPax ByuN, but then probably ByuN Trap after. The reason for that being is that the other set of matches are currently behind schedule by over a series. So first of all, we actually need to wait for them to finish up a game on the other screen. Then the players will be free to play the next round. They're going to skip a round, which means that we basically end up with getting 6 matches live and 4 from replays instead of 5 and 5. So that's going to be the situation where we're going to end up with like 6 live, 4 from replays scenario. It does just mean that we're going to do basically ByuN Trap as Series 6 instead of resetting back to the top of the list. So that's going to be what we do. We're going to take a quick little break here, I think, is going to be the plan. So I think we'll be right back in just a little bit. Yo, Edgar, thank you so much, by the way, for the $1.99 on the Super Chat. Sorry, I had my YouTube chat minimized accidentally. I didn't bring it back up until just now. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. If you're enjoying the YouTube stream, do consider hitting the like button on the YouTube channel or subscribe to the YouTube channel. Helps out massively. And if you're really enjoying the stream on Twitch, obviously do follow and all the other good stuff as well. We'll be back in a few, guys. We're just, like I say, waiting for a game to finish. So we'll take a few moments. Cool. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to tell the players the situation. So we'll be back in just a few. Yuppie. Alright guys, the other series has resolved, so we're going to be able to get into our match very soon here between ByuN and MaxPax. So we'll get that going in a second. Get this ready to rumble. And yeah, so the way it's going to work for us, it doesn't really change too much. We're going to continue as expected, which is ByuN MaxPax now. But then we'll do ByuN versus Trap for Series 6, because that will also be live and not from replays. And then we'll go back through some of the replay matches. MaxPax Trap, MaxPax Shin, Shin versus ByuN, and Trap versus Shin. That should be the order for the rest of the day. Alright, a couple moments, then we'll get ByuN MaxPax ready to start here in this DVD. We'll get that set up. We can go, go, go. Alrighty, guys. A few moments. Get set to rumble. Thanks for hosting this. No worries. Kind of waiting to see where the PTR is at next week. It'd be nice if we had some kind of a timeline, because if we had a timeline that suggested that we'd have more time to do PTR next week, I would do more PTR next week. But I don't know what to. I don't know what to do like next week right now, because I'm kind of thinking about running qualifiers for a big event, but I don't know if I should just run another PTR tournament because, but you know, it'd be nice to see even more PTR games, right? Like that'd be good to know, basically. So it'd be nice if we had a timeline, but we don't have that, so I don't really know what to do. I'm just kind of stuck what to do next week, so guess we'll see. Amygdala and El Dorado are going to be vetoed here between MaxPax and ByuN, and we'll get the first map pick in a second. That ready to go. Alright, give me ley lines for map number 1 between MaxPax and ByuN. Get that underway. Countdown will be getting set in a second, just waiting for everyone to join the lobby. And we'll go from there, guys. So, gonna be ley lines, then Ultra Love for map number 2. All the people are in the lobby, so we should be able to go, go, go. Pick that off, get that started. Three, two, one, and into ley lines we head. Alright, let's jump on into this, see what happens as we go into ley lines. Map number 1 of this best of 3, MaxPax versus ByuN. In the top right hand corner, our red Protoss play to start off this series is going to be MaxPax as we kick off into this PVT best of 3. All these matches important right now because, as we know, Rex is going to be eliminated. Every win over these other plays is a very good chance that you're just going to guarantee yourself through the group. So, seems to be cool. As we have got in the bottom left, the blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, we have ByuN. game 1 of our series. We do have ourselves the racks and the gas coming up. A simulator and a gateway coming through on the other side. Get ourselves settled for a couple of moments as we just have the refineries getting set and we get ready to roll. STV building from ByuN. We start to come out onto the map. Say a little bit of a journey over, trying to see a bit of what's going on. ByuN and MaxPax, always a matchup that's very back and forth between these two, always quite close between these two players, so never really kind of a good one to try and predict. New patch. Well, MaxPax has been playing a lot of the aggressive kind of, Blink Stalker stuff, which, he kind of loves doing anyway. So I imagine he's going to probably do a little bit of that as well. In this one, unless he really feels as though the Stargate and the Oracle play can maybe do a lot as well. Guess we'll see what happens. Moves about. Just going to have ourselves the second Reaper on the way as well. So we're going to go double Reaper into a factory. Remember, Cyclones going to be kind of terrible now. As we do have the Reaper find that pile on those. That's a nice little shutdown. Attempted proxy gets denied completely already. Cancel building up. The Hellions on the way in. They're going to hit. Hellion going to take some shots. Two Reapers obviously had a lot of damage to this though, and that's going to win this fight. But the shade away happens just in time. So MaxPax will keep the Adept alive. Now, two Adepts in the center are going to sit here and wait for the units to come forwards and try and see if they can get a grab in the line of sight blockers. We actually do lose one Adept, and we do not get a kill on the Reaper either. So the Reaper getting away. Can we actually escape? We're going to try to. Meanwhile, the Blink is on the way up, so that comes through. Get that Blink going. I believe both the Reapers actually did survive, so we're now going to have to get units into the main base to deal with this. Two Reapers hop up. The Stalker is going to be there. Then turn around for a second. Try and decide what it wants to do here. As you see those two Reapers jumping in, and they are going to go for this. More grenades. Two probes dead already. Looks like it might only be two. As this does get handled. So that gets handled in the end. That honestly looked as though it might have been so much worse at some point, but kind of chills out in the end. Blink is halfway done currently. So that is going to be where MaxPax goes to. A little bit of damage from ByuN, like I say, but nothing too crazy. Blink continues to Chrono Boost around as we just have the Widow Mine drop trying to come in now as well. See what else we can do. And drop. A few probes pulling back as well. So just going to try and hold that medevac down then for the moment. We have our siege tank continue to come about as well. There's going to be more units from ByuN. Of course, you will not see any of those Cyclones anymore really in this matchup. Not against Blink. So that's definitely one thing that's going to be disappearing, as you have our Nexus and Orbs coming through. The Prism going to be here to put some pressure on. Probes going down. Auto turret now here as well as we continue to try and do as much damage as possible. Infantry Marine's going to fire. A couple Stalkers going to take hits. The Prism going to keep on moving. +1 attack. Stim still building through. The Siege Tank, Marauder, Stim Pack all coming through. We are going to see the Forge on the way up as well. A few probes continue over as our Stalkers will press in. Just going to be seeing the tank firing. The Stalker's already taken a little bit of damage. What a turret, and we got ourselves another probe. So I do feel like ByuN's doing a great job of controlling the game in terms of harassment damage being dealt. Seems like he's doing pretty good in that regard. MaxPax has not found much across the map, obviously relying on this move to the third base to help out at this point. As we do have a couple Stalkers continuing to move around. Extra gates coming up over on the edges, getting that continuing to settle here. Bringing all of that in still. +1 attack and charge. Just continuing by, and we do have ourselves the Stalkers hanging about. Again, the Fire Force of ByuN going to move down this ramp and potentially maybe start moving down. Going to get the Observer, which is a nice beginning. +1 in combat shield coming through, the medevac overhead. We step forward and a couple of these Stalkers already begin to take some shots. A bit of damage being done across the board there. The Stalkers continue to step away. Auto turret going to fade out again. +1 in the combat shield coming through as well. And charge +1 coming about. Robobay coming in. The extra Zealots getting warped in too. Missile turret on the way out. Get that CC down in the low ground. Zealots move around. Just going to be seeing the extra couple of barracks coming up. ByuN's going to find these Zealots. I mean, MaxPax can come in with the Stalkers. Going to shoot down a medevac as they are just a little bit exposed very early on there. Now having the rest of the Stalkers coming back around. Zealots, Immortal, Sentries gathering up. A couple more Zealots get warped in. Tank's going to try and siege as our Stalkers going to engage as well. This seems like way too much Terran. As MaxPax, like I said, just did not actually have the prettiest of starts. ByuN just little bits and pieces of damage added up. MaxPax really didn't achieve much himself, and ByuN is going to find himself game 1 of this best of 3 because this looks like an army already that is just not going to be denied. Going to turn around, finish off the 4th base. ByuN in a fantastic position right now, looking great for this game 1 of the best of 3 in this series. More shots. Woodermine gets a hit. Fire comes back through. The other units coming around. We do have our Zealots coming over as well. And more shots coming through as well. ByuN just maintains a 30 supply lead at the moment, so pretty good there as we have the extended thermal lance coming through in a moment as well. So just continue to bring that out and about. So the scan comes over. The Stalkers moving to the side. We still cannot get a 4th base up here as MaxPax, but ByuN doesn't have a 4th base either just yet. And the +2 attack coming through, the Ghost coming in, Command Center building. Vikings is going to be chilling. Result's going to get chased around. The ByuN's coming across. And it's going to be seeing that +2 attack upgrade coming on in. So again, that +2 finishing. The few Stalkers stepping up as well. This medevac goes down. Rest of the Bio going to stim up as well. Another scan coming over. Bio continues to chase. A couple of those Stalkers still getting shot at. Dark Shrine, Forge, Nexus, Observer, +1 armor. All continuing about. Just going to be seeing the Marauder trying to go after the Zealot. Get to the top, aim for this Nexus here. The rest of this army from MaxPax trying to move into position. As a couple of Viking shots going to start to come on through. ByuN is doing the ByuN thing where he gets into a great spot and then seemingly really struggles to kind of close the game out from there, and that's exactly what's kind of happening now. The fact that he doesn't have a fourth base is kind of wild as well. Also, we do have a Sense Tower for ByuN. It looks like they reverted the Sense Tower color change on the minimap, so you can kind of see them more easily again. I like that. I think that's a big plus. And obviously their range and or their vision range is still reduced in that regard. As the Bio comes over, a couple Stalkers going to get EMP'd and hit hard. Bit of X load up. We're going to get back down the bottom. And Bio to the top. Few ghosts there as well. A couple more scans coming about again. Medevac's going to drop into the back of this natural, where we are going to see an unload going down. EMP's dropping through. Colossus getting hit by that, and again, ByuN just shoving forward. With the drop and the natural combined, this should be a pretty deadly play from ByuN. Obviously, MaxPax. One of the issues for pros is definitely going to be like, you know, some of this multi-prong was always held off by being able to overcharge one location on the battery, and that did do a lot to buy you time. Give you time to set up, give you time to respond a little better as well. That just isn't a factor anymore, so it's much more of a problem than it was for the Protoss. In this case, ByuN was just very far ahead, but it's definitely one thing to watch in future games as well. How much of an impact that has on the Protoss players as we get ready for Game 2. As ByuN gets himself a 1-0 lead, so ByuN off to the races, off to a strong start. Next map coming up in a few moments. Game 2 coming through a little bit. So second game going to be on Ultra Love. As ByuN takes the opening map off of MaxPax. Roy's D01, thank you so much for the 25-month resub. Welcome back. So that pushes up to 850. It does indeed. Look at us. Look at us hanging out at 850 subs, guys. Incredible. We really are, like, about to drop, like, 200. I actually think it should be in this stream. Trying to do the math on it a little bit. Trying to figure out when it was. So we had all the gifteds. The big gifted sub day was... apparently I don't even know. I feel like it's just bugged out. Never mind then, let's just go in game. I don't know why I'm even trying to check midstream. Just thought it'd be interesting to mention. Never mind. Didn't mean to take so much time. Let's get into it as we have got in the bottom left. Our red Protoss player is MaxPax. In the top right, our blue Terran is going to be ByuN. Wish they'd put medevac boost behind an upgrade. What kind of an upgrade, though? Without medevac boost... medevac boost is actually one of the very interesting kind of parts of StarCraft 2 history. Because I remember when they first announced, like, this medevac boost ability, people were like, that is the most broken thing of all time. Terran drops are going to be undefendable. And nowadays, it's like, if you don't have boosting medevacs, people would probably say medevacs are unplayable. You know what I mean? Like, it was a change that people actually managed extremely well when it came about. I actually always thought the medevac boost was actually a pretty good change for the game. They gave Terran a few more options, it gave more micro ability. Terran became much more a race of kind of surviving and getting out and trying to maintain some units, and it was getting harder and harder to do that as players got better and better at multitasking and defending and just kind of dealing with all that stuff. So it was definitely a change that kind of went along with the change in StarCraft 2 at the time. I think if you put it as an upgrade, I think it would have to be like a mid-game upgrade, and I don't even think that would really I don't even think that would really be a change, right? Like, it would just be something you get every game as a Terran. So is this best of 3 or best of 5? Everything today is best of 3. This series, after this, we're going to have ByuN versus Trap happening as well, and a few more matchups. After this matchup, we are halfway through the day, guys. So halfway through after this one. And keep the games going very nice and quickly from here on out as well. Should be pretty minimal downtime. Step shades up, Warp Gate coming through, Twilight Council coming about. Kaladus is going to nibble up, hitting the depot a little bit. The Blink coming through, the Warp Gate on the way. Getting set for now. Coming through, the extra gates and the robot facility coming about, so we just get ourselves into that Blink play once again. We'll see no Cyclone openers really going to be used here. We do actually have a Tech Lab factory that can't produce right now, but it's just going to be straight into a Siege Tank. So into the Siege Tank drop setup. Unless we do have ourselves the Tech Lab on the stop, or maybe not even a Siege Tank drop. May just go directly into the Raven there for some harassment, and then just Marine Tank available on the ground. Those are the kind of choices right now at the moment for ByuN. As Widow Mine drops come in, the probes pull away. Unburrow and reload those up into the medevac again so we can reposition a little bit. Widow Mine burrows up and try and shoot Stalker, stay out of reach. Good job. Oh, that's a great Widow Mine shot. Hits 3 probes. You're kidding me. Hits 3 workers. Just finds the perfect moment when 2 of them pop out of this simulator, kind of crossing by. They get caught in the splash. That's wild. What happened to the Widow Mine and Red Line? Ooh. Actually, that's a good point. Did they change that back, maybe? By mistake? I wonder if they changed that back by mistake when reverting the Cyclone change or something. Well, that's the sort of thing which is... Oh, I don't think it's intentional, so it'll just be fixed at some point, I imagine. The Widow Mine hits the next probe. What if they actually just revert the entire game back to the previous patch, back to before the Cyclone change? Holy. Impact is coming up. Yeah, no game heart right now, guys. MaxPax, host of the game, did not put it on. I will berate him after the game, I promise. Setting up. So I see ourselves Stimpack plus 1 attack all coming by. The Prism getting going. The Nexus coming through. Some missile turrets coming in. The Prism and the Few Stalkers head back over the right hand side. Gonna blink into this main base, and that is going to be dangerous. The Siege Tank there. is going to live for a little bit longer than expected, maybe. That's a lot of Marines fighting as well. Gun backs away, but I felt like that fight was going well for him. He put a lot of damage on the Stalkers initially. This gun comes about, just going to be seeing the rest of the Marines. The other tank coming back over. A few SCVs going to pull through as well. Going to go after this bunker. I mean, next tank is up though, and that's obviously a real big kind of step. As yo, Kyber, thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Appreciate it and welcome back. Stalker's now back in the main base, going to come along the top. A couple of those SCVs will begin to go down. Marines are trying to stem over the prison, getting chased. Again, +1 attack and combat shield continue to produce at the same time. Still got Marine Marauder Medevac on the way up as well.
Game paused.
MaxPax going to drop the pause for a second. Hopefully nothing serious. Hopefully we can get resumed back into this nice and swiftly. MaxPax has battery overcharge. That's a that's a good one. I can't talk.
Game resumed.
So we're just not. This one's just not on the patch at all, I guess. Yeah, I wonder what he hosted the mod of. He must have hosted a mod that has like an like that's crazy. We're literally on the PTR. And that, my friends, is the last time a player will host a game in this tournament. How did he how do you host without, like, I can understand if we were on the live server and we were hosting without the like without the balance mod or something, but how do you host something on the PTR that has no mod? That's incredible. Okay, Brett, thank you for gifting us up to Bull Mulja. As we well, I guess this one's not gonna be that yeah, that patchy of a game. Yeah, PP means please pause. It's the PP command. As we do see ByuN coming across, a couple of Stalkers going to get chased. They really just reverted to the 5.0. No, guys, we've literally been watching for like 2 hours today, and it was all on the correct balance patch. So yeah. Basically, I don't know what they've done, but this specific game they've hosted, instead of hosting with GameHeart, he's probably hosted with like a different mod that has the other patch on it, which obviously just goes against the tournament, but I can't do anything about it right now. So yeah. Apologies, as we are just going to send it. There's a balance mod on the PTR. Oh, I see. The old balance mod is on the PTR. That's funny. As MaxPax is kind of just dying in this game, so yeah. That one is kind of I mean, MaxPax hosted, so that one's kind of on him if he ends up losing. So Steadfast WardiTV had the same thing happen last week. So TLDR, we just need to ban players from hosting the games themselves. I can do that. Probably went too fast when hosting. Yeah, I mean, either way. I mean, just will not happen again. Auto turret going down, a couple probes getting hit. Stalker's going to try and play cleanup. I mean, ByuN is in a good position, but it's definitely not game over just yet, I guess. A few Zealots getting caught, though. The fact he denies the prism on the right-hand side is kind of a factor as well. And 2-2 on the way about. We're just going to have ourselves +2 attack coming in on the Forge. Fire stepping up, just gonna see the other couple units coming through, a couple Zards going down. I mean, ByuN definitely still seeming pretty powerful here. There's one Colossus to try and help out in this scenario. Definitely doesn't seem ideal. It's gonna get the battery. We're just going to be seeing this Nexus continue to fall. Super Battery going down. And the rest of these Stalkers and Colossus all in trouble. I mean, this should just be kind of game. Just ignore this, guys. Yeah, zoom in. Yep, get that battery overcharge off the screen. Pretend there's no problem here. Pretend this is all okay, as I think this is going to be ByuN winning this game. We'll let the game stand. Just unfortunate mistake. You're concerned about the games from replays. You do not need... I hosted everything. The only games I have not hosted are the MaxPax games. Because he just hosts before weekend. Maybe I should be concerned. Well, we'll see when we get there. I hosted a lot of the games though, so shouldn't be too problematic. As our bio will step forward, the rocks will go down, the zealots will fall, and ByuN is going to come through and play cleanup here for this game too. That is going to be pretty much our series. GG. I'm fascinated to see if this was literally a mod called Balance Test Mod. Yeah, he hosted it with the Balance Test Mod. Nice. Yeah, that's a good meme. Alrighty guys, so yes, we're going to go into ByuN versus Trap and get into the second half of the matches here. So ByuN does get that win. Like I say, that one game is a little bit unfortunately not on the correct mod, but such is life. These things happen. It's not the end of the world. I just love that in the past when we did patch tournaments, we used the live server and the balance test mod, and the issue was all the time people would forget to host with the mod. I thought this was impossible to mess up when we play on the PTR server. But apparently we've still managed to mess it up despite being on the PTR server. Oh, that's funny. At least he lost. If he wins when he hosts with the wrong mod, it's whatever. The players are not taking it that deep, you know. It's all good. It happens. I mean, you get like 7 minutes into the game, but the players don't mind playing it out no matter what. You know, like, these guys are pretty chill. It happens. Alright, just waiting for Trap to join us here, and we'll get going on to our next game. Who are we missing caster-wise? Someone's missing. There we go, Crank. Get him in here, and we'll get this ready to go. So it's going to be ByuN versus Trap next, guys. It's a little bit of a change in schedule. This one's actually live, so usually after 5 matches, we go into the matches that played at the same time, which is some replays, but this is live still, because the timing of the matches has allowed us to actually have a 6th matchup live. So we're going to do ByuN versus Trap live, and then we'll go through the matches back in the order as expected, which is MaxPax Trap, MaxPax Shin, Shin ByuN, and Trap Shin. So those are still coming up as we get back through this. Alright, get into this, guys. Get this ready to rumble. As we go into Whispers of Gold. Let's get this up and running. Oh, I nearly did it. I nearly got baited by the minerals in the bottom right corner of the map. It is going to be our blue Terran player ByuN, and in the top left, our red pros player is Trap. The more I concentrate on focus on the commercials, the more money Wardy gets, right? Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. Thank you so much for joining us today, guys, for Group B of our patch tournament. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but on Sunday we'll have the playoffs of this event. On Monday we'll be back with WardiTV Mondays. I'm not sure whether to do WardiTV Mondays on the PTR yet. I think I'm kind of leaning towards yes, let's do it. Especially because we've now had like an update to the PTR. I didn't want to throw the last week's WardiTV Monday onto the PTR immediately, right? Didn't want to do that straight away, just when it had just been announced and stuff like that. But I'm kind of leaning towards this Monday's being on the PTR. And then I don't actually have any other plans for next week, apart from the fact that I would like to run a tournament. I just don't know whether to run another PTR event or to run a bigger tournament. I did have plans to run some qualifiers and like a bigger tournament in general, but I'm a little bit hesitant to do that because of the PTR scenario. I would just love to know how long we're going to have the PTR available for, and whether if the PTR ever goes down, like, my big question mark is, if the PTR goes down, will it be only when the live server gets updated with the patch? Because I'd hate to start a tournament on the PTR, and then after a week, the PTR goes down, and then we don't have the patch, you know what I mean? So I'm not 100% sure what the plan is there currently. Still working on that for next week. Probably patrolling around here's Trap. Goes for some scouting in the early stages. Nothing too crazy there. We have our Nexus coming up. The Assimilator is on the way. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come about also. The Reaper of ByuN starting to make a bit of a move out to the other side of the map, so already getting a bit of a journey across to the upper left. Is this game a replay? Nope, this match is live. It is live as we speak. ByuN is pushing the buttons to make this Reaper move. That's a cute way of walling this off, right? Huh. That covers both the Reaper entrances. That's actually kind of cute. The Adept holds position here. The Pro could build there. I like that. Now it's a full wall with the gateway. Wow, that's very cute. Nice wall up from Trap. Nicely done. I'm still very worried about this wall because I do feel like a tank push shows up here, sieges, you're going to get a cyber core, gateways, and you have access to the natural. So I'm a little bit worried about that aspect of it, but otherwise, pretty cool. Alien and a couple of Reapers popping in. We will have those heading out into the center. So yeah, guys, after this matchup, the rest of the match today will be the replay matches. They were just played earlier on. No one else saw the games. When I say replays, I don't like referring to them as replays, because to me, casting replays is like, hey, this tournament happened yesterday, and we're casting replays. This is like, this tournament is happening now. These games were just played like an hour or two earlier for convenience to the players. Like, to me, it's not really the same thing. I know to you guys it probably is, but I don't like referring to it as replays. But either way, this matchup is live, and then later on we have replays being shown for the first time. There you go. As we do have our Reapers and our Hellions getting chased back away. I just think we should make another phrase to explain it. You know? Alright. We are going to be seeing the Reapers and the Hellions keep moving around. The Raven and the Siege Tank coming up as well. Let's just have these units thinking about a way to maybe get in and try and poke through for some damage. Stalker going to be there. A couple of Hellions get chased back. Starport's going to lift off of that tech lab, move over to the side. This barracks is going to go and drop into position instead. As again, the two Stalkers, Adept and the Immortal, head down to the bottom side and take position. And go from there. How likely are the replay matches also in the wrong patch? Now, I'm going to say there's no chance at all that on the wrong patch because I hosted them. And I would not have put the Bounce Test mod on. I think maybe MaxPax hosted one of his matches, but I mean, also, the idea if they play the full game without noticing at all, that's kind of wild. Like, I feel like they would have noticed, you know? So if it had already happened, I probably would be able to tell you that there's another match that happened in, because they probably would have asked me what to do. No one asked me what to do, so I'm going to assume it hasn't happened. Raven gets in for a couple of kills. Units in general going to get a bit of damage done. 4 workers going down currently. Stimpack on the way up. Little scan comes through. The Observer gets picked. Units gathering to the right as the Nexus will go down as well. Wardy's a Protoss with a mouth? I don't think my opinion on the patch would justify me as a Protoss, though. Am I gonna embrace the ruthless CEO role after the matches today, Woody? I'm not. That game was a lot of fun, though. If you guys didn't check it out, exclamation mark capitalism in the chat. We actually played a game the other day that's by a group of devs that love StarCraft and stuff. It was sponsored the other day. We're not sponsored anymore. This is just me genuinely had a good time playing it, and I recommend you check it out. Check out their Steam page. Check out their wish list if you want to. Genuinely a pretty cool game. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of clicking. It was very satisfying. Yeah, we had a pretty good time with it, so definitely check it out if you're looking for something a little bit of like a little bit of fun. It was honestly like the hour that I played it for passed so quickly. I was like ready to go. It was like has a very big like go next factor, like go next game. You know, you lose, go next. It had a lot of that, and I was ready to go next. I was like, oh, my hour's up. I was like, Helen's waiting for me to come downstairs and eat. And I was like, that's okay. We'll go next, and then I'll actually stop after this one. So yeah, that was very fun. Check it out. Like I say, not sponsored anymore. Just genuinely was a cool game. A couple of medevacs coming across the map here from ByuN, heading towards the upper left-hand side. +1 attack, combat shield, medevacs, and widow mines continue to come about. Still, we do have 2 more depots building from ByuN, as the medevacs will unload toward the main. Into unload, a few probes. Going to be in trouble pretty quickly. 3, 4 workers maybe go down here. It's going to be 3 for the moment. Now the battery is going to get finished off. Okay, battery goes down also. Go back over the sides. Twilight Council pylons continue to come back over. I mean, this is not bad damage at all from ByuN here in this game 1. Trying to get up the right at the same time, not quite able to. And that is going to be that for the moment. Got energy overcharge available on that Nexus. Looks like we just used it here. I love that this cooldown keeps getting used. Just using it on command. I love that. Just bumping your units up with energy. Love that. Well, ByuN is going to come across the map trying to be a little bit feisty once more as we head across to the top. Bio sets up. Medevacs jump into the main base. Oh, guess the prism. That's so sad. Oh, that was 3 High Templars. Oh, no, was that just game? 3 High Templars and the prism just died. We just jumped over here, so the prism died. I was like, oh, that sucks. But then realized what was in there is even worse. ByuN is going to take it. As he just kills the prism, and that is not going to be pretty for Trap at all. And ByuN just being very controlling in these TVPs, putting himself in some very good spots, some good positions. That's going to be good for game number 1 of this series. As ByuN will take Trap on to map 2 here in just a second on ley lines. Get this hosted up. Man, that was a brutal little loss for Trap. That kind of came out of nowhere. The actual loss came out of nowhere. Did feel like ByuN was doing an okay job otherwise, but obviously not seeing a single storm drop. It's pretty brutal when that's kind of what your game is relying on. Get this next game set up in a moment. Even taking a map, by the way, could be a big deal. Map scores, I think, will be pretty impactful in this event. Obviously, Shin lost a map to Rex, so it's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, we'll see where the results go. I think we're too far out to really start predicting what might happen right now, but there is some very interesting scenarios that could play out based on the fact some, Rex took a map off of Shin, and then how the other results go could be very impactful. Could actually get very interesting. Oh. Let's jump into the next game. Thanks so much for watching us today, guys. By the way, 1.5k viewers on Twitch. We've got 350 people watching on YouTube, which is amazing. Again, if you're on the YouTube, help more people find us by liking the stream and continuing to subscribe to the channel. We'd really appreciate that. I know I'm pushing that a lot lately, but the difference it's making on the YouTube channel is insane. We're getting to the point where YouTube is picking up in revenue to the point where we could run some extra tournaments again, especially just because the YouTube's doing so great. So that's amazing. That's really exciting. Bottom left side, blue Terran player taking the first game of this best of 3 is going to be ByuN up against the red Protoss. In the top right, we have Trap. Get this underway. Don't mind me just trying to find my YouTube channel to see what the likes are at. 102. Oh my god, you guys got over 100 likes already. Oh, you guys are freaking cool. Best YouTube audience we've had all week. Beautiful. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. To the game, as the probe is going to come down to the bottom left-hand side and go journeying across here for the first few moments. Just going to try and see a bit of what's going on there. Probably just going to be patrolling around a little bit here as well. This is going to be hanging about. The trap play against Shin. Yep, that'll happen on stream in a little bit. All the matches from this group will be shown on stream today. A bunch of the matches play at the same time. We will show them all one by one. It's just so the players can be done. Because, for example, after this matchup, all the players have been, already right now, Shin, MaxPax, and Rex are finished for the day. After ByuN Trap, they are finished for the day, and we're still going to have probably 2 more hours of StarCraft. So, the tournament format is just designed to give us a whole bunch of extra games and to keep the players only active for a little bit of time. Beautiful. Okay, a little bit dicey. Thank you so much for the 23-month resub. Appreciate it. Adept on the way, warp gate building up. We got ourselves settled here for the moment as we wait to see where we're going to head to. Reactor finishing on that barracks. And that Twilight Council going to be the choice of Trap early. Yeah, very interested to see what he does with that. Excited to see where the energy overcharges go to as well. We're now just going to Chrono Boost though, so nothing to... I mean, right now he doesn't have anything to energy overcharge, but... I think that's the thing, right? You don't actually have to energy overcharge early either. You can save that energy overcharge for later and just use your energy right now. Chrono Boost and so on. Adept will shade about. And Blinking Warp Gate coming about here. We've seen the Adept going to try and shade about, shade into the natural. Just going to see the command center ready to move. Okay, medevac and a few Marines producing. Oh, the Adept actually going to get caught by these 3 Marines. Second Adept shading over to help as this Adept tries to shade out. We will get the kill, but now the Adept commits for a 2nd Marine and looking for a 3rd. So we are going to be able to get that there. That Marine will go down. That will be a pickoff. Yo, thank you so much, Calvax666, for the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. Medevac continues out across the other direction. Stalking the Adept coming home. Obviously, this Medevac has 2 Widow Mines inside. So back to a good old mine drop. We're going to go straight into this natural. That is just going to have to be a probe pull. Obviously, the question here is how much mining time can ByuN deny as that Widow Mine gets burrowed. Good split away. That's going to be another probe going down. 2 workers killed. Just going to see the Blink is now coming up as well. As that Blink about to finish in the Twilight. Another Stalker or 2 warping by. The Observer coming up on the Robo facility. And then Marines will step out the front as well. Bunker drops into the natural. Siege Tank and Marines still coming by as well. Getting all those units up, especially the Raven. Another chance to harass on the map. Gonna get that Raven straight across. Man, it's crazy how often the Ravens come out and they really are just a harassment tool in this matchup. Surprised just how consistently that happens. Like, I really felt like at first seeing a Raven harass here and there, it's like, okay, that happens every now and again, but like, It's such a consistency lately. I really feel like that's fascinating. Very cool as the Raven gets all the way up to the top and into position to try and make something happen over the next few moments. Stalker's going to step forward. They're actually going to blink onto this tank. I do not know if I love that decision. 3 Stalkers for a tank? I mean, there's something to be said about denying a tank, but 3 Stalkers is also something you don't want to have to replace all of the time, so... I'm not sure I love that. The other Stalkers currently just sat back playing defense against the Raven, against this medevac in mine, making sure they can't come back in very easily. Going to see that attack upgrade and the stim pack continue to come by then. Bringing that straight through. Charge gateways, Robo Bay will continue to produce. Actually going to see this Widowmine did get in for a couple more probes just then. The medevac's going to get out alive. The Stalker's going to have it. Good to get rid of that, obviously. Again, charge finishing up shortly. Colossus on the Robo still. The other Bio and tanks going to get out into the center, see where they can go. Stalker gets taken down again. The charge coming through from Trap here as the Bio will fight. Stalkers get pushed back once again. Guardian Shield pops and a couple of units are going to get caught, and the Bio doesn't have the upgrades to really fight though. Guardian Shield maybe wasn't necessary there from Trap because I don't think ByuN ever really had intentions of committing to this attack. That's the Observers he pulls back. Always great to see those Observers being able to get sniped down. Feels like a pretty major win a lot of the time. Well, Bio continue to come back up through the center. We do again have that Forge about to finish. Dark Shrine on the way. Extended Thermal Lance halfway done. Medevac's here trying to unload towards those Stalkers. Not going to happen. Now the rest of the Bio pulling back. A couple of Zealots will get shot at as well. Medevac's come back over again. Bio coming about. A couple of Widowmines chilling. Oh, it's scary for ByuN because he just walked headfirst into the Colossus. The Widowmines go down immediately, and Trap gets a great start of this fight. His splash damage able to have a significant effect immediately. Come back over, and a couple more units going down. The army continues to retreat down to the bottom left. The Widowmines will burrow. The tanks are going to siege. This army of Trap ready to come attacking in towards this orbital SCV is going to get shot at. A lot of SCVs going down quickly. Third base. Take some nibbles as well. Colossus still shooting. The tanks are firing. The DT getting found as it tries to move in. DT's in the natural as well, though, and I think ByuN's in some serious trouble because he's going to get sliced, diced, and ending up in a lot of trouble, basically. The rest of this army from Trap going to move forward as well. A couple Widowmine shots going to go bang bang on the Zealots. But yeah, I don't think Trap is going to stop. Oh no, the SCV is caught in those force fields, plus 15 deaths. As long as Trap doesn't lose this army, which the force fields will try and help with. However, there's not a lot of Protoss. Can we break through that first Colossus? It's just about staying alive. 2 Colossus still hitting the Marines is huge. Oh, and the Prism shows up. Beautiful bit of micro. What a fight from Trap. Beautiful bit of micro at the end to save that Colossus. Last second as well. Perfectly executed. And ByuN is going to be eliminated from game number 2 as we tie this series up. And we're going to go to a game 3 in this matchup. So ByuN and Trap going to go the distance. As our final map here will be Snowpiercer. So let's see if ByuN and Trap can give us a an excellent finale to their matchup. Big games, guys. I mean, again, well, every single one of these maps could be important in terms of getting through to those playoffs. We don't know exactly what sort of twists and turns this group has in store for us yet. ByuN's in a good spot, 2-0. Obviously, Trap and Shin both 1-1. MaxPax 1-1 as well. Interesting to see how this all rounds out as we wait for someone to join our lobby here. Wrap up, invite ByuN. ByuN just in the replay, it seems. Couple moments, we'll get this on the go, guys. Game 3 coming up between ByuN and Trap. And then we'll continue into our other matchups today, which is going to be MaxPax versus Trap. MaxPax versus Shin. So finish off the MaxPax matchups first, and then Shin versus ByuN, Shin versus Trap to round us out. See where we all end up. Gonna post out a game, we'll give him an invite. Get this game 3 ready to go. And thank you so much for joining us, just breaking through 400 viewers on YouTube. That number's crazy to me, by the way. Like, I don't know where this has come from, but the YouTube love has been really wild lately, so that's amazing to see. It's freaking awesome. Alright, we are gonna go in a sec, guys. Down into this next game. It's gonna be Snowpiercer. Is in the bottom left corner. It is gonna be the blue Terran. Just kind of got caught a little bit off guard, I think, by his opponent's aggression in that last game and by the opponent just coming across the map more than anything. It is ByuN in the bottom left corner of game number 3. Top right, a red Protoss is Trap. You're double watching? Well, you know what? We'll take it. Pump those numbers up. Inflate them. Increase everything you can. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. I haven't noticed the wind thing on the back of the base. Yeah, the windsock. I mentioned this the other day, but every single windsock blows the same way. Good to know that the wind is consistently in the same direction. Wouldn't it be funny if you could change the wind direction of a map and so the windsock just blew the other way? I know it's not set up to probably actually do that, but it'd be funny. Probe across the map as Trap looks for some early game scouting information, bringing this straight down to the bottom left. I look to get in here and to try and see just what is going on. What's my first impression on new maps? I don't really think first impressions are very important. I thought my first impressions were I kind of liked some of them. I'm starting to not like some of them more. I think there's a little bit too much Terran favor on a bunch of them. Like, there's a lot of dead air space to utilize between base mineral lines. There's a lot of really good tank positions and ledges and just setups. I really think they're very Terran favored. But I talked about this with Hearthstone the other day. It's very hard to make maps not Terran favored because it feels like Terran benefits the most from interesting features. And so unless you just make boring maps, they're kind of more naturally Terran favored anyways, unless you just then make them really big, which isn't necessarily super interesting. Maps are tough right now, to be honest. Maps are really tough right now. When was the last time we had a non-Terran favored map pool and one with Pride of Altaras? I don't know. We had a lot of Zerg map pools for a while now. I don't know when it was. The thing is, it was probably like... It was in terms of like numbers of maps away. Yeah, in terms of like numbers of map pools away, probably not that many, but obviously it's just map pools take a very long time to take a very long time to rotate nowadays, right? Yeah, they're commenting on the fact that Trap has Reaper walled the unreaper wallable. Like, the Reapers can't jump up here. Reapers can jump up here in this yellow box that says caution, and this yellow box that says caution as well. Trap has indeed walled the incorrect location. And people ask me why we can't take, you know, Protoss players seriously when they play new patches and new maps. It happens to the best of us. I was actually really complimenting Trap's wall on the earlier map on Whispers of Gold, right? So yeah, I thought that was actually a really, really cool map. And then freaking, and then this happens here on Snowpiercer. That's so funny. That is so funny. I mean, to be fair, walls and stuff, those are the sort of things which when you're playing maps for the first times, and, you know, on low numbers of reps on these maps, like, these mistakes happen. It might be that he's even walled this correctly previously, but, yeah. He probably walled it, like, he may have just autopiloted where he put his first pile, and then he was like, oh, crap. And Blink about to finish. There's a gateway coming through, the Robo Bay coming online, observing probes continue to come about. Cross buildings should be able to lift off and land. Wow. We don't have to make every race like Terran. Cross buildings should be able to de-warp and re-warp in locations. Medevac up top. Okay, set to position. Wait, we'll just unload. Charge on the Robo Bay coming about as well. M+1 attack. Stim continuing through. The Medevac, Marines, and Marauders all setting up. Extended lenses on the way. Our next step going to be those Colossus from Trap here in this game 3. Who will come out with this very important win? I do feel like this is going to be an important win in this group. All these matches are going to be important. Factory coming up, just going to be seeing that +1 combat shield on the way. The medevac boosting forwards. We do already have some units out onto the map. And to the other side, a little stim going toward a few stalkers already, just trying to scare them off. Fire gathers again, stalkers, Colossus, the Zealots, the Sentry. Gathering in still, getting settled. +1 combat shield coming through. The Bio going to come up the right-hand side. Stalkers and the Zealots are going to be there. Colossus firing. The few Marines taking damage. One Marine goes down. Okay, Guardian shield just up. Just going to see the medevac still boosting to the sides. +1 combat shield build, and the Vikings are producing command center on the way in as well. Load once again, a couple of those Zealots is going to get turned around, and again the Prism coming up, extended thermal lance on the way, Sentry popping out as well currently. LCC's on the way, although they are halted in production, so that's a little funky. So what is going on there? This one's halted? Why does it show 2? I'm not sure, sorry, I should probably watch the fight. This Gunner's in a bit of trouble. These Colossus are doing more damage than I think he's really got kind of his bet on. That can CC just counts on the third base. That's big for Trap, who's taking a 4th during this. Trap is going to get ByuN to leave the game. That was a very anticlimactic way to finish this, wasn't it? Trap just destroyed him at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Kind of catches him on the map, chases him away, and then ByuN tries to fight, so we missed this a little bit, but like he tries to jump on a Colossus and it doesn't work, and that basically just ends the game. Wow. Well, there you go, guys. It is going to be Trap to take game number 3, and Trap takes the win. That's going to push ByuN down to 2-1. He has Shin left to play against. Obviously, did get a 2-0 over MaxPax. Taking a map off Trap could be huge in tiebreakers. This group really is wide open at the moment, so wide open situation so far, as we will continue forwards let's get into our next matchup. It's going to be MaxPax versus Trap up next for us today, guys. So going to be some PvP coming through. We're going to get that ready to go. It's going to be really interesting PvP on this new patch where obviously no battery overcharge. This could actually be a very intriguing situation. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see what happens. Let's just working on inviting people. Alright guys, we'll keep the games going as swiftly as we can. Got plenty to get through. 4 best of 3 still to go. Starting off with this PvP. Three, four, five, six. Perfect. Let's go into this PvP, guys. All right, so let's kick this up. Get this underway. Onto El Dorado. In the bottom left-hand side, opening up this fresh best of 3 PvP with no battery overcharge. In the bottom left, a man who is extremely reliant on really good usage of battery overcharge and defensive units to take fast expansions. It's MaxPax. He takes on the blue Protoss. In the bottom right, it is going to be Trap. So, game number 1. Now, this is already on a map that has a ramp, so that might take away some of the the factors of how MaxPax would play and what he might do differently and stuff. It'll be interesting to see a map without a ramp for the PvP, if we get that in game 2 or so. And now, we get ourselves a gateway down on both sides and get that ready to begin. Probes cross each other by initially. I see our probe move up into the natural, go in toward the main base, try and see what's going on over here. Again, get that scouting going early. Probe nibbling another probe, damage being done. Again, gateways coming up on both sides of the map. Probe still popping. Cybercore will begin from MaxPax, so this is just 1 gate each. Again, the fact that this is a map with a ramp makes it very defensive, so we're just going to be seeing 1 gate array each, and I guess it's still interesting to see what the tech choice is, because a lot of the time this would turn into Stargate on Stargate, which would naturally lend itself to Phoenix versus Phoenix. Would that happen here, or are we going to take a bit of a different approach? That much I don't know. Actually going to have MaxPax stealing the gas of Trap in the main. Oh, okay, so we're going to go for a cheeky little gas steal from MaxPax. That's very fun, isn't it? Kind of limit what Trap can afford. You can see MaxPax already on double gas back at home, so if Trap was going to mirror, then would obviously have a second gas up as well right now, but now it doesn't have that. They have to build it on the natural instead, as MaxPax can't build a Nexus, because he is currently getting blocked. He's going to go Stargate first. We'll have that much faster Stargate, but the later Nexus in the game. That's going to be the differences between the two as this probe continues to get chased around for the moment. Wow, what a wild time to be stealing the gas of your opponent. As the Nexus continues to build, going to be finishing up very soon. Nexus starts on the side of MaxPax. Stargate is about to complete that Chrono Boost Oracle. MaxPax has been in the base, he sees no Stargate as well, right? So I think he's okay to kind of say, right, I'm going to go Oracle. Don't need to set up for Phoenix versus Phoenix here right now. And yeah, this gas just going to remain because these units are not going to go clean it up. They're going to go out on the map, so Trap takes his natural gas instead currently, so he's still on 2 gases. Pulling over to the left, the Oracle moving about. Stroke is ready to poke up here as the Volcade and the Gateway going down. Zealot going to take a couple of nibbles as well. Get in, probe goes down, the Zealot continues to chase, the battery finishes, and the Void Ray coming up. These two Stalkers will continue to go for the Zealot as the Oracle is going to help. So activating this Oracle, chase this down. Oracle going to run out of energy soon. We do have energy overcharge available if we get energy on this Nexus to maybe repower this Oracle to go across the map. Not going to use it just yet, so not going to utilize that. Again, 4 probes going down. Couple of gates morphing in. That Twilight Council finishing very soon as well. Oracle still heading over to the far right-hand side. Going to end up... Excuse me, sorry. Going in towards this base. Still scout through. Just going to see MaxPax bringing the Void Ray as well to put some pressure on. Oracle turned around immediately by the Stalkers. And these units now going to set at the front. Void Ray going to activate onto the pylon. Sentry going to drop a couple of force fields. That's going to come through. Energy overcharge and cooldown here from Trap, who's probably going to... I mean, he has no batteries, so he's going to lose 2 gateways of power at the front. That's already a pretty huge deal. We step back away from that Void for a couple moments. Stalkers come in, fire in again. Oracle activates around the edges. A couple of probes go down. Pylon goes down again, so the gateways get depowered. Although they got powered for a moment, so I mean, that's nice. Trap going to get some damage out. That should be a dead Oracle, so at least one Oracle goes down. I mean, gateways keep on dying, but we are just replacing those pylons at least, so pylons keep coming back. Trap will regain power to the gates. We'll be able to warp in again. Focus continue back over as the Void Ray activates onto one of the pylons once more, but I mean, there's so many pylons powering now. Simulator is still alive in the main base, by the way. It was getting killed, but now obviously you've got to busy yourself elsewhere here dealing with this aggression. So you don't want to just kind of hand back and go for that. As you do see the Forge on the way up now from MaxPax, the extra gates on the way building, probes coming through. A couple Stalkers will go and finish off the Assimilator. Get that cleaned out. So Assimilator goes down. Units from MaxPax end up retreating. Trap actually has a worker lead coming out of this, which is kind of fun. Kind of cool to see that. Again, Void Ray, Stalkers, Adept Sentry, gathering together. Oracle going through. Oracle just going to chill about a little bit. Going to be seeing the extra Stalkers coming across, blinking +1, still building. Oracle around the bottom. Oracle gets back into the bottom right-hand side. Stalkers gather. Prism going to be there. +1 on the blink continuing through. The Stalker Immortal production continues. Nexus on the way as well. Oracle drops a cheeky Revelation down, but just going to get out. It's going to be Trap pushing on the other side. Already having blink is nice, as we do see Trap has now taken this third on the bottom side as well. Very difficult for MaxPax to come pushing into that. Oh, blink Stalkers, you can get some damage done. That force field really trapped a Stalker in there. That was a little bit funky. Go back to the gold, and obviously we can blink down the bottom. Maybe we could set up to blink in from a different direction. I think also just checking to see if the third is here, which it's about to be. We're going to place that down right now. The Stalker's going to see it. Oh, we just blinked the rest of the Stalkers back the other way. Now we don't have enough here to actually get the cancel on this. That's a little bit of a shame. They're still super far ahead on the third base, so this is finished versus just starting. So Trap extending his lead here currently in game number 1 of this best of 3. Again, MaxPax so good in PvP, but the battery overcharge is a massive change to this matchup, and so MaxPax, who's developed a style based around being able to utilize that to the maximum and survive until the next battery overcharge is available and so on and so forth. Definitely one of the players I think is almost nerfed by this change in PvP, because the way MaxPax plays revolves around that, spell. Let's do have the Oracle coming back around the bottom. Again, charging +1 coming through, a couple of Zealots coming up, gateways coming in. We do have our Stalkers holding out on the Watchtower. Stage Sword coming down, +2 attack coming up, +1 attack Extra Zealots coming in as well. The Stalkers and Zealots coming through the bottom side currently. Does get a catch on the Oracle as now we have the Sentry Pop and Guardian Shield. We're going to come through, get rid of the Void Ray. Now the couple of Immortals going to get jumped on. The Stalkers coming back the other direction. The Stalkers and Immortals keep on moving through. The Immortal gets grabbed. The other Stalker's going to keep on jumping back in this direction as well. This is a messy fight. Trap does have the better numbers, especially now as he gets rid of that Immortal. That should help a lot. Still has Zealots over here as well, so he's hunting down other units with those Zealots that are doing so much damage. Battery will go down. Our unit's still pressing up. And it does look as though we are going to have so many probes will go down. I mean, this is looking as though we are going to have ourselves Trap taking game number 1 in the PvP. And MaxPax loses this game. This series, he would be down in the group with Shin left to play. That would be getting very interesting as our Stalkers keep on trading with each other. I mean, we are going to see Trap continue to push back up this ramp. Stalker's still taking damage. Dark Shrine is about to complete here on the side of MaxPax, but I'm not sure we're going to get a chance to really see that coming into play as we're going to lose the pylon, powering one of the gateways, and we just kind of own this natural expansion. I mean, maybe we do see DTO2 coming in because the Observer overhead is from MaxPax. So we have an Observer. There is a MaxPax, an Observer a bit further back from Trap, so he will have detection available. We'll lose the Prism, though. There's the detection, there's the Observer showing itself, and MaxPax is going to say GG. He realizes that this is not going to be good enough. As we are going to have Trap taking game 1 of this best of 3 series. The Trap takes the first game of the matchup. So Trap takes the first, and we will go into a game 2 here in just a second. We're going to go to Whispers of Gold for map number 2. It's going to be very exciting if we are in a meta where MaxPax is no longer just dominant in PvP. Like, that is so wild to me that is a possibility. I mean, this is just one game. There's a long way to go to really kind of make statements like that and everything, but it's interesting, right? Possible. Possible. Fun stuff. Those few Zealots that were just in the background there as well, dealing so much damage throughout. That's pretty crazy. They were able to make such a difference on that fight as well. Huge plays. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. We are good to click start. And let's go into Whispers of Gold. MaxPax got nerfed. You know MaxPax though, he's very much so good enough to figure out a new style and figure out some new way of kind of approaching this, I'm sure. Get ready to jump into Whispers of Gold here in just a second. Let's jump into this. So, we are going to have ourselves in the bottom right-hand corner, down a game in a PvP. Now playing on a map without a ramp. I am so excited to see what the plan is here. For my Red Protoss player in the bottom right, MaxPax, what does he go for? In a world where he's going to go High Ground Gateway at least, but we'll see if he plays 2 gates. As in the top left, our Blue Protoss is Trap. And 2 of our best of 3 as the gateway comes up. The probes are building. Kind of settled in here. And Corona boosting on the Nexus for the moment as well, so we keep that going. Just going to be seeing the probe of MaxPax getting back out towards the center and going towards the upper left-hand side just for now. Is building assemblies going through pylon probes all the way up. Just gonna have ourselves a gateways getting settled there. The pylon obviously useful, and another assimilator finishing up to the sides. Fiddling out that probe, and again the cyber core is on the way. MaxPax still just on 1 gate. So no second gateway from MaxPax as we see from Trap, and that means that there's potential for him to still try and expand here, which is obviously very interesting. Because MaxPax is, you know, if he tries to fast expand, that's kind of what we want to see. Can MaxPax figure out a way to fast expand successfully, or is that something that's going to flop if he tries to go for it? I think those are very good questions. Let's see a couple of probes, chasing the other probe around a little bit. Maybe seeing the warp gate and the couple stalkers coming through. Adept in the Stargate still building. So still chasing that probe, getting hunted down a little bit as well. It's getting pushed over to the sides. Stargate about to complete. The Nexus starting up. Warp gate building. We do have the two stalkers of Trap heading down the bottom right side of the map as well, so going to be journeying across there straight away. This map's layout makes it look like it's from 2012. It's an interesting statement. I'm looking at it. I kind of see it, honestly. 2012 maybe a bit far back, but like HOTS or something. 2014 maybe. 2015. Early Legacy maybe even at this point. I don't know. A couple sentries going to be popping here. I mean, in the end, MaxPax is going to successfully expand. Stargate's producing a Void Ray, so you'll be able to have that out to help, but Stalker's already here from Trap as well. Do you remember that obviously in PvP right now, Stalkers build 3 seconds faster? This is a matchup where the Stalker build time difference can actually be impactful, right? We're going to bully our way up that ramp just so we can make sure to get rid of those couple of units that we worked on. Stalker's just going to shoot. A couple of probes going down. You're going to see the Stalker still pressing in. Definitely an opportunity for Trap to establish a great position here. Love the split of damage there. Doesn't over-target the probes. Obviously 4 shots to kill a probe, and then we are seeing him kind of target, hit one down and then only hits. Yeah, look at that. So he finishes one more shot on that probe there, and then he hits the other 2 on another probe already. Super maximization of the damage. Now, this Oracle over here has killed 9 probes during this, so that's not exactly ideal for Trap. But I was kind of mesmerized by the Stalker micro. Like, he was doing a great job of just hitting the right amount of shots on those probes. I cannot stress that enough. Some of it must have been target firing. As both players take damage, 20 workers each. Army on each side, looking similar. That Oracle has saved MaxPax, because obviously he was not in a great position, as now we're going to see the Oracle going to get rid of a sentry as well. Yeah, the Oracles have been huge for MaxPax. A sentry and a whole bunch of probes, and without the probe kills, he would be dead in this game probably. Is that enough for the Stalker kill? It is enough for the Stalker kill. Good use of a Force Field Guardian Shield as well to protect some of the units. The Void Ray pulling back as the other Oracles come back into the natural as well. Gateway and probe still building up. Ishikara, what's up? Picking Rain as the GOAT of StarCraft 2. Beautiful choice. I honestly think if Rain had played for longer, he would definitely be up there. He was freaking good at StarCraft 2. Disgustingly good. Hallucination flies by. Just see our setup on the natural for a moment. Just going to be hanging about a little bit. Again, blink on both sides. Gateways coming online. Get that all set up to go as the Oracles get turned around by Stalker Sentry as well. Another Stalker warps in from Trap. Should I remove the Abductor Mothership channel point redeem? No, I should make it more expensive. You can't just go into StarCraft 2 and abduct motherships anymore. This is a rare opportunity, a channel that still lets you abduct motherships. I should up the price, because the demand is going to be so much higher. People can't get their mothership abductings off in the real game anymore. Time to drain some channel points. Blink coming up on both sides. Robo facility building from Trap. The gateway coming through as well. Let's see a couple of probes continue by as we will have our probe ready to drop a third Nexus into place. So MaxPax looking to expand. Again, both players heading toward Blink here. Going to be a pretty even state of this game. 6.5 minutes in. I mean, looking for differences. The worker counts are pretty even. Trap has a few more army supply. He obviously doesn't have different army comps, right? Trap has 3 more Stalkers and then 3 Sentries versus 5 Stalkers, 1 Void, 1 Oracle. This Void Ray really devalues over time, so that's not huge. The Oracle is nice to have, though. Will not doubt the power of an Oracle, so Oracle is great to have kind of on your radar as something you have available. Next is just going to jump onto the third base from Trap as well. So he's going to match MaxPax's expansion a few seconds later. About 20 to 30 seconds later, not just a few, but a significant amount. Stays on the low ground. You're actually going to see MaxPax trying to force the fight here. This Warrior will not last long. And MaxPax will be now engaging in with less units as reinforcements show up from Trap from the north side. MaxPax mixed in a couple of his blings as there is the stasis, but we see it as well. Observer helps us to deny it. Oracle into the natural, gets a probe, maybe two. Nice from MaxPax, really trying to find value all across the map, doing a great job. Loses the Oracle though. Great job, just stuck around, tried to get another probe. Didn't seem like he was going to get punished for it, but when the other unit showed up, he did get punished for it, and that is a big deal. Oracle is something that is just so good to have. It's so useful throughout the game. To actually straight up lose that is definitely a shame. Pushing up again, Stalker's getting chased. We blink after. MaxPax will just warp in a few more Stalkers himself here currently. Again, Dark Shrine on the way up. A few probes and the charge all coming through. Pulling back to the upper left. Probe Chrono boosting on the Nexus as well. Just having ourselves units still gathering. The Observer moving through. Let's have a, again, charge upgrade building from Trap. That's something which MaxPax has yet to begin, but MaxPax will have the Forge start on his upgrade. Be fun to see how much Trap can do off of this Dark Shrine, actually. I do think that's going to be a very interesting moment or so. Try and figure out. Two Adepts get into this main base. They're going to start going after a whole bunch of probes. 3 workers, 4 workers going down. Good grabs there. Just going to see a little recall coming through. The Stalker's coming back over. That prism. That prism. Goes down. Again, a couple of the Adepts continue to come over. Going to try and shade in. We are going to be seeing the couple of Stalkers just blink through. A couple of those Adepts die immediately. It's a very, I guess a PvP with a little bit of waiting right now. Look at the production tab of MaxPax. +1. Charge all on the way through. Now, obviously, Trap has charge, but he definitely doesn't have +1. I do like for Trap is the 5 extra gates, but that's only going to bring us back to kind of being even, so... Yeah, I guess I go back to what I said before, which is the DTs might have an impact, and they're going to start having an impact immediately. Because we lost the prison before, we had to spend time rebuilding the prison. That means another Observer didn't build. There's a DT in the main, still one on the natural. This is where Trap can start to just kind of swing around as you're kind of busy chasing these units and DTs down. You then have the main army pushing into position. Your fourth base already. Making some damage. Just going to see these Zealots continue to get cleaned up. The Stalkers coming across as well. The 2 Immortals here from Trap is actually a great addition to the army because that's just going to be a little bit of beefiness that will really help in Stalker versus Stalker fights. So as Trap does damage with the DTs, he's in great position to knock down this 4th base. His own 4th coming up behind it. Definitely a bit more invested army-wise getting into this, as now you're going to see that charge already being done, having an impact as well as we get to the front and tank some shots. Nexus is going to be surviving for now. Remember that HP on the Nexus is kind of a resource. Anytime that Nexus is getting hit, it's time where your units are not getting hit, so it can offset the power of the fight. Trap's got to decide what to do. He's going to decide to knock the Nexus down and back away. Oh, we're going to blink forward, finish off the Immortal, but now Trap can turn around as well. He blinks, or he kind of blinks into Zealots. It's a little bit less pretty from Trap as it was from MaxPax. Still think it's okay for Trap as he's got the numbers to keep on pushing forward, pushing toward the natural. More Zealots warping in, other Zealots getting cleaned out. Continue to push to the front there. Zealot's going to turn around onto the battery, onto the pylon. Stalker's now going to go after some of these other Stalkers. Really feel as though Trap is pushing himself into a great spot. The +1 already being done from him is absolutely huge in these trades as well. That's actually going to be good enough. That's going to be GG. And Trap takes a 2-0 in this matchup against MaxPax. Massive win for Trap. And that's MaxPax in trouble in this group. He's now going to be 1-2 with Shin left to play. Shin's 1-0. Trap is going to move to what, 3-0 with Shin left to play as well. ByuN is 2-1. He's got Shin left to play. My goodness, this is going to become a pretty darn close finish in this group. It's getting closer and closer every match we play. That's kind of crazy. All right, we're going to start hosting up towards Whispers of Gold. MaxPax versus Shin PVZ is up next for us, guys. We're going to get that ready. I'm going to throw you guys to the break screen for like 30 seconds. I will not be long. I'll be right back as we'll get this next match ready to go. Welcome back, everybody, as we head straight into our next matchup, MaxPax versus Shin, as we keep the games rolling. PvZ coming through here as the next step of this. Straight into this one is, like I say, for MaxPax, this is a must-win series. He's 1-2. If Shin wins this, MaxPax is out. 100% done for. So this is a massive game right now. MaxPax must win this series if he wants to see the playoffs. Kind of a little bit crazy, guys. Kind of a little bit crazy. All right, let's go into game number 1 of PvZ action. In the top left corner, our red Protoss player, this is MaxPax. He takes on the blue Zerg. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have Shin. Game number 1 of this best of 3 probes. Coming across the map, getting settled in. Looking to see what we can do, how we can set up. Looking to see what will happen here in this game. Exciting stuff, exciting stuff. Probe coming across the map. Going to be getting down here. Obviously, MaxPax losing to PvP 2-0 in kind of a longer set of games as well, is I think also very interesting, honestly. When did Trap come back from the military? A few months ago. You know, we're talking about like earlier this year. Maybe half a year ago now. Maybe a fair guesstimate. There or thereabouts. End of April. Half a year's a perfect guesstimate then. Yeah, about half a year ago. He looked good when he came back. He's continued to look very good. Just consistency, I think, killing him more than anything else. As we get into this probe, just moving about and see what PvZ looks like. Shin, an aggressive Zerg. I would imagine he tests the waters in terms of can he kill MaxPax with no battery overcharge in this series. Honestly, am I crazy, guys? Maybe I'm crazy, but from what I've seen so far, I really do not feel like Protoss is missing battery overcharge too much. Now, this might just be I've not seen enough PTR games, but I really feel like there's some scenarios where I'm like, well, without battery overcharge, does Protoss hold this? And Lance has been yes. It's been very, very interesting to kind of see that, because I kind of thought it was going to be a bigger factor. And maybe it is still a problem that it's not there. But I thought it would be a more significant factor that it's not been there so far than what it has been in these matches. So just thought that was pretty fascinating, to be honest. Very sad Zest didn't come back from military. Yeah, me too. Zest was a great player. Sad that, you know, I'm kind of sad that Innovation came back. Showed the potential, but clearly just didn't have the motivation to get good enough to properly be there again. I mean, he came back. I remember he played a game against Dark on, that green map that was pretty good for Zerg, but kind of good for Terran because of the tank push positions. Oh, I can't remember what map it was. Ancient Cistern, maybe? Was that green map? Top right, bottom left? Anyway, he played this sick game against Dark, and it was so freaking good. And it was just like, he won that game, and then, like, he didn't do much else. He won, like, $50 in a WardiTV tournament or something. It's like, I get why he didn't continue to play it, but man, it's so sad we didn't have more reason to kind of keep tempting him back in. I think this is, like, before eSports World Cup information as well, so it was just like, you know, maybe if eSports World Cup was announced, someone would have put Innovation on a team, and he would have actually tried to get really good. But, yeah, that was so sad, because he came back for that little bit. He played in some tournaments, and that was about it. Sad. Robo facility coming up here, and Dark Shrine building also from MaxPax Warp Gate on the Cybercore. Just gonna have that link speed about to finish, so just got that link speed coming in. Adept continuing back over, a couple Overlords building up, Hatchery on the way on the third base. Adept again shading around as fast Dark Shrine. This DT drop has been a popular one on the PTR. Me and Harston were discussing it the other day when Harston joined me to cast a couple of games, but yeah, Protoss players liking being able to kind of Archon drop with a little bit less kind of problems behind it. Nice to have those Archons up as well. Can play a good big role in the defense too. Kind of interesting to see that there's a build that's always been kind of good, but has been able to take a step forward again lately. And just to see our warp gates in the front there, and obviously DTs will be ready to warp in soon. Also saw the power of DTs being able to just swing at a hatchery or a spore crawler. Spore crawler is reduced HP. I believe spore crawlers still have reduced HP, right? In this new version. I don't believe that was something that they went back on. As the Adepts and the DTs just going to come across, and a couple of those Lings will begin to go down. And yeah, this DT's going to jump onto this Spore that's building, so that's going to go down immediately. Now going to jump onto this Queen. DTs will continue to put their work in. A new Spore going to relocate. The DTs back away. So yeah, the Spore is one reason the DTs are a bit better, but the Archon drop itself, I'm trying to think what Halston said. Because I actually asked Halston, I was like, oh yeah, so why do you think this build's so much better? And he's like, well, it's always been popular, but now... And then I'm completely blanking on what he actually said. He was paying attention the other day when Halston was casting with us. I'm completely blanking on what he said. There was like a specific reason. I genuinely do not recall. Damn it. That's annoying, because that's a good story to be able to tell as well. Alright, Ling's are going to be able to get a couple of these Adepts here. A couple of the Adepts beginning to go down. DT's pulling back on the Prism. Ling's going to turn back around on the left side. Just going to jump onto the Nexus, go towards the Zealot. Less Queens. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I feel like that's not what he said, though. But maybe I'm just misremembering. Fewer Queens. Yep, let's be grammatically correct. Because Spores have less HP, but it was more about the Archon drop than the DT stage of it. Yeah. I feel like it was specifically more about the Archon drop, because it was also not always DT builds. It was like Templar Archives into the Archons as well, you know? Yeah. I can't remember. I'm gonna message him. Surely Halston just replies to me on Discord instantly when I used info. See if he replies. As we see our DTs dropping about. It's going to be seeing the Prism pulling away. Just going to have ourselves the Roaches and the Roach Speed coming over as well. Let's have ourselves extra Roaches coming back. Roach Speed building through. Blink is about to finish on the side of MaxPax +1 is over halfway done as well. So his upgrade's continuing. Look at what's been achieved here. Resources lost. Pretty okay for MaxPax, but he didn't get any like major damage. I mean, this is damage where I feel like Shin should be able to just out-drone it. Shin's not out-droning anything, though. Shin is in kill mode. So Roaches and Ling is going to be on the way from Shin as Roach Ravager continues through. The Roach Speed coming up as well. You see how Stalker is going to shoot. A couple of Roaches going to get force fielded immediately, so that's going to get stuck in the corner. Oh, that's a great catch from MaxPax. I mean, Shin counterattacking here, and he is going to potentially find some damage. Cannon's going to get repaired, but healed up by the battery, though, and so that doesn't do much either, and that means you're in trouble here right now, as the Prism needs to bring these other tech units forward. Needs some biles as well. MaxPax actually got caught in a bad fight there. This was looking pretty good for him across the board, but that portion of the fight was pretty messy so far, so that's not great. Just going to see the Roach Ravager still pressing through. The Stalkers are pulling back. The few Lings are going to try and get a wrap around as well. The Archon's ready to drop out of this prison. They have not made it out of the prison so far. Finally able to get involved here. Remember, Shin is down on workers because he's super committed to attacking, so it's a big factor as we pull back battery. Low shields and low energy, so that's not going to be much of a factor. This cannon going to get biled down as well, and Shin pushing through. MaxPax needs to find a hold right now. Like I say, Shin should run out of steam a little bit. He will not have a lot of reinforcements because his economy is a little bit worse than it should be. Army steps back out onto the map again. Just going to see the Roach Ravager coming back through. +2 attack. Extended Thermal Lance and Charge. All still building in. The Army's still trying to press up into this. 10 more Roaches in production. Just have ourselves the Prism still overhead. I mean, at the end of the day, this Army of Shin's not backing off, and it's kind of already hurting some of these units in the orange and red health bars. Archon's going to drop on top of the Ravagers, which is amazing. Get rid of those Ravagers easily and quickly. You blink on top to ensure no retreat, and MaxPax is going to start making this a defense and a hold as we continue to push this back. Great defense made by MaxPax. Very well done. I do think Shin, this was such a weird attack timing. Like, cutting at 61 drones to try and hit a window. It never really felt like there was much there at all, right? That was rough, as now obviously Archons get across the map, going to hit those Queens a little bit. A few Roaches coming back the other direction. Archons lift back into the Prism, and we back away once more. Getting back up to the top is Stalker Colossus. Moves back into the center. 2 more Stalkers in the center warping in along with this. MaxPax will join up in the center. Big game for MaxPax. Remember, he needs to win this series, realistically. I mean, straight up, he's out of the tournament if he doesn't win this series. This group could get extremely close, by the way, if people keep trading series. It might go down to tiebreakers, and there were maps lost. Remember that Shin lost a map to Rex. He's in desperate need to be impressive in his matches, because if he's not, that map lost to Rex might really come back to haunt him. But of course, he's only 1-0 right now. Shin could go all the way to 4-0, I guess, which would be kind of wild too. Anyways, Roach Ravager continues to press in. We are going to be seeing the sentries push back a little bit. A few more Zealots showing up as well. I mean, this is looking very good for MaxPax, obviously. Shin, we're talking about him going 4-0. He'd have to come back in this series, because this first game definitely is not going his way. MaxPax plays the defensive blink to the top, and that is going to be good for him to take game number 1 of this best of 3. MaxPax gets off to the start he's looking for here. Off to a 1-0 lead. Disposable, thank you so much for the 15-month resub as well. Thank you so much for supporting. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we get ready for a game 2 in just a moment. Alright, get the invites out. We'll get this going, guys. If you're enjoying the stream today, I would love to just mention again to consider supporting the channel by subscribing, following, donating, cheering, liking, prime subscribing, gift subscribing, all those wonderful things that can support on Twitch, on YouTube. You can super chat as well, of course. Like the video, subscribe. All of it helps us to run more of these WardiTV tournaments. I'm really leaning towards running another patch tournament next week. I'm really leaning into that right now. I'm kind of liking that idea. I think I like that idea. I'm feeling it a little bit. Winter is cold. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. As we get into game number 2. I think honestly I'm going to run another PTR event, because I don't want to run a bigger tournament before knowing when the PTR is going to leave. So I think we maybe just do another 1-week event, 1-week tourney. So yeah, if you're enjoying what you're seeing this week, we'll probably do that again. How do you send Halloween candy? I don't know. I've never had anyone ask me how to send Halloween candy before. I don't have an answer to that. Okay, here, you sell the Halloween candy, then you donate, and we'll run StarCraft tournament instead? Question mark? I don't know. Top right hand side, our Red Pro display up a game in this best of 3 PvZ. This is going to be MaxPax. Twitch Turbo here, let me run ads and let me get my money's worth. Oh, do not worry, I am spamming those ads. The Twitch Turboers are great people. We get a lot of money off of Twitch Turbo, actually. It's in the bottom left. That blue Zerg is Shin. Like, relative to like, expectation, I guess. We get quite a lot of money off of Twitch Turbo. I think it's something like... Now, this is not exact, but I think... I want to say around 5 to... Yeah, around 5% of ad revenue comes from Turbo. That's pretty sick. Yo, Quentin Suit dropping the 250 bits as their first time chat in the channel. Isn't that some passion? Thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, this is the new patch, and I'm talking new patch. This is with the newest updates, ghost, nerfs, some of the changes from the original patch in place. All of that beautiful stuff as we have bottom left Shin. Top right MaxPax, game number 2 of this best of 3. MaxPax able to control that game very well. Very interested to see what the builds look like going into a game number 2. See if Shin steps back from some of the aggression he was maybe looking at previously. As yo, non-imba, thank you so much for the 55 bits as well. It all adds up. Thank you so much for supporting. Some great matches still to come as well, guys. Following this MaxPax Shin series, we will watch Shin versus ByuN, Shin versus Trap. I guess those are the last matches. It's all Shin from here on out. So a couple of Zerg matchups. We'll go into a non-Protoss matchup with ZVT after this one, and then into ZVP to end the day with that Shin Trap series. You only do Turbo, but unfortunately you don't sub to anyone individually. Honestly, that's all good, man. Just if Turbo's the best for you, get rid of those ads. If you watch a whole bunch of different streamers, I think Turbo is one of the best things you can have on Twitch. I mean, I run a lot of ads, so I really get the most out of you guys. But, having Turbo as well, so I'm all for it. All right, into game number 2. And we do run a lot of ads, guys, just to put the small text underneath. We run a lot of ads because it helps to support WardiTV tournaments just like this one, because we can't be here today without you guys supporting the channel. There you go. You have to, add the disclaimer in there before someone clips it being like, Wardy runs loads of ads. He admits it. No way. The turbo helps streamer? Yeah, I mean, if you have turbo, you basically portion of your turbo money goes to the streamer every time you would watch an ad that you don't watch an ad, basically. Anyways, we do see an adept moving around, Oracle and the warp gate coming up. As we settle ourselves in, link speed coming through, the queen and a couple of drones coming about as well. We got ourselves settled here for the moment. Game number 2, can Shin bounce back? As MaxPax going to open Oracle into Twilight super quickly. We've seen a few times single Oracle openings, and I do think with the energy overcharge, one Oracle can kind of get by a lot more than it could before. There's the energy overcharge. Because now this one Oracle has so much more energy. So usually you build 2 Oracles, I explained this earlier, but basically if you build 2 Oracles, you have essentially twice the regeneration rate of Oracle energy, but it's split across 2 Oracles. That does a lot for you, being able to activate, being able to play defense, being able to add into offense with the Oracles and their pulsar beams using up energy. But one Oracle is very powerful because it's now going to be able to be energy overcharged, so it has a lot more potential use on its own accord anyway. And one Oracle does not use up too much gas building, so your Twilight Council transitions come in so much more quickly. So MaxPax now going to go for the 4-gate Resonating Glaives. This time he is going to have Warp Gates, so he's not going to switch this into Blink or something. So I'm actually really interested to see whether this is super successful for MaxPax. I like the idea that one Oracle is enough to kind of cover your bases, and it just makes the timing of the Twilight stuff a little bit deadlier than it was before. I think that is actually very exciting. As the Lings gather in the bottom left, the Oracle coming back over. Again, drones going through. A couple of Lings, the Evo Chamber coming about. We do see our Nexus setting up on the 3rd base as well. Oracle coming back across. Again, probes, Nexus continuing to come through. The Evo Chamber and the lag continue to get going. And yeah, that Resonating Glaives not far from being finished on the side of MaxPax, so time to see what he can do. Now, this is 4 gates of Glaives, but there's no robo, so you cannot warp in across the map, which means reinforcements are going to slow to come across. You do see a bunch of roaches currently producing. They're going to be on time from Shin, so the defense should be reasonable here. MaxPax is still on a very competitive work account, 55 probes to 59 drones, and that's a good Evo Chamber blockage as well, as we are going to use that Oracle energy already, setting up a stasis ward out the front. That's the exact sort of thing you can start doing a lot of, even with just one Oracle. Queen sets it off. Lings show up. And Roach is nowhere to be seen, as they are busy elsewhere, it would seem. These Adepts are going to get into the main base and go after a few more drones now. 2 drones go down. Smalling Roach trying to wrap around, and those Adepts still taking some damage. This is honestly a very good defense from Shin. MaxPax does not succeed with this Adept attack. Kind of got a bit too aggressive. I think a lot of the time in this scenario, you kind of look at the work count. MaxPax does not need to do major damage with these Adepts. If he pokes around, forces units, and kind of keeps those Adepts as a threat, that's way better than doing what he just did, which is sacrificing them. He got too involved with the Adepts, could not get them out. And, yeah, now you lose those units, and that makes you a little bit weaker to counterattacks and so on. So, yeah, I think that's one of those scenarios where the Adepts actually did their job of giving you an economic lead without actually needing them to go and attack. Now, yes, if the opening is there, if there is a possibility to get in, if there's a possibility to get in there and to kind of kill off some workers and stuff, then go for it. But 3 workers was not worth giving the Adepts up for. MaxPax got a little bit caught up there as the Oracle comes back around the left-hand side. Did we see the new old Cyclones in action any from ByuN? Nope, because I'm going to drop a real spoiler alert to you guys. Old Cyclones sucked. No one's going to use them. This is kind of the sad reality. I'm not going to go back to that, though. I ranted and raved about this already. The old Cyclone was a very niche unit that had its place in very few build orders and very few defenses. Not really something that I think is going to provide a lot of excitement in the patch now. As you're going to see the Stasis Ward setting up here and a couple of units going down as we try to push up this ramp. So MaxPax bringing aggression. Surprised he's feeling so comfortable being aggressive after the start was not necessarily that great for him. But this was a great stasis ward, and that's the power of that one Oracle, by the way, able to do so much already with the stasis wards and so on. It's going to be seeing the extra stalkers coming about. A creep team or so will go down. Looking about, melee upgrade, Baneling speed coming through, the Lings are going to run down. Stalkers fighting against those Lings as well. A couple more corrosive vials coming about. A few more of those Lings still dropping. 10 probes going down, so we actually have Banes rolling in over here, make it 16 and 18 as the last couple Banes connect. Beautiful. As our units come back around that left-hand side, Roach Ravager going to get pushed back. The Stalkers trying to get involved. Ling Roach Ravager comes running back down. The Stalkers decide to back the hell out of there. Gather it back in. We're just going to be seeing ourselves the +2 attack. Send Thermal Lance coming in. Extra Lings in production. Infestation Pit on the way as well. Stalkers, Sentries, the Colossus continue to come across. As we are going to see MaxPax going for a push around the left-hand side. We've seen the Banes. Oh, going to get caught in that stasis. What a stasis that is. Those Banes were about to explode. MaxPax being chased away as he loses one Colossus to the top. He's going to start pushing back on the Roach Ravager, though. Losing a few units on the bottom side. Another stasis ward. Man, it's ridiculous how much this one Oracle is able to do. The stasis wards have been non-stop. Roach Ravager Ling coming back over, answering the top left-hand side. Stalkers, Colossus coming back across, back to the top, and a couple Colossus coming through as well. I shouldn't have mentioned the Cyclone. Everyone's now arguing about Cyclones again. Some people apparently love the old Cyclone. I would love to hear why you think the old Cyclone is good. If the old Cyclone was a good unit, why, like, it might be, okay, the old Cyclone might be good in its niche role, but I don't understand how you're excited for the old Cyclone being a unit that gets built on an extremely rare occasion. It's never right to build more than one of them, or two of them at most. I would love to hear opinions in the chat on why you're excited for a Cyclone that does less stuff and basically doesn't get played. To me, that is not a fun, good unit. Very interested. Anyways, probes go down. I'm just going to read that in the background while this game continues. That was a good set of attacks from Shin. He got a lot of workers right there. And we see in the MaxPax army is still pretty good, but down 40 army supply. Gonna step forwards here a little bit. MaxPax clearing out a little bit of creep to start off. Roach Ravager Bane coming up as well. A couple of Banes coming about. Just gonna see the Roaches getting taken down. A couple of corrosive vials. Knocking down those force fields as well. Nice counterattack. Nexus goes down. Just gonna see the Lings getting chased away. Still getting that set up. Another base on the right side got taken down. MaxPax gets knocked all the way down to 2 bases during this. Great counterattacking from Shin. Love to see that. Can still gather a few more Lings pulling back. The Stalkers and Colossus coming back around the top. It's going to be seeing that. Stays Ward coming down. Lings coming over. A couple of Stalkers. Just going to be getting grabbed. The Colossus going to pull back as well. And it's going to see the cannon continue to come up. Another couple cannons going to be there. A few of those Lings still going to be firing away. Stalkers coming about as well. Just continue to come back over. Banes are going to roll through. Stalker's going to get pushed back. It's going to be the Stalker Colossus continue to trade. I mean, Shin's supply is dropping here. MaxPax has taken a fight that is working out for him. He loses one Colossus. Can he keep the other Colossus alive? I think it's huge if he keeps 2 Colossus up and running here. And he will. Stasis Ward caught a bunch of Banelings. Once again, the Stasis Wards have been insane throughout this game. And we've seen Shin is struggling to deal with these Colossus. The fact that they are still alive, we're seeing one of them sitting on what? 23 kills, the other on 20. absolute heroes of this game. They've been amazing so far as Lings are going to run over that right side. Stalkers and the Colossus continue to push up. Hatchery taking some shots. We're going to work our way through that. The Ling is going to go to the right side. Pylon going down. It's going to be seen now pulling back. Maybe we could go to the top left-hand side and make something happen there as well. There's MaxPax. Honestly, just I mean, the big issue for Shin is that he's been missing Vipers and he's been missing anything to get rid of Colossus. If these Colossus, I mean, 26, and like, they're all coming into 30 kills. These Colossus are winning MaxPax this game. Shin did a lot of good stuff, but he needed some tech to deal with the Colossus, and now the Vipers are coming in, but they may be too late, because now MaxPax has done serious damage to Shin as well, who's only on 3 bases. Shin doesn't even have anywhere to send all of his drones. He will be oversaturated on a bunch of these minerals. He's only got 8 patches on this base as well. Shin, if he teched up at an adequate timing, he had this game. But missing the tech to properly deal with Colossus, I mean, either Spire, I see a couple of people asking for Spire and Corruptors. That's a big investment, honestly, early in the game again in PvZ, but I think just because a lot of the time Vipers do as good of a job of getting rid of Colossus without needing to tech all the way to Spire and like 10 Corruptors, which are then kind of dead weight. So yeah, even just the Hive a little bit sooner, Vipers a little more quickly here, and we could have been in such a good position as Shin. Stalker still step up. Observer's going to be there. Creep Team is going down. Overlord taking some shots. Creep continues to come on through. Units split away over to that right-hand side as well. It's going to be seeing the Lingbane and Roach Rabbit coming through. The Vipers looking for the Abducts right now. Let's see if they can have an impact. They abduct an Oracle and a Colossus. There's the other Colossus, a Stalker as well, so we didn't even get perfect abducts off here when we did have them available. And MaxPax keeps 2 of the Colossus alive again. 40 kills and 43. Colossus have won MaxPax this game number 2, I think, as he steps forward and he is going to come through and he's going to go fighting against this army, which right now isn't teched up enough again because this Viper has no energy. There we go, abduct. Colossus will go down. Just a question of, is that too little, too late? This Colossus is going to get jumped on as well. We get rid of all the Colossus, but maybe Stalkers are just going to be a bit too much right now. And that is going to be GG in the next few moments. GG's. MaxPax takes the 2-0. What a game. Kind of wild. I'm just going to touch back on the Cyclone discussion. So basically the responses were that people like the old Cyclone because the new Cyclone does too much. I can kind of agree on that. Here's my counterpoint as to why I don't like the change of going back to the old Cyclone. What if we just change the new Cyclone slightly? Or, here's a wild one. We just make Protoss... What if we give Protoss something to help deal with Cyclone openers so that Terran can have the build diversity of Cyclones and other things, and Protoss could also have build diversity dealing with Cyclones and doing their other builds because they have something else that helps. I just feel like that, and that wouldn't that be so cool to give Protoss a buff that people want to help them out a little bit, and also just kind of keep this Cyclone, which, let's face it, I will stand by. The current Cyclone is way more interesting than this old Cyclone, right? Like, I just think that would have been a better direction. Obviously, that's not what they went in. I think a lot of people would probably get a buy on that, and I don't disagree. I think going back to the old Cyclone probably does solve some TVP issues. I just think it's a very boring way to update the game. So, yeah. I do love the man flaming me in YouTube chat, because I'm a Platinum player that doesn't understand that the new Cyclone does nothing. It's a niche unit that just dies. If the new Cyclone, aka the current Cyclone, the one before the patch changes it back, the one we've had for the last few months, is so bad, then why is it literally killing PvT openers to the point pros feel as though they have no build diversity? Like, that seems to be common knowledge, but apparently I'm the idiot. It's a very interesting quote as we get ready for some more games. Let's go into Whispers of Gold. It's going to be ByuN versus Shin for our next matchup here. The new Cyclone is useless. It isn't cost-effective against anything, but it literally kills Protoss players constantly. And when you pair it with the medevac and micro, it's insanely efficient. Are we talking? I feel like you're talking about the cyclone we're going back to, because that's the cyclone that's kind of boring and doesn't do much and is very niche. Not the cyclone that we've had dominating the early game TVP meta for like 5 months. No? Am I crazy? I feel like we're talking about different cyclones almost. That's how different our opinions are right now. But maybe we are just that differently opinionated. I don't know. Trying to invite that, guys. Getting ByuN vs Shin ready to go. What could you give to toss? I don't know. It's not my job. I can ask the Balance Council to think of something fun without me having to think of something fun, right? Makes Terran uncheesable to ZVT. And yet, but yet Roach Ravager things still kill Terrans all the time. I would agree to that if I actually saw Terrans not die to TVZ cheese, but that's not the case, so... Yes, in Platinum. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm no longer allowed to comment on the game because apparently I'm Platinum League. It's been officially declared. Love it. There's a difference between early timings and stuff like the 3 Ravage Cheese, which don't work if the Terran isn't asleep at the keyboard. Yeah, well, I mean, okay. Certain Zerg builds no longer kill Terrans. Yes. I mean, you can look at this any which way. Like, it depends what you think is better for the game. I thought the builds and the cool micro moments from the current Cyclone were way more important than watching 3 Ravagers walk up a ramp and kill a Terran player. Like, to me, that's a lot more interesting. But, yes, the current Cyclone did indeed probably reduce build variety across the board. Maybe it was a bit too... but, okay, so... Here's where I think we all agree is that I think maybe the current Cyclone is a bit too much, so it's not a bad thing to change it. I just think going back to the old version of a Cyclone instead of tweaking current numbers is uninteresting and less exciting, right? Like, I just think it's a boring solution in a game which could really do with interesting, exciting things rather than boring answers. Rather than going backwards and being like, well, this worked back then, let's just do that again. I feel like that's so unfun compared to figuring out a new way to do something, you know? So I think the overarching theme is we all agree the current Cyclone could be changed. I don't think that's the disagreement. I don't even think there's a disagreement. I just think it's just like, we could just change something about the Cyclone instead of just fully reverting it, no? Old Cyclone's better at shutting down early Protoss harassment than the new one? I mean, that depends what harassment. Like, yes, it became worse against Void Rays and Oracles, but it became way better at dealing with early Protoss gateway pressure. Like, I mean, they're just different units. They do different things. The old Cyclone is just very niche, and if that's what it's going to become again, then that's fine. Like I say, I just think it could have been a way more interesting solution. The work of the Balance Council is to balance, not to make it more or less fun. Well, that's a that's a great debate, is it? Is it? Yeah, maybe it is to balance, but maybe balancing the game is also very important to make the game more fun as well. Or to keep the fun in the game, or to make things different, because at the end of the day, we're watching a very old game right now, and I think one of the big things about bringing new people in and kind of keeping people interested is actually to have some change. And I am a massive advocate for just leaving the game alone, actually. I just think if we are going to change things, we should change things in a more fun direction. Even if it is a little bit less balanced. Because at the end of the day, StarCraft is an entertainment product. At least at the level of why we're trying to balance it. Right? And ways to make it a better entertainment product would be making Protoss more viable and making the game more fun to watch or making more fun interactions. That's why getting rid of battery overcharge is such a big win. Getting rid of battery overcharge may not necessarily balance the game, right? But it's extremely good and healthy for the game. Now, you can say that that's not the balance team's job. The problem is the balance team are the only people making changes, right? And that's the problem that we're at, is that the balance team kind of have to take on that job because they're the people that make the balance changes, and the balance changes are what make the game more or less fun. You know? So yeah. I mean, you can go around in this or, you know, around and around and around, to be fair. I'm mad at Blizzard, not the commenter. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just giving my opinion on the discussion. I mean, that's the thing. It's all personal preference. I think I prefer that if we are going to make changes, we change things for the better and for the more interesting kind of approach. You know, okay. I think my best way of explaining it is like this. When I saw the balance changes last week, I was like, oh, I don't agree with all of those. But when watching some games, I was like, actually, I kind of like it. And I think this patch is going in the right direction. A couple things could be changed. The Liberator didn't need to be changed, for example. I think the Ghost needed a nerf, etc. I felt like we were going in like a good direction where the game was changing. There's a couple good changes. There's a couple that weren't needed. When I looked at the balance changes today, or last night, or whenever it came out, I wasn't as excited. And that was in part the Cyclone change, and in part the way that they changed Ghosts. I thought both of those were not quite the right approaches. And so to me, like, the current patch notes are less exciting than the last patch notes. So yes, the game may be more balanced like this, but it might also be less interesting like this, you know? And that is a topic in itself. As anyway, 6 drones go down. ByuN breaks in. I mean, 7 workers is very good. He's going to get to 10. These last few shots from the Hellions important, but he's going to stick at 10. So 10 workers going down here. ByuN gets some damage done. And we've seen a couple of Lings continue to move about. Gonna see a couple of Banshees firing, some Lings taking damage. Yo, Akko, thank you so much for the 38-month resub. I see a few Lings stepping back. Just gonna see how 1-1 upgrades coming around. Stimpack coming in. Again, just going to be having a couple queens, the Lings moving about as well. Other queens coming back over that left-hand side. Siege tank about to finish up. Some drones going down. Where's that? The Banshees in the main base going to get in for a few kills here right away. Just going to have ourselves a couple more drones likely going to get shot at. So a little bit more damage being done across the board here. Getting some shots off. Baneling Nest coming through as well. Going to be seeing the Queen's going to get back across. The Banshees have to step back. The Bane Nest is very low. ByuN, that's so much damage to put on a structure to then not get it. You can see the potential there as well. If he gets this Bane Nest and there's no Bane Nest available, this Marine tank push is terrifying for Shin to deal with. To not get the Baneling Nest means he just gave up the Banshees, or he gave up one Banshee and the other is super low, and a ton of damage time to do nothing. Like, this achieved nothing in the end, right? You know, Banelings will now still morph in. Baneling speed will be at the exact same time. The Baneling Nest is in a safe enough place. It's not going to die to, you know, this push right now. Unfortunately for ByuN, then that is an investment that goes the wrong way. So ByuN, good start with the drone kills. Definitely a good eco position for him. Probably would win the game if it came down to a push without a Baneling Nest right now. Instead, we're going to see Shin getting the chance to counterattack. SCV's pull protecting the Marines, and that's good enough to push those Lings back for the moment and to buy some time in this game number 1. Another tank siege as we work our way around the left-hand side now. Send him down this ramp. A couple of these Bane's going to get shot at. A Queen going to get hit. Bane's going to waddle forwards, and the Baneling speed not far from finishing. Hatchery going to get jumped on as well. Another Baneling going down. Just going to have our Hatchery still taking big shots as now we're not going to see the rest of these Banes still rolling forward. Hatchery does fall, and the creep and the Broodlings pop down as well. Another Ling gets picked off. The rest of the Marines coming back over. Ling Bane coming back around the other side. T2 upgrade still building. The Groove Spine's about to pop. Hydra's on the way. Drilling Claws coming through. The 2-2 is still producing as well. Ling Hydra getting back around the right-hand side. The rest of the Marines, tanks, and Medivacs on the far left trying to set up as well. Rest of the Lings come back over. We are going to be seeing a couple of those Lings getting chased. Marines come back over. ByuN gets chased around the bottom a little bit. More units get into the center. 2-2 upgrades. Not far from finishing from Shin. This game is going to slow and settle down a little bit as ByuN blazes the Drilling Claws. Prioritizing those Widow Mines. Here's an interesting question. When do you think ByuN gets Ghost? Because he seemed a little slow to go into Ghost earlier against Rex. I wonder if he's going to be a little slow to go into Ghost against Shin here as well. Just slower than usual, you know? Tank goes down. Ling Bane Hydra chasing. Another tank gets picked off as well. On the right side, those few units continue to come about. Few units unloading from the medevac. ByuN was trying to take some pretty hectic trades around the map. As yo, Ruby Ramon, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. So Bane's coming out, just going to be seeing the bio coming down, Widow Mines as well. Medevac's gathering in, Ling gets picked away at. Cool, Widow Mine shots, Overlord going down, Ling Bane Hydra continuing through, a couple of Banes getting grabbed. Hydra's going to try and come in from that right-hand side. We're going to load up, we're going to back away, a couple of Widow Mines getting chased out of there. ByuN does evacuate for the moment on the right side. A group of units still gathering up as well. Banes come back over. We dive upwards. The Bane's going to chase. The Marines getting pushed back. Widow Mine there as well. Medevac's still stepping away. Shin definitely winning some of these fights. You're our first Ghost on to take to the stage. I was going to say, Shin and ByuN have a great chance of giving us like a really proper good late game TVZ. That's just typically how they end up playing each other. And we're kind of getting Ghosts, so we're kind of stepping towards that direction. I was a little scared after the drones went down early, so I didn't want to bring it up, but we're kind of getting to the point where that might be a factor. Lurker's coming into play as well. Medevac's load up, pulling up to the north. Oh, no, more bio just unloading here. Nearly 30 minutes and Whispers of Gold. Ghosts continue to come out again. 3 supply each now. So it's more difficult to have as many in your army at any point in time. That can swing things a little bit for sure. Definitely some possible factors there as Bio of ByuN continues down the right. The snipe gets a lurker. Things crash through, a little bit of Bio, having to step back as well. Shin is getting picked away out again. A few lurkers going after these Bio units as well, trying to get as much of that as possible. Nidus in the main will be denied. Good defense from ByuN. Does not want to let that get out of hand, of course. Some of these sensor towers a bit more aggressively placed to be able to see further out on the map. Again, that radius decrease. Don't think that's a bad thing. Sensor towers were very good. Force the Terrans to build them further forward or sacrifice having as much vision as they used to have. I think that's a perfectly fine call. Bottom left, Marines is going to jump in here. A couple of lurkers, not burrows, so no defense being brought in from those. Going to get one, we're going to get two. Probably the hatchery as well. Nidus did just go up. A couple of queens are slow walking across the map as we continue to move around. A couple of Widow Mines trying to line up. Another Nidus into the natural. Still nibbling up at the Nidus network, going to take that down. Five bases of ByuN. Only has about 9 ghosts in the army, going up to 10. Another Nidus in the main base, something ByuN has to keep on pulling back to deal with. Trying to set more missile turrets to stop Vision getting into the main in the first place. Changelings with the culprit this time. Focus on a good burrow. Going to go back and forth. Couple of snipes coming through. Chasing that away now, pulling back up the other direction. A few Banes are going to morph in along with this. Bane heading down the corners. Shin moving about all over here, while ByuN is kind of still staying on just his half of the map. Definitely a pretty decent split map scenario currently. The lurker shots coming through, the rest of the Lings, the Bane coming around the edge as well. Oh, that Widow Mine to the top corner. Just get quite a few Lings. "14-kill Widow Mine." That's pretty sick. Marines are going to Liberators. 13 ghosts on the map. Definitely feels like ByuN is building less ghosts for the fact that they're a little bit supply expensive. I mean, 13 supplier ghosts now is like the old 20 supplier ghosts. Sorry, 13 ghosts now is the old 20 ghosts, supply-wise. Just to put it in perspective a little bit. With the mine landing, few Lings coming through, the Bane's chasing. Not many ghosts in this fight. There's actually a few that may be in trouble, but they are cloaked up still. Able to get some damage done. The Hydra's in the back taking damage. Banes might go just manual detonate for some splash, but he doesn't know how many or where. So that is going to hurt. Ling Bane Hydra getting chased away. Extra Lings and Banes coming up. Adrenal Glands finishing. Burrow still coming through as well. Again, ByuN really relying on the movement into the libs now. What's interesting is with less ghosts as well, a couple ghosts defensively in the main like this is a much bigger waste than before. Right? Like before, maybe a couple ghosts in the main to help against units popping out of a Nidus is fine, but now that's way less affordable as these ghosts need to be super careful. I mean, anytime you lose ghosts now, it's going to be way more impactful as the planetary and tank combined. It's going to mean that these ghosts have to, you know, back away still. They got a few of the Banelings, but not enough, and now we're going to get rid of this base. So Shin is going to take this base down, and that's going to be 33 workers killed. ByuN had a great early game, but definitely not looking super pretty as now he is definitely in some trouble. It's a lot of workers being lost, a lot of these ghosts being chased down. Bio Ghost Lib going to come down the right-hand side. Overseers will drop down a bunch of changelings. The Ghost still chilling. A couple of missile turrets onto the Overseers as well. Liberator is actually going to try and get involved, but if the ground army goes down, the Hydras are going to be left to kind of do their own thing underneath the libs already. And there's a couple Hydras starting to get in reach. The libs is going to have to unsiege. They're going to try and target down a Viper. I don't love that while Hydras are still hitting them. I mean, you're losing multiple Liberators to kill this Viper here. This is just not worth it. All the libs went down. Nidus got up on the corner of this main. A couple of lurkers will get chased. I mean, libs sieged up, Bio chasing down. There's no ghosts left in the army. They're gone. ByuN is just going to completely step away from ghosts. That is a little while now. Here's the thing. Ling Bane... This is going to be a very interesting kind of concept, right? But Ling Bane Hydra, there was a time, once upon a time, where kind of just massing Ling Bane Hydra was actually a really good answer to someone who went for too many ghosts too quickly. Because while ghosts can still be a vital part against Ling Bane Hydra, too many ghosts too quickly would take up a bit too much supply and the Ling Bane Hydra would overwhelm. And I wonder if now, because Shin is kind of not building lurkers again, I wonder if now ByuN's kind of scared to build ghosts. Because if he builds ghosts... Yeah, because I feel as though if he builds ghosts right now, he's probably going to end up in this weird position where he kind of gets overwhelmed because they're so supply ineffective compared to before. Maybe he just thinks he can't justify building them, and maybe that the Liberators are like a better kind of transition against this in general. This is speculation in part on my behalf. I mean, he's building a couple more ghosts now. Just so interested to see him not maintaining the ghost count and prioritizing the Liberators. That's so interesting, right? Very intriguing. Thank you, Marty Monty. 56 months resub. Let's go new maps. Hell yeah. Couple of changelings going down. The Ling Bane Hydra moving about. Overseers coming through as well. RSA bomb goes down. The Ling Bane Hydra still taking hits. It's a lot of libs. This is kind of scary, right? Where if you don't have enough Hydras, like, the libs are going to do huge, but at the same time, the Ling Bane is just swarming forward. Hydras actually do have the dash ability upgraded now as well, so that is a possibility. Can we see some dashes? Use the dash. Oh, he actually did use the dash. I just missed it. I'm going to have to rewind to, what, like 950? Check these Hydras out dashing. I think we'll do that because I actually missed that a little bit right there. Would like to see it in action, even if just for a moment. As Shin continues to go after Medivacs, Liberators, and all sorts of things. ByuN has officially just died in this game. And he just lost this fight, and Liberators, almost too many Liberators, I think, in the end. And kind of a difficult map to play Liberator defense on also, I think, is what it comes down to, right? I think a little bit too difficult of a map to just play like a mass lib defense on, because it's a pretty spread out map as well. Let's see if we can see these Hydras dash. Dash is already on cooldown here. Let's go back. Oh, this is 954. Let's go back a couple more seconds. I want to see these Hydras dash. Let's just want to see that before we jump out of this replay. All right, Hydra, show us what you got. Eye on the Hydra. Oh, oh. I think the dash is now like you choose where to dash to, and you must have just clicked the same place, and they just didn't dash anywhere. think that's a lack of usage scenario right there. GG's, as Shin takes it game number 1. Usage, game chase libs. Oh, I missed it. Oh, sad. Alright, we're gonna go to Leyline, see if our next map's gonna get this on the go. Get this ready to rumble. Alright, throw some invites out. Getting to ByuN vs Shin game number 2. Shin takes the map. So this group, by the way, I mean, we're starting to get to the point where we can maybe figure this out. If ByuN loses this, he's 2-2. If Shin wins this, he's 2-1. Trap is 3-0. Does ByuN have the better map score than MaxPax? He has the head-to-head over MaxPax. I think he might end up with, even if he lost 2-0, I think he might have the better map score than MaxPax, which could be huge. Could be huge. We're going to Leyline, so game number 2, though, guys. We're going to get into this in a couple of moments. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here today, guys, and enjoying some games. It's been a fun day so far. We got this series to wrap up, and then one more best of 3, which is Trap versus Shin coming up after. So that is coming through as we get into the bottom left corner of Leylines. The red Terran player is ByuN. My voice is going. Excuse me. Try and do this without my voice dying on me. As in the top right, our blue Zerg able to Ling Bane Hydra his way to victory. It is going to be Shin. 1.5 hours deep on patch content today. Fresh patch, fresh content. We will have, after this, guys, today, nothing else. But tomorrow I'm not here, but on Sunday we will have the playoffs. As the group plays out, we'll see what the playoff lineup looks like. It will be already Showtime, Solar, and Clem in the playoffs. Looking to see who joins who in those playoffs as well, based on final results today. So just waiting on that to get figured out for the moment. So, we take a few moments, guys. Just gonna try and turn my voice up a little bit. Try and get through this last best of 3.5 or so. Catch up on chat a little bit at the early game as well. Again, thanks so much for joining us, guys. Great to see so much discussion in the chat. I know it's it's not everyone's always disagreeing or agreeing. Sometimes we're disagreeing, but yeah, see what happens. Overlord coming about, see what's going on. Overlord moving and getting positioned. Command center and the Reaper coming about. Just gonna get the Reaper on the way. Hatch in the pool coming in. There's no gas here from Shin early, so no gas right away, so something to note on that one. I wonder if the ghost change is significant enough to... What do you guys think CVT ends up as? Like, do we think this significantly shifts CVT to, like, Terrans just don't slow the game down at all anymore and they just consistently have to play fast? If that's the game, and it's very interesting, right? Because late game balance and late game... Whoever late game favors really just depends on who then wants to play defensively, because if then the Terran always has to play fast and attack, then the Zergs just hunker down. And they play a much slower defensive game themselves, right? And that becomes very intriguing from the Zerg side of things. Is that something the Zergs can pull off as well as the Terrans have been doing? Probably start seeing much heavier lurker counts just to hold positions down and so on. I wonder if it did significantly have an impact, how that would look. Very hard to say right now. Very hard to say. Play lines, big map. Sensi grenade going down. Creep tumor is going to get killed. Nice catch from ByuN. To be able to get a creep tumor early is always a big benefit. Again, get those couple Hellions CC on the way. A couple SCVs building up as well. And Banshee and the Hellion still coming up. We got ourselves CC coming about as well. Yeah, what's up? Down, Ugo, Way, WAV. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Man Wardy, you rock. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much for supporting it, mate. Thank you for using your Twitch Prime on the channel. This is a call to any other Twitch Primers out there. If you've got a Prime sub available, check it. If you can sub for free, you can sub for free right now. It helps us to guarantee more WardiTV tournament content. Also, just make a quick shout out to the Patreon page. Don't think I've mentioned that specifically today, but if you guys want to specifically support WardiTV tournaments, 100% of pledges on Patreon go directly into our tournament prize pool. So if you donate $5 on Patreon, $5 will end up in the pockets of StarCraft 2 players. So if you want to check that out, !Patreon in the chat on the Twitch, or it's just patreon.com/WardiTV. I think it's in the YouTube description as well if you're interested on there. Like I say, 100% of any pledges on Patreon go directly into tournament prize pools. It's a great way to support more tournaments specifically. If you don't want to see Twitch taking a cut or anyone else taking a cut pretty much, Patreon is maybe the best place to be if you just want to see straight up more StarCraft tournaments and nothing else. So do check that out as these Hellions try and dive through into the natural. They're going to go for a couple of drones already. 3-4 workers going down. Wings going down as well. Roaches keep on being busy. A bunch of those Hellions dropping. Queen's there as well. Gonna see this Banshee moving now. Stim back on the way up. Couple more barracks reactor. Flare on the way as well from Shin. Roaches are gonna come across the map. I mean, Shin in the end, you lose 4 drones, but you gave it to 6 Hellions. It's a big win for him, especially compared to the last game. ByuN dove the Hellions in. He got like 10 workers. It was a lot more chaotic. A lot more drones pulling around for a lot longer as well. Just gonna see that roach speed coming up, infestation pit coming through. So yeah, just gonna be playing the roaches and the roach speed to start with, and then kind of moving in towards the infestation pit quickly. It's not gonna commit to any sort of roach aggression. Just gonna turn this into Roach Ravager Hive, which probably means Roach Ravager Lurker, and probably Ling Bane as a follow-up once you get to the Lurkers the first time around. Pretty typical and standard procedure as the 1-1 upgrades come through from ByuN. So the engineering bays get to work. Combat shield is on the way up as well. Upgrades pouring in on the Terran players' side of things. Few drones is going to split about and figure out where they will be. Because again, 1-1 missiles, Ling speed, Roach speed, all of that producing. Banshees move around a little bit as well, coming around that left-hand side, through into the center. Gonna see the shots coming through, the drone going down. I mean, Banshee's just gonna get knocked down, so that's kind of the end of those. Not the most exciting of Banshees at the end of the day. Yeah, ByuN really failing to find the damage he's typically looking for early in the game of a TVZ, so kind of flips the script from game 1 to game 2, because last game was kind of all about ByuN in the early game, and I do think if he'd killed that Baneling Nest, he probably wins the game much earlier. And do you think if maybe, you know, that was maybe a bit of a turning point because it kind of made ByuN hesitant about his attack, which he felt like he was probably very confident in initially? Obviously now Shin kind of has a much stronger early game. With that stronger early game potential to potentially get into the next step of this. It's just going to be seen Overlord going down. A couple more drones going to get grabbed as well. This is nice. Finally, ByuN's going to find something here, pulling all the way to the right. Only loses 4 Marines, gets 6 drones. Going to drop in the natural, keep the activity going for a little while, make Shin run around after you for a little bit. That's a big factor. And 1-1 upgrades are about to finish up on the missiles. The Hive is coming through on the main base as well, so we bring that out. Creep spread moving around the map. Humans going here, there, and everywhere. The 2-2 about to start up from ByuN, so he starts working straight to that as well. We'll see if Shin wants to go +2 melee, +2 missiles, sorry, or just if he wants to now go into melee upgrades, and he will go melee upgrades. He hit Hive. I mentioned Lurkers, but he's never even made a move towards those. He's still just building roaches. Kind of a weird game for Shin. He's actually going to rush the Ultralisk Cavern down. How very interesting. It's a very different approach, no? Well, okay, yeah, we're just going to rush those ultras out. That means that this base here is rightfully in trouble. Good position for ByuN in the back. This is a big map, though. I don't think Shin's going to worry too much about not being able to take this base just yet. He can take this base, just continue up the top side. Very drawn-out map as well. Lots of bases available. This should not be the biggest concern, as we are going to run through here, but that's a lot of Marines, and I think Shin immediately recognizing that's not something you want to be caught up in either, so he's just going to turn away from that Marine pressure and get out of there for now. It's just going to instantly take this, or take that, in a different direction as well. More Bane's morphing on the bottom side. Tank Siege and Marines pressing through. Overlord taking some damage. Banelin's going to be in some trouble as well, potentially, as Ravager Ling Roach pulls back. Banelin's getting kind of messed up a little bit there. That was a lot of morphing Banelings that ByuN was able to catch already. That's a big catch as we step further forward. The tanks continue to siege. We continue to push into position. Trying to break forwards. I mean, first ultras are going to start popping. They don't have chitinous plating yet. You really would like to have chitinous plating before you really commit through to this. There's a couple of Vipers coming around. They are going to look to see what they can do. Blinding Cloud goes down. Oh, nice Blinding Cloud. Actually gets a lot of Marines caught in that. The Bane's trying to roll forwards. Shin kind of hesitates. He's like, do I commit to this? The tanks are going to come out of Blinding Clouds. They're going to join in. The Ultra doing a lot of work. Banes finding themselves Marines as ByuN refuses to split at the end, and he loses so many units because of it. Not the micro you expect out of ByuN. Like I say, he lost a lot there at the very end of this. That was a surprising finish. As the other units pull back over. Again, +3 Carapace. The chitinous plating coming through. Extra ultras on the way in. Shin's army pulling back to the upper right-hand side. As we do have the concussive shells on the way out again. Tank, Marauders, Medivacs, all coming in as well. Medivacs to the top. A few Marines will begin to unload. Some group team is straight away here, and we're just going to be seeing ByuN getting to the top. Hatchery going to be in some trouble. A couple of Lings will maybe begin to go down, but no, he's going to focus on the hatch, but the Banes get there. Deny the hatchery kill. I'm going to try and drop some Marines into the main base instead. A few of the Lings that run forward here immediately going to get grabbed. There's a Parasitic Bomb on the Medivac, so now they're not going to last all that much longer. They will survive the first bomb. But be on low HP after, so it's hard to get out, and the Spore Crawler hits there. That's going to put the Medivac super low. We now dive into the top. We actually do finish off the hatchery at least, so Shin does lose a base. ByuN gets that in the end, playing off of 4 bases himself. Shin is still off of the 4 bases himself. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, just learned the map layout. And this 5th base in the bottom side. Yeah, so he does kind of need to keep one of these additional bases online, right? Otherwise, this becomes a much more troubling situation for him. So kind of needs to keep going in that regard as the Langbane Ultra gets over there, the Medivacs load up. Kind of funny how close the middle of the map is because they both have forward bases, or I guess this isn't a base right now, but forward creep. You kind of get going. The middle of the map is like very easily controlled by the Terran. But there's a lot of attacking potential around the edges by the Zerg as well, so it keeps kind of makes the map kind of interesting in how it plays out. The Lightning Cloud's coming down. We are going to see Bane Ravager Ultra continuing through. SCV are going to get blasted as the Planetary Fortress falls, and Shin takes a surging fight forwards here. ByuN's first Ghost coming into play, but not really getting much love off of them. Obviously, Ghost will still be very effective against those Ultralisks. A huge way to knock down big chunky units of the Zerg. 14, 15 SCVs going down. We're not done yet. More SCVs are still falling at the very end of this all. I mean, massive denial on a base, especially when Shin's been losing bases himself. It's a major step in the right direction to now take an economic lead here in this game too, and to really set yourself up well for the later game trades that are likely going to continue to come about. Biostims up, hatchery going to get jumped on. A couple of snipes on the Ravagers, they go down as well. Marauder's still trading, the Bandit's taking damage, this Queen goes down as well. Nice little catch. As we are going to see another couple of snipes coming through. Nautilus goes down. Rest of this army still chasing. Ghost getting pushed away. Langbane Ultra continuing to come through. The Bio has to just get out of there. Again, Burrow on the way up. So we're going to see Shin with even more potential to be aggressive with Burrowed Banelings around the map and utilizing those. I say aggressive, but kind of defensive as well, right? I mean, a Burrowed Banelin is an aggressive move in a way because you're aggressively going to be going after the army in a different way, but, you know, swings and roundabouts, what does it really matter? At the end of the day, it's just going to be another tool in his arsenal to try and fight the Terran off, as we do have the Spire now on the way, looking for a later game answer in case the Liberator count gets up there. I feel like Shin is controlling this game number 2 currently. This is definitely starting to look like it's going in his favor. But we're not done yet. We're going to see the power of a turtling Terran, and that is where ByuN can absolutely excel a lot of the time. The siege tank coming out on the natural. Headed back up there, going to load back up. A few drones just mining away. Spire's going to finish Overlord speed coming through. Additional Banes on the way up. Base Council on that left-hand side. The Lings are going to come across also. SCVs will just go repair the tank up. We pull back a little bit further again. Marine's going to get through. Spine goes down. Spore goes down. Trying to keep weaknesses to some of these bases. Love that Shin is back active himself. Sense tower there. Something that we'd like to grab. But the ghosts get through and they're going to start sniping. The Ultra's just about getting out of reach to stop themselves being killed. 15 minutes in on ley lines, and ByuN will get to rebuild and remax. Obviously a very active game as we get toward 5 bases for the Terran. Shin now, I think, stabilizing a bit. ByuN's not had a base kill in a little while. So the Bane try to come back through. Continues to run away, keeps him out of reach of the ghost snipes. But yeah, ByuN not really having a base kill or anything in any recent history means that Shin is actually getting bases up to mine from, and with 85 workers is going to be having good economy to work with. Just a little bit of Ling Bane Ultra runs away. What does this Ultra want to do? Hello? The low HP Ultra's like, you know what? I'm not needed. I'm just going to run into this planetary and, yeah. He goes down. Not sure what happened there for Shin. Not sure what the hotkey decision was or why he just gave an Ultra up. Could have come home. Could have got transfused. He's just like, no, you go. You know, you've honestly let me down by eating 2 snipes already. Please leave the game. Sacrificial Ultralisk. Is a brave charge, yeah. We're just going to be seeing more changes coming through. Send us some drones. Not sure if that's intentional. We just built some new drones. I feel like these guys got a little bit confused. Both players are maxed. Again, game definitely slowed down a bunch, and that's why Shin is able to get a bunch of Corruptors on the way. He starts to upgrade his Spire. Definitely setting up to try and deal with this later game army. I mean, Corruptors, though, right now don't really have much of a role. There's a couple of Liberators out, but not a super high count. We're at about 9 Ghosts, 2 Liberators currently. That's where we currently stand at this CC in the front. About to finish. Lingbane Ultra to the top side. A few Vipers move about. We scan down to the bottom as well. Fire steps up and a couple of those creep teamers will begin to drop. +3 vehicle weapons coming through, Neo-Steel plating, high-sec order tracking. All of that continues by as our Lingbane Ultra comes over. Tank shots hitting nicely as the Parasite Bomb lands onto the Medivacs. Good split away from those Medivacs right now. Good job. But the Bane gets knocked down. Just going to be seeing the Ultra Bane getting chased away. Another couple of snipes trying to come through. Just going to see that high-sec order tracking almost finishing up here. The Bane Ultra going to come through again. Medivacs will just load back up. That's a snipe off. One of the Ultras goes down. The beauty of this from ByuN is you can just lift back into those Medivacs and retreat away, and that's exactly what he continues to do so far. Pull back over the right-hand side. Just going to be seeing another couple snipes. An Ultra goes down. Another couple snipes, maybe? Maybe? Not quite. A couple more creep teamers getting killed as well. Then 4's on the way out as ByuN looks towards a later game answer to these Broodlords. Infest is also coming up. broods are firing on all angles. This is an interesting fight. Units all across the board. I mean, the broods are going to do well enough on the top side, and apparently the bottom side army backs away as well. I don't think we've got a good enough answer to these broods just yet. Another snipe coming down. We've got the broods still taking damage. Pop in again. A couple of SCVs will fall. Ghosts, bio units continuing about. The broods continue to back it up right there. The infestor in position. Tank's still firing away. The infestor gets shot down. The broodlords are still shooting through. Another fungal growth comes down, hitting a couple of siege tanks there. Bit of bio. The ghosts getting caught up as well. The infernal pre-igniter, Vikings, and Thors are all still on the way as well on the side of ByuN. Refinery goes down. And again, +3 melee, +2 missiles on the way. Upgrades continue to come through. This is going to be an army of Shin that just keeps on brute forcing it. And to be fair, the fact we've never really gotten rid of the broodlords effectively is a big problem. It means there's a lot of efficiency from those that might not have usually been there. Shin has a massive rebuild available as well. Knights Crows of Baals. Corruptus is going to get involved, picking off a lot of medevacs. We will lose the broodlords to these Thors, but I mean, it felt like we lost a lot there from ByuN that didn't need to be lost. And now we're going to go into a new round of ultras. Supply looking worse for wear on the side of ByuN, but a lot of supply from Shin is caught up in Corruptors, which maybe don't have too much of a role to play right now either. Changelings get to the corner, the rest of the Lings come popping out as well, chasing out to the front. Did Shin forget +3 melee? No, I think he just probably, just forgot it for a little while. I mean, he's getting it now. There's probably no reason not to get it. He did start with missiles and then go melee upgrades after, but obviously maybe shouldn't still be this late for +3. We are going to jump onto a base here. Shin's going to win that fight, and a couple of these units in trouble. Good fungal growth on the Ghost. They're going to get caught as well. Ghost going down. ByuN not with enough supply at the moment to hold on against this, as Shin is going to get all the way through. These factories in trouble. A few final snipes are coming down. The Ghost on the bottom side getting caught as well, as ByuN loses so much. Ultras are still wild on this game. I mean, they're just going to clean up a couple more units, and Shin can reconsolidate another attack to come through with everything at once. It might actually be the nail in the coffin this time, because ByuN took a lot of damage on that trade. That was a major favor towards Shin. That's going to put him in a great spot. Ultra continues through. The Thors just going to get picked off as well. Thors continuing. The Ultra's going down. Ling, Bane, Ultra continues through. The Siege Tank getting jumped on. Lings as well, just going to be able to get there. The Ultra and the Lings go after the Marauders also. GG says ByuN. And Shin is going to take game number 2. 2-0's ByuN. Puts him in a very good spot. Is that troublesome for ByuN in this group? It might put him on the verge of elimination to MaxPax. I think ByuN has a map score advantage over MaxPax, so I think no matter what, ByuN is through the group, because he'll always be better positioned than MaxPax in the group. And then versus Shin just depends on Shin versus Trap still, but either way, ByuN should advance through this group, I'm pretty sure. Damn. Damn. Alright, we'll get set up for that in a few moments' time then, guys. As, ByuN will be confirmed to advance. So, MaxPax needs Shin to lose to Trap. Yeah, I think MaxPax needs Shin to lose to Trap. So, Shin Trap coming up, guys. We'll get this going straight away. We go into our last match of the day. My StarCraft doesn't crash. That would be amazing. Alright, last best of 3 of the day coming up here in a moment, guys. It's ready to go. Thank you for joining us again. One more best of 3 coming through. MaxPax is out? No. MaxPax is not out. MaxPax needs Shin to lose to Trap. If Shin beats Trap, then MaxPax is out, yes. But it comes down to this best of 3. Because ByuN will always be above MaxPax, so now MaxPax must have Shin beat Trap. Must have Sorry, Trap must beat Shin. MaxPax needs Trap to beat Shin, sorry. Yeah, if Trap beats Shin, then MaxPax is potentially through, because MaxPax has the head-to-head, even if it's a 2-1, Shin would be +0. So yeah, it doesn't matter the score. If Trap beats Shin, MaxPax is through. If Shin beats Trap, MaxPax is out. That's the situation. As we go into one final best of 3 today. Shin Trap. Going to start on Ultra Love. We have not seen this map a lot. It got vetoed a lot today. Seems to be getting vetoed a good amount just in general. As we get into Ultra Love here in a couple of moments. Let's get this started. Let's get this ready to roll. Let's go into it. We have got in the bottom left-hand corner the blue Zerg player in this best of 3. This is going to be Shin. Taking on the red Protoss. In the top right corner of the map, we have Trap. Trap 2-0, please. Eliminate MaxPax. Eliminate Shin. Get MaxPax into the playoffs. But what if Shin wins? Then we have a completely balanced playoff situation. How wild is that? That'd be crazy too, right? A couple different scenarios that can happen. We'll just see what the result is, then show you guys the bracket after. That's going to be the easiest. No point speculating. The main thing is the MaxPax elimination possibility. Back to PVZ. Final best of 3 today, guys. Again, playoffs coming through. What if Trap 2-1 Shin? Doesn't matter. If Shin has the same map score as MaxPax, MaxPax has the head-to-head. So 2-1 doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the score. As long as Trap beats Shin in the best of 3, MaxPax advances. Cybercore coming up. Let's just have Nexus coming through. Rope comes down the bottom. Just spotting the hatcheries. In fact, there. Good information to have, good information to work with in the early moments as we get settled. Couple of Lings are going to go chase a Proby down. Stargate coming up. Next is about to finish. Warp Gate coming through. The Ling speed still building on the side of Shin. Couple of Lings on the way. Stargate opening from Trap. See what he wants to do off the Stargate. He was pretty convincing when he played against Rex earlier. I don't think there's much to look at back over there. Let's just have that Stargate finishing in a moment. Again, Warp Gate on the way too. And we'll see what we build off the Stargate and Oracle. I'm especially interested if we see some single Oracle builds out of Trap. Or if he's just going to be happy to go double Oracle, triple Oracle, as normal. Let's get Devs get down the bottom. Queen going to fire some shots for Ling speed, finishing shortly. Warp Gate finishing soon. Again, Oracle coming up. Hatchery on the way. Link speed is about to complete. So again, that link speed finishes. The Void Ray starts Chrono boosting on the Stargate. So there's a build. Oracle into Void Ray. Void Ray will deny some of these nearby overlords and deny vision and scouting for the future. Something else which maybe is more viable now if you only want to go Oracle Void Ray and then you have one Oracle, but you can energy overcharge it to be a little bit better positioned. A little bit more energy available while that council starts. Very typical to kind of play Oracle Void Twilight, because then the Void Ray denies the scouting of the Twilight Council and that build becomes a little bit more powerful. And as more Adepts build, it does seem like this is a tech towards Glaives here early from Trap in this game number 1. Oracle comes back to the top. Again, a couple gates coming through. Nexus on the way on the third, so it's going to be with the Nexus, but like I said, should definitely be some Glaives pressure. Now, Lings are building. Overlord's popping soon. Roach Roaring just finished. I mean, this is a case where I feel like as Trap, you probably do not want to trade the Adepts. You're probably more so looking to be like, hey... Oh, okay, he's going to commit the Adepts. Saying, well, now I don't think we go Glaives at all, right? Now this is probably something... Oh, no, he is going to go Glaives. Oh. Ugh. I mean, you're going to go Glaives off of losing 5 of your Adepts early in the game? I do not love that. I mean, yeah, Shin's right. He just drones. 5 drones, but you can just re-drone so heavily because any Adept number that comes your way now is not as scary. And these things that you counterattack and already going to grab some of these Adepts. Do you not love that choice at all from Trap? I feel like you should never be looking to... I mean, it's nice to do early damage with the Adepts, don't get me wrong, and the Oracle does very well there to get a few kills as well. But losing the Adepts really puts your Adept number back in a big way, and like I say, Shin just re-drones right back out of it, and now can produce units, because by the time a newer set of Adepts come around, they're just not going to be as many in numbers, and so that's going to be way less scary than what you were originally dealing with. So I don't love the way that Trap dealt with this. Let's see if he proves me wrong, though. Overlord speed coming up, so potentially even aggression from Shin. Some drop of Lords and just getting straight across the map. Looking to end the game against someone who's just building a lot of Adepts with some Roach Queen attack. Lings to back it up. It seems like a pretty viable way of going about it right now as the Adepts continue to shade forward. So they're going to step up. A couple of Queens going to get chased side to side. A few Lings moving about as well. Adepts will commit to the shade up into the main base. The Lings are going to wrap around. A couple of Corrosive Files dropping in. Adepts going to be taking some damage. The Ling Roach Queen continues to chase those Adepts down. 4 drones going down. Make it 6. Going to be seeing the Ling Ravager. Just going to get rid of that as well. Again, +1 and Blink still on the way through. The Oracle on the right side gets pushed away by the Spore Crawler. 6 more drones. There's the drop of Lords. Like I said, do not think Shin is going to let this game go on too long. I do not love how, I mean, Trap's on 23 army supply. He gave away so many units to do all of this so far, and I just don't think it's been anywhere near enough to slow Shin down. But let's see if Trap can pull off a defense. We've been seeing some pretty crazy defenses the last few days, so maybe there's a possibility here. Maybe Trap can make something happen as we do begin to go to the top right. Ready to push, as we are going to knock down a cooling tower. Whoa, whoa, whoa. If you knock that cooling tower down, it's going to crash onto some of the Roaches and Lings. Oh my goodness. That's a sick play from Trap. It was almost perfectly timed. A second earlier would have been even better. The problem is the few Lings that got forward, that's how dead Trap was. Is even with cutting all the Roach Ravager away from this, it didn't make a difference. He just died to the Lings. And now, I mean, maybe he wouldn't have died to just Lings, but obviously the Roach Ravager now still showing up a few seconds later. It just doesn't matter. It is just going to be way too much, and Trap, yeah, is not going to be able to make enough to stay in this. GG. Shin takes game number 1 of the best of 3. Oh, that was a cool idea from Trap. Really cool usage of the map. Just like I say, a little bit too far gone, a little bit wrong times. And like I say, just I think too far behind in the game for it to ever really be all that meaningful at the end of the day. So doesn't matter too much when we get ready to go into game number 2. Shin takes game number 1 here to start us off. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got everyone here. Just had to wait for a moment of ads to pass by. Let's jump into this right now. In the top right corner, our blue Zerg player, it is going to be Shin. He's up by 1 in this best of 3. If he wins this series, he will eliminate MaxPax from the tournament. As in the bottom left, our red Protoss trap. Okay, so here's, I actually think what is important is if Shin 2-0s, he gets first place in the group. Whereas if Trap takes a map, Trap gets first place in the group. I think that is now what is on the line. I think that is now what is on the line. So we're looking at whether this is going to be a Shin first place or Trap first place potentially. Because yeah, I think if Trap wins a map, he's first place no matter what. So yeah, I mean, this group has been crazy. It got super close. Shin obviously dropped a map to Rex earlier today. But he's been really good against everybody else. I mean, this group's just been all over the place. Some great results, great content. It's been a very fun day of StarCraft 2. Entering what could be our final map. If this is our final one, again, thank you so much for watching so far. And again, we are going to be back on Sunday with the playoffs. 5 best of 5s on Sunday. You can look forward to that as well. Overlord heading down the bottom left. Hatch Gassing Pool coming up. Gate and the probe coming up on the side of Trap. Drone on the way. Taking a few moments here on Snowpiercer as we get settled. Overlord just heading down to the bottom left-hand side, so you're on a bit of a journey as the probe comes about the front. Trying to see what's up. Cybercore on the way in. Nexus building. Bit of about. You can be seeing the Overlord moving forward. Cybercore is about to finish. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up. Again, just going to be seeing another probe Chrono boosting out. The Nexus is going to go down to the natural. Still got our link speed. Building right now as our couple links move about. And towards the upper right side. Again, Warp Gate coming through. The sentry's coming on in. Nexus is finishing. More probes in production. The sentry pops out, gateway still getting going. Just gonna see a couple extra gates coming through. Warp gate is halfway done, and our third hatchery, building from Shin on that right hand side. So continue to get that going as well. The Stalker in the center is gonna hit that Overlord, and that is going to high ground vision will be lost. So the probe was providing high ground vision here. It doesn't reach all the way there, so that Overlord will live for now as the Stargate comes through. And that will provide high ground vision. Eventually that Overlord will die, but obviously keeping it alive a little bit longer keeps you from being supply blocked a little bit longer. So the longer you go without replacing that Overlord, the better off you're going to be. And that is how Shin looks at this for the moment. Hallucination flying through, trying to see what's up. Just trying to see ourselves moving about for the moment as well. Queen's gonna go join up, just gonna be seeing the Adepts moving through. Coming about, a couple of these Adepts trying to get in as well. A couple of drones going to get jumped on. Ling's going to sit there and pick away at the Adepts as well. Adepts going to get taken down as the Oracle comes up that right-hand side. More drones taking shots. Again, Twilight Council about to finish. Stalker Sentry going to hit the Overlord. The last still building in the main base. A group of Zerglings continue back down to the bottom here where they're going to run straight into those Adepts. Zerglin's going to come back around the bottom side. The depths are going to come through. The lanes continue over. Blink coming up on the Twilight Council. Adepts coming over. Just going to start hitting that Queen. The Oracle's coming through as well. It's going to activate. Queen not going to go down. We get into the mineral line. And a couple of drones begin to drop. Oh, the Ling's now going to get a catch, though, and the Oracles can't really help out because the Queens are far enough forward. That's huge. Because the Queens are so far forward, the Oracles don't get to fire so much on the Lings. That's a great catch. Shin gets the cleanup on those Adepts. That will not go as far as he wanted to on the side of Trap. Now on his way to Blink as the next stage of this. But all those Adepts wiped out. And Shin definitely going to feel pretty good about this. Drones coming up. Hydra Den on the way in as well. We continue to produce into that right now. So you have our Oracle heading back down to the bottom left side. Again, Blink halfway done. A few extra gates coming through. The Forge coming online. Battery about to finish as well. Robo Facility coming up on the natural. We do see the Stalker's going to get there. Ling gets picked off. Roof Spine's coming through. The Evolution Chamber is on the way up. Some Oracle's just going to come up the right-hand side and see where they get to. A couple of drones being picked away at. So a little bit of damage being done. A couple of shots coming through there. Stalk's going back over again. Hydras are building. Infestation Pit's continuing. Continue to get this established as we just have the Robo facilities coming by. And the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well on the side of Trap. The Lings are going to get there and pick off those Adepts also. It's just going to knock those down. And the rest of this army from Trap still up the right. I mean, Blink is now available, but I'm not sure you want to go pushing into someone building Ling Hydra, especially when you lost a few units early. Didn't do that much with them. I think it's time for Trap here to just step back and let this chill out a little. Look at Den is building the +1 missiles and the Hydra speed coming up. The Stalker's coming over. And Hive is going to be finishing the main base about a minute or two. Stalker's still moving about here. They're going to try and fire up a few shots as well. And we've got the Observer. A bit of a catch. Continue to move up for the moment. Settling for now. Still seeing the Hive and the Lurker Den continue to come up. We do have our +1 missiles coming through. Again, a couple more Colossus on the way out. And Corona boosted here as a few Lings get chased away. I mean, Trap is going to end up on those Colossus. It's very important that Shin has better tech. We saw earlier the problems of not having answers to Colossus when he played against MaxPax. But he's going to have Lurkers at the very least. That should give you a good kind of basis to play from, and then from there, there's a lot you can do as well. So, I feel like that's a pretty reasonable position to set up from, at least, if nothing else, for the moment. Get back around. Ling's going to set up. +2 missiles coming in. The seismic spines, again, full setup into these lurkers for the moment. So one way we go the other. The Hydra Ravager going to move about a little as well. Stalkers, Colossus, Zealots, Immortal. Stepping into the middle of the map here. A couple of these Troop Tumors going to get knocked down as well. And those Colossus lasering down some of those Lings. We jump onto a Ravager at the end. Now Lurker's in trouble too. Knocking down a whole bunch of additional Troop Tumors here as we go. Now the Lings on the other side are going to go after those Zealots, so we're going to try and deal damage there as well. The Colossus shows up though, and the Lings will get knocked away at. So they'll be dropping. The rest of the army from Trap coming back over as well. 2 more Vipers, Seismic Spines, +2 missiles, and the Overlord speed all continue to produce. And charge coming up, armor upgrade coming up. Oh, look, Den Hydra's continuing through. The Spine Crawl in production, the Spores on the way. More Overseers coming out. There's a Nidus network that's going to go down at the frontier from Shin. More lurkers. Stalkers get chased away too. We're going to be seeing the rest of those Hydras joining up. The Ling's going to run in. That cannon battery going to get jumped on a little bit. A few probes doing what they can, pulling in to just try and help this defense here. As you've seen, our cannon gets picked off. A few probes getting nibbled at. That's a lot more probes continue to go down. Great counterattack from Shin, guys. Massive damage being done on that left-hand side. Trap going to try and push up. He really believes in his arm. He's going to blink in, targets the base. He will get the lurker after. And this hatchery will fall. Abduct, 2 Colossus. We save 1, we save 2. The Abduct on the Prism, though, and then the Colossus. Oh, it was so cool from Trap. But that's the power of the Abducts. The Viper's going bang, bang, and then bang, bang a second time. As Trap 4, he'd microed himself out of that problem. But it is going to be second rounds of Abducts to say, nuh-uh, not this time. Stalkers, Archons, Immortal Colossus, keep still pushing through. We're going to see this Nidus network going down. The Hydra's going to stand there, try and fight back as well. Bottom left-hand side, we have actually had a Nidus go up. I didn't hear that go up at all, but Nidus is up. Lurkers in the main. We recall onto the Lurkers. A couple of Zealots running through this as well. There's more Lurkers on that high ground. We don't have detection on all of them. As we're going to clean up now. Man, that was brutal. A lot of units going down. Shin pulling Trap all the way back, and he's going to use it as an opportunity to take position on the map as well. Hydras are pressing themselves across the left-hand side here, so away they go. A few Lings already jumping onto some of those probes. Zealots, Colossus, Archon, Stalkers gathering up as well. The other couple of units coming back across here from Trap also right now. Continuing to settle. Just going to see again a couple of disruptors. The Archon continuing through, the Lurkers building up as well. Game calms for a moment. 12 minutes on Snowpiercer. It's been a very fun PvZ so far. I feel like Trap's had a lot of good pushes, but man, Shin on the counterattacks and so on has continued to do very well. Very exciting to see so much coming out of that. Very cool stuff so far. And back to the center, just going to see a Hydra's coming over. We are going to see a few Zealots bottom side, going to get turned around as well. One stone goes down, the Lurker Hydra going to get turned away. The couple of Vipers come back through. Oh, bang, bang on the feedbacks. This time it's Trap's turn to go, to some micro potential. Vipers will have to go get some energy back once again as Trap maybe able to stay on the map a little better with this. However, once again, the counterattack from Shin looking scary. He's trying to focus down that High Templar. He gets it. The Lurker's still alive, picking away through the Zealots. Now we turn back onto the mineral line and continue to do a lot more damage. Those probes continue to drop as we do have +3 attack. Now Nidus in the main base. A few Lurkers pop up over here. The Stalkers, do they have detection onto those Lurkers? I do not think they do right now. So we kill the Nidus, but the Lurkers are going to do very well. We recall back in over here. Disruptor, High Templar, dying, not having a good time, miserable time. Oh my god, Trap is just losing. He's losing way too much. To the point where I was actually just going to stop at he's losing, because I think he's losing the game because of this defense, which is just completely fallen apart for him. He's got a Prism in position, but the Hydra's on the way to deal with that as well. That's going to be a kill, so no harassment over there. Bottom right side, Zealots are hanging about as well. We do get rid of a Lurker on the bottom side. This attack may now finally start to properly get cleaned up, but this has not been fun at all for Trap, who gets put in a very bad position as Shin. Remember, a 2-0 for Shin puts him into first place of this group. That is a massive place to be, potentially. So let's turn it back around. They're going to get onto that hatchery. Stalkers, Disruptors, Colossus moving through. We just have ourselves the big push from Trap. I mean, at this point, I think Trap needs to commit to some big pushes as well and just try and deal some major damage. The problem is Lurkers are so good at holding off. Trap has got a couple of Disruptors here. They are going to be good shots. They just don't do as much as they used to, right? So, yeah, another Disruptor shot here. We'll play the finishing touches onto that Lurker, a couple of Lurkers. And of course, they're a bit bigger now as well, so it's more easy for them to reach and actually hit things. So, I guess in this case, Disruptor's still pretty okay. This base goes down though, Shin. And he's been missed a counterattack for quite a while in his game plans, and today is clearly no different. He just keeps on counterattacking. Man does not stop. As we do look to jump in the main base, all these lings are going to pour on through. Robo Bay, Forge, Nexus, Stargate. I mean, yeah, counterattacks all over the place. Probes keep dying. Shin has looked so consistently good lately. He has looked very good today. Lost a series to MaxPax, but here against Trap, looking absolutely dominant. And this is not a game that has much life left in it on Trap's side. Abducts are going to start coming through on the important units, and that means that they will go down. Nice save by the Prism. With the Prism dying as well, this cannot last forever. And Trap pretty much at the point of having to say GG here. That Disruptor shot is good. So that's something at least, but I mean, we're going to finally play cleanup in the main base, but again, way too late to really be meaningful. Way too late indeed. Hydra's just going to go and pick away through. The Immortal and the Stalker's coming back across. Getting the dash upgrade for them Hydras as well. So dash coming online. See if Shin can use that before this game comes to a close, as the Stalkers will get chased away once more. Even if he does get to use it, I don't think it's going to be in a very meaningful manner. And this game's going to end dashing or not. Drones is going to get knocked down. Transferring through is Shin. 17 minutes in. I want to see if he uses dash on the Hydras at all. Oh, Hydras. Dash now available. Come on. Dash. Oh, he dashed these ones forward when I wasn't watching. No! Maybe these Hydras will dash. Dashing through this one. I really want to sing that. Hydras. Dash. No dash. Okay. Killing bases over here, by the way, at the same time. Gonna send a few Hydras up top to go try and deal with this little Zealot harass on this base. Now these Lings and Lurkers are going to run through here, and that's going to be a jump onto the High Templars, the Stalkers, the Immortals. These units just can't really do that much, right? At the end of the day, Hydra's starting to come back to the other side. I think we are just going to collect up. I mean, this was the last unit pretty much from Trap anyway. And Trap will say, GG's, that is going to do it. That is going to seal the deal. Shin's 2-0 is going to win him this group, and that means he starts in the semifinals of the playoffs. That means he is going to be... Actually, this is amazing, because it means our bracket looks like this. Trap versus Solar. Winner plays Clem. No mirror matchup. Showtime versus ByuN. Winner versus Shin. No mirror matchup. The only way we get a mirror is if two of the same race come out and play in the grand finals. That is pretty heckin' cool. Damn. Did I plan this? If I tried to plan this, it would have been a disaster. Yeah, let's bring the bracket up on screen for the playoffs that are going to happen on Sunday, guys. So these are the playoffs that are going to happen on Sunday. The bracket is set with the results of today's group. Here are the results of the group as well, just to show you guys where everything is at. So we're back on Sunday for Trap versus Solar, like I say, winner versus Clem. Showtime versus ByuN, winner versus Shin. That's going to be happening on Sunday. Make sure you tune in. It's going to be a pleasure to cast. I cannot wait for that. That is a great bracket for a patch test tournament for a PTR event. I think Trap Solar's a ton of fun. I think Showtime ByuN is an amazing series. Any of those guys versus Clem and Shin is awesome. I think we could have a really, really good event there, guys. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. Awesome. Alright, that's going to be on Sunday, guys. Again, I'm not here tomorrow. I'm going to be taking the day off, taking a family day. So thank you so much for watching today. I'm going to throw you guys out to a set of ads. Will the updated PTR make an appearance? This is the updated PTR. We were playing on it all day long already. So yes, this was already the updated PTR. So yes, I will throw you guys over to some ads. And when the ads are done, I'll host someone up on Twitch. And on YouTube, you'll just go offline. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys next time. Like I say, I'll be back on Sunday for those playoffs. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in. Set of ads, and we'll host someone up. See you guys later. Thanks so much for watching. Bye.